Why does this girl suffer from her brother's abuse? Can she escape from her brother's clutches? What is the purpose of the man who saves her? Want to know how a girl finds hope in the darkness? Subscribe to our channel now. Chapter 1 Stella. I woke up to my brother's annoying, yelling voice as per usual. Sadly and conveniently, I got accustomed to his screams. However, I would never ever get used to the abuse. It physically and mentally hurt just thinking about his punches to my back last night. At one point during his rampage, he got tired from using his fists and decided to switch to the whip. I just bit my lip until he was done. I did not do anything to upset him yesterday. I rubbed my eyes and stretched my aching and bruised body. I was too exhausted since I did not get enough sleep last night. I never do. I got out of my small bed, which was basically an old dirty mattress, and walked to the cramped bathroom at the end of the hall. When I finished my very quick shower, I wore a casual black shirt that matched my hair, my old blue jeans, and my worn-out boots. I took a deep breath after returning to my room and was ready for the last day of high school. I was mentally unprepared to end this stage of my life mainly because school was a shelter from Raymond. I got out of my room, and I walked towards the stairs as quietly as possible. I did not want to see Raymond first thing in the morning, yet I knew it was useless to try and do so. It was an inevitable thing. I was 18 and by law I could leave the house. The only obstacle was Raymond. His grip on me was too tight to free myself from it. The same grip that almost choked me to death multiple times, and I was terrified. I did try to run away on my 18th birthday, but Raymond predicted my escape plan and locked me in the attic for a week without water or food. I did not know how I survived for that long, yet I remember praying to die. I wanted to meet my parents again and be at ease, living a tranquil life. On multiple occasions I wanted to die and never see my abuser ever again, though I never thought of committing suicide. I would not end my life with my own hands. I would rather be killed or die naturally than disappoint my parents. I was holding on, but I did not know for how long. Life isn't fair sometimes. I looked at the bottom of the stairs and saw Raymond waiting for me with a frown on his always constipated face. I hated him. I hoped for the minimum punishment today, or at least this morning, because I wanted to attend my last day of school with a decent appearance. "Where do you think you're going?" he asked coldly, which made me wonder if he knew how to smile. I did not remember the last time I saw his happy face. His fierce green eyes were filled with hostility toward me, and my gray ones were filled with fear and dread. "School," I replied in a muffled tone while maintaining eye contact. He hated it when I averted my gaze from his, and I learned that the very hard way. I earned another scar on my back from that day. He scoffed. "You will come home as fast as you can when school is over. I will have guests in the evening, so I want you to make a good dinner, understand?" he demanded, and I paled. "Yes. Yes, brother," I answered instantly, and he returned to his room. It could have been worse. He did not lay a hand on me, and I did not want to jinx my luck. I ran from the house like my feet were on fire in case he decided to change his mind. I saw my old bike parked near the side road, and I finally smiled, taking in the fresh air. It was a peaceful morning, and it had been years since I felt this refreshed. The chilly weather was perfect for me since my body was always warm. I loved this feeling. The cold breeze was like drinking a cold cup of water in summer. I glanced at the children escorted by their loving parents to their school and sighed. I miss being this small where my parents were still alive. They were the sun that guided me around. However, an unexpected plane crash extinguished the light from my life. I had Raymond by my side at first. He took good care of me, considering he was only 16 with no relatives to help, and I was only 8. Money was never a problem because our parents saved money for us in case of an emergency. He took custody of me after a social worker, who constantly visited us, saw that he was fit for the job. He loved me and showed me how a good older brother should be until he flipped. Everything turned upside down one day, and I did not know why he became abusive and cruel. I got loathed without an explanation. "Stella, stop." I was knocked out of my thoughts by someone's voice. I focused back on the road and saw that I was about to crash into my school entrance. I swiftly slammed my hand on the brakes and completely stopped the bike with my leg's aid. I was about to bump into my teacher because of my stupidity. "Are you okay?" "I'm so sorry, Rodriguez, I wasn't paying attention." "I'm sore," she cut off my babbling with a small tap on my arm. Stella, I am okay, you didn't hit me. Are you okay though? I smiled. Yes, and good morning. Good morning, dear. Ready for the last day? She asked with a grin, and I chuckled. She was reasonably in desperate need of a vacation. No, I don't want to finish high school. It's my second home. I genuinely admitted. If I were more precise, it was my first home because I did not view the house that Raymond and I lived in as a home. I could not say this out loud. No one knew what happened behind closed curtains, and I wanted to keep it that way. No one knew, not even my best friend, because I did not want to be a burden and drag them into my dark world. I looked around and saw Sky walking toward me with a smile. Hey Stella, excited? She asked. Her wide black eyes were dancing with excitement, and her brown hair was bouncing up and down since she was jumping. I adored her enthusiasm and wished to be this carefree one day. Good morning, Sky, I greeted her with a hug, then headed to class. I was welcomed by other students and teachers as we walked through the hallways. I was not the popular student with an extraordinary look or excellent grades. I considered myself good-looking with good grades. I was merely known for being a good athlete or for winning the gold medal in sprinting and swimming in my first year of high school. I loved sports. It was the only activity I could practice without Raymond disapproving because it was within the school borders, and he did not see. As soon as we entered the last music class, Joanna, as our teacher liked to be called, cleared his throat. Good morning, fellas, please take your seat. We have some talking to do. Are we in trouble? Thomas the class clown asked. We laughed, and Joanna chuckled at the spontaneous response. No, you are not. Unless there's something I should know about, Joanna remarked, and Thomas shook his head. Okay then, let's get to the point. Since it's your last day here, I want every one of you, ladies and gentlemen, to discuss your thoughts about your future, he announced, and most students groaned. It was a challenge to talk about ourselves, but I was excited to share my feelings with them since I rarely speak in class, and I want someone to listen. I was never given the opportunity with Raymond. As students took turns to talk, my mind drifted back to Raymond's words. He would be having guests, and I needed to think of a very good meal to make. I did not want to disrespect them, as he put it, with burnt food. I once received a beating that got me to lose consciousness for hours because the food was slightly overheated. Stella! Stella! Sky called as she touched my shoulder, where I got a punch from Raymond the other day. I almost winced but endured the pain and looked at her. Yes, you're up, she pointed at Joanna. I looked at him and saw that he was waiting for me to stand up and talk. On second thought, talking was not that fun. Oh, thanks. Stella, could you please share your thoughts or future plan with us? He asked with a comforting smile. I nodded, giving up. Of course, I turned my gaze to the rest of the class and smiled. High school was great, I began speaking. Everyone was giving me their full attention, and it felt nice. I truly like all teachers and students. They were amazing with me, at least. Some treated me like a sister and a friend, and some like a daughter or even a granddaughter. Most of you don't love school. Heck, you even hate it. They chuckled and I beamed, feeling more confident. But I am grateful for it, I said. It was my safe haven from Raymond. Joanna, you are one of my favorite teachers, and everyone knows that your classes are incredible. You would always say that to have the rainbow, we have to love the rain. Thank you, because this phrase was on my mind whenever I was upset or in physical pain. As for my future plan, I might be a dancer or a ballerina or a teacher. I am not sure yet. The universe is baking a great plan for all of us, so have faith and keep going. I finished my short speech with tears in my eyes, remembering what I missed in life because of my brother. I will miss feeling at home in school. Chapter 2, Stella. After the last bell rang, I bid my goodbyes to Sky. I felt like it was the last time I might ever get the chance to see her, so I cried in her embrace. I knew that we still had our graduation ceremony, but it was 2 months away. A senior student had a kidney transplant 2 days ago, and he needs 2 months to recover from the surgery, so the school was considerate enough to postpone the ceremony for his sake. I had a bad feeling concerning Raymond's guests, and I was more than worried about returning a bit later than usual. Sorrowfully, I was forced to oblige. I took deep breaths as I reached the house. I hope nothing bad happens, I whispered before I opened the door and entered. Raymond was nowhere in sight, so I rushed to the bathroom to take a quick cold shower to cool my nerves. 5 minutes later, I got out of the bathroom fully clothed and started cooking dinner. I was thrilled to cook when Raymond was not around because cooking reminded me of Mom and her gentle hands, which taught me how to cook from such a young age. She would always say that the way to capture your man's heart was through deliciousness. I was still waiting for that man to make his grand appearance in my life and save me from this hellhole. I glanced at the clock, and it was 15 minutes past 6, so I had 15 more minutes to put the last touches on the dinner table, the dessert. I fled to my room as soon as they stepped foot into the house. Luckily, I was done with dinner. They were loud, but I ignored them. It was always better to disregard some behaviors and save me from a fist. I want out. I want to be free. I cried in agony as I looked at the barely visible moon. What did I do wrong? How is that fair? I whispered. I stayed in the same position for an hour until I heard what I had hoped to avoid. Raymond called me to meet his guests, and I felt the color drain from my face. The last time I met some of his guests, they hit me for their entertainment. They were vicious men with rotten minds, and they could surpass Raymond's torturing methods if they wanted. However, my dear brother would stop them just before I passed out so he could finish the job. I looked at my face through a small mirror placed on the floor and saw Dad's eyes. The thought of him made me less tense, so I gathered my courage and exited my room. Stella, move it. I'm here, I announced as I stepped on the last staircase. As Raymond saw me, his smirk widened, and I winced at its meaning. I looked behind him and saw the same 5 men I met before. They were the guests who beat me up. I wanted to scream, however. I knew that I would make matters worse. Therefore I remained silent. I stared at them and noticed their lustful eyes traveling all over my body. My flesh was covered, yet I felt too exposed to their wandering thoughts. I needed to get out. All the mental and physical abuse came down on me like a bucket full of icy water, and I almost vomited. I was terrified. I needed to get out. Stella, thanks to your body and face, I was able to make a fortune. The stage is yours, guys. Feel free to touch her wherever you desire. My head snapped to meet his gaze and I almost lunged at him. There was a limit to everything. I would never give up my innocence for these mongrels. As long as I was still breathing, I would not hand the only whole thing in my life. I was cherishing it for the one, and not for scums like them. But it was apparent that the major bastard of them all was my brother. I was repulsed beyond reason. No. I managed to say after my inner battles subsided. Never. Raymond was shocked at my sudden outburst since I never raised my voice or spoke against his words. He recovered instantly and grabbed me by the hair. One of a girl's weaknesses was her hair because pulling it hurt too much. The fuck did you say? He screeched. I spat on his face and glared. I fucking said no. As I repeated what I said louder, he punched me in the cheek. I was about to fall down, but he did not let go of my hair. Instead, he delivered another punch to my stomach. I gasped for air and felt tears threatening to fall. I refused to obey anymore. I refused to be submissive. Well, ain't you a brave little sister, he mocked. I frowned at the word sister coming out of his dirty mouth. It was clear to me that he was drunk and high, though that did not stop me from defending my honor. I arched my eyebrows. I'm not your sister. You lost the right to call me that when you were 18 and I was just 10. A fucking child, remember? You lost your role as a brother when you started beating the shit out of me. I am done with this bullshit. I yelled. He tightened his grip on my hair, and I winced in pain. I should not be suffering from his ways. I should fight my way out. You will obey me. Now strip from your clothes and give these gentlemen the show they deserve. He exclaimed with an irritated tone. I scoffed and let out a humorless chuckle. Gentlemen. You must be high. Oh wait, you freaking are. I will not listen to you anymore. I am not afraid. I was horrified. My last statement made him go completely nuts. He grabbed my shirt and ripped it apart, leaving me in my sports bra. I tried to pry from his grip. Still, he was stronger than me. You were saying? He asked, and I wiggled my body to escape. He removed my pants as I was screaming, and he received a lucky kick from me to his knee. You bitch. He yelled and slapped me. I looked at the men, hoping for a miracle to happen, but they enjoyed the show. They waited patiently for me to be fully naked, which would never occur. The only thing that was to my advantage that night was the fact that I decided to wear shorts under my pants in addition to underwear. I had a gut feeling and I always trusted my instincts. Let us see that sexy body of yours. I can't wait to taste it. One of the ugly men said, and I wanted to kill him. If only I could release myself from Raymond's deadly grasp. I could if I just struck at the perfect moment. I looked at the front door and noticed that it was slightly ajar, and I saw a glimmer of hope as my immediate plan formed in my head. I looked back at Raymond and sighed. Mom and Dad would be so disappointed in you. They would be revolted to even call you son. You are a disgrace. Spiser you? I shouted at the top of my lungs and saw his eyes twitch. I knew that I had hit a nerve because he never liked to talk about them. His hand loosened for a split second when he raised his other hand to hit me with a vase that was near him. I took that as my chance and lifted my knee fast and hit his sensitive region. He winced in pain and let go of me. I did not think twice. I ran out of the house and sprinted like my life depended on it, which it did. I heard footsteps running behind me, and I knew that his friends were following me. They would not let me escape when they put money on my body. I did not look back and I did not stop. I just kept on running. Chapter 3 Stella. I felt the adrenaline rush through my veins as I felt my body get hot, but I did not feel tired. I wanted to get as far away as possible from Raymond's dull and toxic world. I was running for a long time and his bastard friends gave up chasing me at some point. It was solely Raymond and me in the cryptic and dark forest. Stella, if you don't stop right now, Raymond started threatening with a breathless tone. I cut him off before he could finish his threat. Still, I did not stop to look behind me because I did not want to trip and fall into his violent grip again. You will what? Raymond, what could you do more? Slap me. You've done that. Kick me. Every single day. Punch me and knock me out. You can scratch that. Make me bleed. Starve me. Old news. What else can you do, Raymond? You were planning on using my body for your benefit. You can't get any lower than that. I was shouting at the top of my lungs, with tears cascading down my face. I stopped talking and kept on going. I did not get a reply from him, just heard the increased pace of his running. He was determined to catch me, and I was more determined to escape. I ran faster and finally spotted a big house in the middle of the woods. It was beautiful, but what drew me in was the lights. They were on and the hope resurfaced. I believed my salvation was waiting for me inside. I did not waste a second and headed toward the house. I quickly glanced behind me and saw Raymond trip over a rock. He looked pathetic, but I was in no position to laugh. I barged into the house with heavy pants. It took me a second to realize that more than a dozen men, maybe 20, were cautiously staring at me. All reason flew out of the window as I did not care. I closed the door behind me and sat on the floor. Please help, I whispered. My fate was in their hands as I had no power to run anymore. They stood up and walked towards me. Conflicted emotions were visible on their faces, and I understood their confusion because I would be frightened if a random girl entered my house without warning. What's wrong? One of them asked as he kneeled down in front of me. Who are you? He asked again as worry was apparent in his dark brown eyes. When I was about to answer his questions, the door swung open by an enraged, ugly Raymond. I quickly stood up and stepped closer to the men. They were strangers, but they surely would not join my brother's abuse because the one who talked to me was genuinely concerned about my well-being. For some reason I felt safe, secure. Or they could be human traffickers playing nice. Raymond was holding a huge rock and raised it as he spotted my shaking form. Stella, you fucking bitch. He approached me with hatred shown in his eyes. I immediately closed my eyes, preparing for the dreadful blow. However, nothing happened. I forced my eyes open only to see a tall, muscular man standing in front of me, shielding my body. He protected me with a bronze tray, which shoved the rock from my way. The sight was comical, yet I did not react. What do you think you are doing? My protector asked Raymond angrily. It was the first time someone showed such anger for my sake and not at me. Raymond looked at him for a second, then at me, and I put on my tough face. She's my sister, I want her home, he replied. I gagged at his disgusting, untruthful words. He was dead in my eyes. I let out a laugh, but it was not humorous at all. Sister. I think we have established that already. Home. What home? You never viewed me as your sister. You were about to sell me, for God's sake. I will never consider that building as my home. Leave me alone. I yelled, feeling the rage rise inside of me. I used to scream in my head whenever I was overwhelmed by the beating, but never aloud. Raymond being outnumbered gave me strength. You heard her. Get out of my house. My protector spat and pushed Raymond out. As foolish as he was, Raymond swung his fist, wanting to hit him. However, he was stopped mid-air and then shoved roughly to the ground. The man made it look so easy. Raymond was big, but all of the men here were bigger in body. The man punched Raymond's face, and I could not and will not ever feel sorry for my brother. It was the least he could get after years of being the merciless being he was. I just stood there watching them, not caring that he was bleeding and possibly dying. A few moments later, I remembered that we were not alone. Hence, I looked behind me and noticed that the men were agitated and embarrassed for some reason. They were blushing, and I arched my eyebrows in confusion until realization hit me hard. I was practically half naked with my old shorts on and a sports bra. They were not the expensive type, so if one were to focus their vision, they would see through the bra. Well, that's awkward, I pointed out in a whisper. All men abruptly turned around, facing the wall. I was sure that my voice was inaudible, so it was weird how they acted as if they heard me. I shook my head and looked outside to see what happened with the fighting pair. But two arms wrapped around my waist, making me freeze. The warmth and tingly sensation were the best way to describe what it felt to be in his arms. I glanced behind me to be met with my protector's stunning eyes. They were a bright honey color that shined like the sun's setting orbs. His dark blonde, almost brown hair was trimmed perfectly, and his tan skin made him look beyond beautiful. I was clearly checking him out, and yet something inside me would not let me avoid eye contact. It was bizarre. He smiled, and his adorable dimples were displayed to admire because dimples were my weakness. It was true that all my life I was an abused individual. However, I was still a teenage girl who liked to look at boys from time to time. I never dared to approach anyone though. The pull that I felt with this man was unnatural, as I wanted him to lure me closer and capture my senses. I should be afraid of having these unforeseen emotions to a complete stranger, but I was not. Am I broken beyond repair? Mine, he growled this one word as his eyes turned to a darker color, and I thought I imagined things. His inhumane growl brought me back to reality, where I was in the same room as other men whom I just met. The word that he uttered registered in my head, and I shifted my body so I was facing him. No, I don't think so. I trailed off and I got lost in his eyes again. He tightened his hold on me, yet it was not painful. It was secure. I was grateful that I was saved, though I did not want to be a caged bird once again. I was not ready to be the helpless girl when I barely got myself free. I felt no threat or danger from any of them, but I knew that something was wrong. No human could ever feel at home in a house they recently entered. Yet I was contradicting myself. What was wrong with my brain? He was stronger than me. Accordingly, I stopped trying to get out of his grasp. He smiled again and I was enchanted. You are mine, he repeated and glared at the men, who were staring at us in admiration. Dare I say, all of you return to your rooms, and do not dare spare another glance at her. What surprised me the most was that they bowed their heads without hesitation and walked away in silence. The man screamed authority, even I got tensed. I was lost and did not know what to say except ask what was on my mind. I am yours. How come? I raised my eyebrows in confusion. It was not normal for relationships to start this way. Is this his way of flirting with me? This thought excited me, and yet I was perplexed at my own turmoil. For all I knew, all men were like Raymond. I did not trust anyone but myself. Sometimes I would even doubt myself as well. I was a train full of wrecked emotions and I needed answers. My tormentor was nowhere in sight, and I was left with this peculiar man alone. What's your name, beautiful? He asked. As cliché as this might sound, butterflies erupted in my stomach at his words. It sounded genuine. Stella, my name came out of my mouth before I could stop myself, and his smile got brighter. I'm Julian Woods, he introduced himself. I nodded, not knowing what else to do. Chapter 4 Julian. The unmated Pac-Men and I watched the last football game of the season, and we were winning. All the loud cheering and curses made my throat dry, so I stood up and walked to the kitchen. I grabbed my water cup and sat on the chair. Everything's so quiet lately. Hopefully it stays that way. We fought a lot of rogues last week. I stretched my arms and stood up, ready to take a shower. However, An angelic voice stopped me in my tracks. The cry for help that got registered in my mind snapped me out of my daze. I rushed to the main door, feeling like my world froze and I was the only one moving. Before I could see who it was, the smell of sweet lavender entered my nostrils. I felt at ease when I understood what it meant, so I made my pack members clear the way, and my eyes landed on her. She was the most captivating woman I have ever seen. She took my breath away as her beauty enchanted my essence of existence. Her black hair made her stunning gray eyes stand out to tell a story filled with mixed emotions. I studied her facial features carefully and realized that she did not see us yet. Our perfect mate. Peter, my wolf, yelled in my head. She was drop-dead gorgeous. We found her. Or she found us. I was too excited. I took in my surroundings and noticed that my men were staring at her, and I was not too fond of that. She was wearing little clothes, and I wanted to hide her in my arms, away from anyone's reach. My protective instinct kicked in. As I was about to hold her, an irritating voice stopped me. "You fucking bitch." He screamed as he held a rock. He tried to hit her with it, but I blocked him as I saw red. I was shivering with rage. She was my mate and I had to protect her. He had no right to try and harm her. Or anyone else for that matter. I glared at him. "What do you think you're doing?" I questioned, feeling Peter's anger rise as he was about to lose control. The damned man looked at me, then at my mate, and she scowled like she wanted to kill him. "He's not good." "Bad news," Peter commented, and I almost rolled my eyes. My alpha wolf's vocabulary gets thrown out of the window whenever he is angry. "She's my sister, I want her home," the man replied, and I could not help but feel very protective of her. She was mine, my mate. I was her mate. Hers alone. No one will take her away from me as long as I am alive. She let out a humorless laugh and clenched her fists. "Sister. I think we have established that already." "Home? What home? You never viewed me as your sister. You were about to sell me, for God's sake. I will never consider that building as my home. Leave me alone," she yelled at the top of her lungs, and I was appalled at her allegations. He was a notorious sick bastard, and I had no problem killing him. "You heard her. Get out of my house," I demanded and pushed him out. He lost his mind when he tried to punch me in my own house, but I stopped him before touching me and shoved him to the ground. I took that as my golden chance and smacked his irritating face hard. My instincts told me he deserved the beating, and I enjoyed knocking the crap out of him. "Yes, smash his ugly face," Peter cheered. "Well, that's awkward." Through my rage, I glanced at my precious mate and got angrier. My pack males staring at her body made me stop hitting her brother and concentrate on her. "Turn around right this instant, you horny motherfuckers. She's my mate," I yelled through the mind link with total possessiveness. They were stunned at my statement, nevertheless turned to face the wall. When I got back to my senses, I realized that the bastard had escaped. "Cody, take someone with you and chase after that prick," I ordered through the mind link. It was more convenient than a text message. "Yes, Alpha," he replied and ran after him with other men. I walked towards my mate and warped my arms around her waist. Her being in my arms felt so natural and real and right. "Our beautiful mate is finally here," Peter sighed with delight, and I nodded, agreeing with him. She raised her head and looked at me with her beautiful grays. "Mine," I growled, warning the unmated men. The mated ones were not here since they had their own homes near my house. I loved hanging out at the pack's house because we did not have mates, but now I was more than thrilled to move entirely to my own home with my long-awaited mate. "No, I don't think so." She tried to wiggle her way from my grip. Still, I could not help but tighten my grip on her. "She will not go anywhere. I will protect, love, and cherish her." I smiled. "You are mine," I repeated and looked at the men. "All of you return to your rooms and do not dare spare another glance at her," I commanded, and they bowed their heads in respect and then walked away. "I am yours." "How come?" she asked, looking bewildered and confused. She was clearly a human, but I did not care. I needed her in my life. I wanted her by my side. I gazed into her eyes, and I could still see the fear in them. Whatever her brother did to her, he will pay for it. "What's your name, beautiful?" I asked with a smile. Was it creepy to call her beautiful? I asked Peter. "You called her mine." "That's creepy enough," he remarked, and he had a point. "Stella. Beautiful." I'm Julian Woods. I knew from the moment I saw her that she would be my everything. Chapter 5. Stella. I was sitting on a king-sized bed in a large bedroom, 10 times bigger than my old room. Julian told me to wait for him, then got out of the room and had not returned since. Will he hurt me like Raymond? I cannot trust men. Not all men were the same, but what if? He did save me from my abuser, but I could not help but feel trapped, which contradicts my feelings when I was in Julian's arms. I was in a house that was full of men. They could be like Raymond for all I know. He was nice initially but turned out to be the cruel mad wolf who was so abusive and vicious and preyed on the weak. I believe they were waiting for the perfect moment to beat me up. They wanted to gain my trust first. I can't let my guard down. I won't let my guard down. I was cut off from my thoughts by Julian's knocking on his door. He did not have to do that. It was his house, but that was precisely what I meant. He wanted my trust to take advantage of me later.
Stella, can uno come in?
He asked in a soft and polite tone. Yet, with all of my conflicting emotions and alarms, I felt that I belonged here, which was super weird. Yeah, I replied. Now that I think about it, why did Julian refer to me as his? Is flirting this weird? He entered while holding a tray filled with all kinds of food. The smell was delicious. It was mouth-watering, and I felt that my stomach was demanding to have something in it. It had been a couple of days since I last ate anything. My breath stinks. Did he smell it? Here you go. He handed me the tray, and I stared at him. Why would he give me food? I am not worthy of it. Why? I found myself asking, confused at his action. Why what? He replied with a questioning expression, and I gestured to the food. Because you need it and you're so skinny. You need to eat to be healthier, Stella. He explained with a sincere smile that I was not used to seeing on anyone except Sky. I could not refuse his offer since my stomach decided that it was the perfect time to grumble. I nodded, feeling embarrassed at myself yet helpless. Thank you. You're more than welcome. By the way, I searched for clothes you can wear but found none of your sizes. You're too small and there are no female clothes here. Do you mind if you wear my shirt? It's big and will cover you up, he asked, looking at the floor with a bit of blush on his cheeks. He was sweet and gentle. I don't mind. Thank you, Julian, I said, and he rewarded me with his $1 million smile, which made his dimple more noticeable and more adorable. Do not trust yet, Stella. Great, now eat while I prepare the shower you needed to relax. I shook my head lightly. Oh no, you don't have to do that. I'll just eat this then take my leave. As soon as I uttered those words, he was so quick I did not see how he became so close to me in split seconds. I looked into his captivating honey eyes and recognized the hurt and sadness one feels when one loses something or someone, and it troubled me that I was the cause of it. You don't have to leave. You could stay here for as long as you want. You can even stay here forever. Not to sound creepy or anything, he remarked and raised his hand. For a second I thought he would hit me, so I flinched and closed my eyes, waiting for the blow to land on my face. However, it never came. Stella, can you open your eyes? He asked calmly. I opened them slowly and saw his frown, and it killed me to see him in this state. Why? I had never met him before, yet why do I feel so attached? He arched his eyebrows at me. You thought I was going to hit you. I nodded, feeling a bit scared of his reaction. Yet, there was no point in hiding it. He already met Raymond. He put his hands on both of my shoulders and sighed. Stella, I wouldn't and won't ever hit you. Don't even consider it. I will never lay a hand on you in a bad way. I'd rather die than do that, he replied genuinely. But I need to know why you flinched. Was your brother the cause of your paranoias? He asked, and I felt like an arrow made its way through my fragile, tired, and dull heart. I remained silent, not knowing what to say. I had never shared my terrors with anyone before. Stella. Julian held my hands and squeezed them gently. You could tell me. I'll listen and won't judge. I looked at him, hesitant and frightened. But he will come after me. I stuttered with fear, remembering all the physical, verbal, and emotional abuse I had endured all these years. No, he won't. I won't let him lay a hand on you or come near you. Tell me everything after you take your shower, okay? He whispered and I nodded. What was wrong with me? It was like I couldn't resist him. I hopped into the bathtub after half an hour of debating with myself whether I should listen to him or run for it. I listened to my heart for the first time in a while and I was pleased. I missed this feeling, the warmth and the relaxed body sensation. I had not taken this long shower all these years. The maximum time I was allowed was 3 minutes, and I was not exaggerating. Raymond used to stand by the bathroom door and wait 3 whole minutes. After time passed, he would turn off the lights and makes me change in the dark, old, cold, and scary bathroom. I was brought back to reality by a knock on the door. "Stella, are you okay in there?" Julian's worried voice echoed in my ears. I immediately stood up, grabbed the towel, and warped it around my tiny and bruised body. "Yes, how long have I been in here?" I asked, looking for the clothes that I was supposed to wear. "An hour and your clothes are on the bed." "I'll leave you alone to change," Julian replied, and I smiled. "He is a gentleman." "Thank you," I said as I slowly opened the bathroom door and made sure that no one was in the room. I took a quick scan and saw the clothes on the bed. I grabbed the new boxers and pulled them to my hips. They were a little loose, so I tied them. I grabbed the shirt and was about to put it on me when the door opened. I froze, facing the other way. "Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Stella. I thought you finished and I was looking for my phone." Sorry." Julian apologized and I sighed. "That's okay, but can you, get out until I put the shirt on, please?" I asked in the politest way possible. I did not want to sound arrogant in his house. "Sir, wait. What are those, Stella?" As he asked, I felt his hand on my bare back and I screeched. I did not dare turn so my front would not be exposed to his eyes. I was basically naked from the waist up. "What?" I panicked while shifting in my place. "The scars," he stated in a firm tone, and I sighed in agony. There really was no point in hiding it from him. "I'll tell you, but please let me wear something first," I pleaded. And he was out of the room without any other word. I put on the shirt, which reached my mid-thighs, so the boxers were not even visible. I soothed my hair a bit so it would not look like a nest. When I was finished and looked presentable, I opened the door to call for Julian and tell him that it was safe to enter. But I found him right before me, waiting impatiently. "Can we talk now?" he asked, and I gave him a slight nod and let him into his room. We sat on his bed across from each other. Chapter 6, Stella. "It all began 8 years ago," I stated and looked at Julian. I felt liberated from saying those words. Raymond is not here to beat the crap out of me if I talk with anyone. Besides, Julian seems kind so far. Even if I tell him about my rough past, he can't do anything except listen. Why would he even do anything for me? I was just an abused 18 years old. Nothing was special about me. It is hard to believe now, but we were a happy family. Everything was literally perfect until one night that changed Raymond's and my life. My parents were on vacation in Brazil. They were sending us pictures and videos saying that they missed us and they looked happy. I stopped talking for a second, fighting back the tears, then continued. We couldn't go with them because I had acrophobia. I was afraid of heights, and Raymond had work and assignments to submit. When their trip was over, they got on the plane. However, as we have been told, the plane got hijacked by terrorists who wanted ransom and to free one of their friends from federal prison. After several hours of negotiations with the government, they got mad and started shooting all over the plane. Since the windows were not bulletproof, one bullet cracked open a window, which caused a lot of damage due to air pressure. The pilot lost control of the plane and it went down. It crashed in Fernando de Noronha. Hours passed and the Coast Guards found the plane. They discovered that only 17 passengers out of the 200 survived. My parents did not. I did not have the power to cry because I was too drained. I looked at Julian and saw hurt, pity, sadness, and anger in his eyes. He opened his mouth to speak but decided against it. "Talk to me, Julian," I muttered, and he sighed while rubbing the back of his neck. "I'm very sorry. I know that saying sorry won't get your parents back, but still, you are strong and alive, and you have to be grateful for that." I nodded. "I have a question though. How did you know what happened in detail? Did you ask the surviving passengers?" he asked. "Yes, we did. Also, we found a video tap in my parents' luggage, hidden in a box. Everything was filmed and recorded from the takeoff until the crash. It was horrible seeing everything with your own eyes. The police took the tape after we watched it for evidence." I replied while gazing at my palms. "That must have been hard watching it." "Watching them die before your eyes," Julian stated. I nodded, remembering the good old days that I had with them. "What happened to you and Raymond?" I fixed my gaze to look at him properly. It was out of my comfort zone to speak about this, but he gave me the courage to keep talking. We were very depressed about their death but knew that it was not good to continue grieving over them forever. We had to move on, and we did. Raymond became my legal guardian after filling out lots of papers and having visits from a social worker. He treated me nicely and did his job as a caring, loving brother, yet out of nowhere, he came home drunk one day, and like in all Klitsch movies, that didn't end well. When Raymond saw me that night, he hit me. He slapped me hard on the face for no reason. I was too young to comprehend what was happening back then, so I thought that it was just because he was drunk and it was a one-time mistake. I stopped speaking to take a deep breath, then saw that Julian was pissed at what he was hearing. He asked for it. I was so wrong believing that it won't occur again. The beating didn't stop until this very day. When I asked him why, he told me that I made his life a living hell, and that it was all my fault. I didn't know what he was talking about and didn't dare ask. Today, he told me that he sold my body to some of his friends, and I had to satisfy them. That's why I broke into your house out of fear of being caught. Sorry about that. I smiled at him. He looked enraged but then softened a little when he saw my smile. No, I'm glad you did that because I got to meet you. Don't worry about it. And you will stay here for sure since I gathered that you have nowhere else to go. We have plenty of rooms, and you are welcomed by everyone. Don't even try to argue with me because you have no other place besides here. He replied with a victorious grin, and I could not help but beam at his kindness. I made a new friend. A friend who knew about my suffering and did not judge me. Thank you, I whispered again, feeling the sleep pushing its way to my eyes, which were begging me to close them. I took one last glance at Julian, then darkness dominated my whole vision. As I watched the TV on my comfortable couch in the warm living room, I heard the main door close. I got up and saw my brother. Raymond, listen to what happened to me today. So, me and my friend were playing with the ball, then some mean boy came to us and took it from us. We tried to take it back, but he hit my friend, so I got angry and punched him in the face and, as I was ranting non-stop, I felt a sting on my cheek. I looked up and saw Raymond holding a bottle of alcohol, looking like a madman. He slapped me. I placed my palm on my cheek and felt the pain. Our Raymond. I was dumbfounded by his sudden action. You selfish bitch, it's all because of you. And it's always you. I hate you, you stinky little brat, he yelled with hiccups. What did I do? I asked, stuttering from the terror and fright. He didn't answer me. Instead, he swung his big fist at my small face. It was a painful blow. I felt fear score every inch of my small body. I didn't know what was happening. I ran to my room crying my heart out. Mommy, Daddy, I need you with me. Raymond is acting funny. Why? I whispered, fearing that he would hear me while looking at the sky from my window. As I closed my eyes and opened them again, I found myself in Julian's arms. What? Since when? Chapter 7 Julian. I saw Stella asleep on my king-sized bed, and I just stayed up admiring her captivating beauty. I knew that she might not have had the best childhood, but I was willing to make her realize that I was here with her to shed light on her future. I was aware of my flaws, such as my hot temper for rogues, so I did not want to scare her off, and I wanted her to trust me. I'll have to introduce her to my parents and the whole pack. But what should I do to win her heart without coming out as a creep? Well, you could tell her about the werewolf thing and maybe, just maybe, that you are her mate. Just a little thought. Peter commented sarcastically, and I rolled my eyes at him. I know, but she's human. I should come up with an excellent speech to tell her the truth. You know that can be disturbing for an innocent human, and she might not believe me. I replied with a sigh. Peter was too ambitious. If she doesn't believe you, you could just turn in front of her, he suggested. Yeah, you are right. Then her soul would leave her body. I replied with a smile that clearly showed my irritation. My wolf was an idiot. Stella is beautiful and soft. What did we do to have her as our mate? She's so tiny, which makes me go overprotective of her, and we just met her, Peter said affectionately, and that was a first since he was the wolf that did not show his emotions no matter what. He was indeed an idiot, yet loving and protective. I chuckled. Well, Peter, that's the mate bond for you. It's so strong even you can't avoid it, I said, and he slept with a smile. I fixed my position on the bed so that Stella was in my arms. I felt calm and at peace for the first time in a long time. Being the only son of the Alpha can be stressful and challenging. All the things that I had to deal with to ensure our pack's safety drove me nuts. I shook off my thoughts about the pack for a moment and looked at her face. She was an angel whom I searched for in the most common places for werewolves to live in. I had the help of my beta and best friend Cody. I was devastated when I could not find her. Yet I did not lose hope. I just saved myself for her. The fact that I was soon to be an alpha did not help me because I was without the Luna. Some elders who had nothing better to do than shove their noses in people's business wanted me to marry a random female member and make her the Luna, and I refused with a selected word choice that was not so nice. I only focused on finding my mate, yet plenty of female werewolves used to throw themselves at me without caring for my future mate or my feelings. I avoided them and did not spare them a second glance because I believed it was not right to sleep around while there was a mate for you. The elders were bothersome. They kept on telling me that I needed a Luna to be a supreme alpha. A Luna with a gentle heart made of gold and pure innocence would be great for the alpha to rule. I am glad I waited. Stella will be the perfect Luna for the Greymod pack, and a remarkable mate for me. I was delighted that I did not make the mistake other males did before finding their mates. When they eventually found their mate, their encounter did not end well for most of them. Some were rejected and others were forgiven, but not so quickly. They were forgiven after months of begging and groveling. As I was lost in my thoughts, I felt Stella move, yet she was not awake. Her facial expressions indicated that she was having a nightmare. I got closer to her side and whispered, "Don't worry. It's just a dream, Stella. You are safe with me now. Do not fear anything, Angel." I told her, and she instantly calmed down. I kissed her head and closed my eyes. Julian, wake up." I rubbed my eyes and opened them to see my beautiful mate looking at me with confusion reflecting in her mesmerizing gray eyes. "Yeah," I replied without bothering to move since I was feeling comfortable with her in my arms. "Why are your arms around me?" she asked. Apparently, she was not as comfortable. Bummer. Peter's comment almost made me laugh. "Almost. You were having a nightmare," I replied. I didn't lie. Stella had a nightmare, but it wasn't the only reason I held her. "Oh, can you let go of me now?" she asked in her sweet voice that sounded like a lullaby to my ears. "Why?" She blushed. "Because I need to go to the bathroom," she stuttered, and I beamed. "You had to embarrass her?" Peter asked, and I ignored him. "Sure, but come back to sleep." I looked at my phone to see the time. 3 a.m. "You need sleep," I said, and my mate nodded. She got out of my bed and headed to the bathroom. I lay on my stomach and buried my face in my comfy pillow. After 5 minutes of silent waiting, she let out a loud scream that made me hop from my bed. "Stella, what's wrong?" I banged on the door, yet it was locked, and Peter growled really loud. Save mate. Chapter 8. Stella. I entered the bathroom to relieve myself, and once I was done, I looked into the mirror to see my hair but gasped at what I saw. I felt suffocated and trapped in my own body. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I was just hallucinating. Yet again I saw him. The horror crept down my spine and I shivered, feeling really sick. There was a tall, buffy man looking at me from the bathroom window. "Aren't we on the 3rd floor?" My eyes widened when he tried opening the window, so I had to do the only thing I could ever do. I screamed at the top of my lungs, seeking help from Julian. After a second or two of staring at the stranger while weighing the possibility of dying, I heard banging on the door. "Stella, what's wrong?" Julian's voice boomed into my ears. The banging was so loud and strong, he almost knocked on the door from its place. I gazed at the man and saw him smirking at me as I tried to open the door. I was terrified. I stared at him. I did not lose eye contact at all. "Who is he?" My hand missed the key due to a lack of concentration. "Open the damn door, please," Julian yelled, knocking me out of my thoughts. As I finally opened the door with a shocked face, the man disappeared from my sight. When Julian was in, he looked for any source of danger, yet he found none. He turned and pulled me into a tight embrace that was filled with warmth and coziness. "Stella, what's wrong? Why did you scream like that? Are you hurt?" I never had a man to care for me like that, except for my dead father. I looked into his hazel eyes, which were filled with worry and anger. I saw him and I stuttered. Then I warped my arms around his waist, feeling the warmth and safety. This pull was even stronger than my thoughts about how I just met the guy. It was so strong that I could not resist it at all. It was like a magnet pulling me towards him. He arched his eyebrows with a hint of ire. What man? I know he's not mad at me. He's mad at the man. Right. A tall man. He was standing right outside that window, and he tried to open it. I pointed at the window, then I remembered his smirk. I shivered with fear and fright. Julian stroked my hair with his large hand and I let him. What did he look like? Could you tell? He asked in a soft tone that made me relax. How is it possible to feel safe with a stranger? I nodded. My head was on his broad chest. He had short blonde hair, black eyes or dark brown, and a big buffy body, I replied. And a long scar on his neck. The moonlight reflected the man's image. That was why I was able to describe him like that. Julian looked like he was thinking or arguing with someone, and the debate was heated. That can't be possible. Julian, I said, grabbing back his full attention to me. He put his hands on my shoulders. Huh. Oh, sorry, but I think I might know him, he said, and my eyes widened. Really? Who? If I showed you a picture of him, would you be able to recognize him? He asked, and I nodded fast, if I must add. I'll help him. Julian led me out of the bathroom. All right, you sit on my bed and I'll get the picture. Stella, look at these pictures carefully. I couldn't find just one picture of him, but I found these two, and he is in each one of them, he explained. Then I grabbed the pictures from him. As my eyes landed on the first picture, I saw him standing next to Julian and some other guys I saw when I broke into his house. I looked at the second picture and saw the very same man standing next to a middle-aged woman, but he was younger. This is the guy, I pointed out at him. Julian looked at him and then growled really loud. Okay, that's not human. That son of a. I should have known, he commented. Do you know him? I asked. He looked at me and then nodded. His eyes were now dark brown, almost black. Weren't they, honey, just a moment ago? Yes. He's my cousin. Your cousin. So you're not on good terms with him? I asked again. No, he's bad. What do you mean by that? I asked, then sat back on the bed in front of him. Well, he's sly and wants to take over the Alpha family business, he replied, averting eye contact. He is hiding something. But who am I to judge? I don't know him. Heck, I'm not sure if he was my friend yet. Okay. Don't worry about him. I'll take care of it tomorrow morning. I'll talk with my parents. So if you woke up and don't find me, I'll be with Dad, he said, and I shook my head. I don't want to stay here alone. I didn't see any female figure here at all. All I saw was more than 20 men, and I don't feel comfortable with them. You know why? I refused, clenching the bedsheets. What if they decide to attack me? He put his hand on my knee, squeezing it. Oh, don't worry, I wasn't planning on leaving you here alone with them. It's not that I don't trust them, I do, but I'll send my mom to stay with you. Don't worry, he replied softly, making me feel at ease. I nodded my head. Then I felt my eyes close on their own. Sleep, Stella, I'll be here, Julian reassured me. Then I put my head on the pillow, and sleep took over again. Chapter 9. Julian. As much as I loved to stay with my beautiful mate, I had to deal with my fucking useless cousin Joey. He was 24 years old, and he was the original beta of my pack. He started acting like a total douchebag when his needs and interests took over, and eventually stopped caring for his own pack. Then he met his selfish evil mate, and things started deteriorating with us. She was his final whisper to turn against us and aim for the Alpha's title. I of course did not let that happen. With time, a war was waged against us. A war against his mate's rotten pack, the Silver Pack, and my powerful pack, the Greymod Pack. We won the war after I gave him the big scar that Stella saw on his neck. All that happened last year, and now he was back for revenge. If he knew Stella was my mate, then I had to take him down. And I was pretty sure he already knew, as he probably had someone watching my pack. I would do whatever I could to protect her innocent soul and tiny body. I did not realize that I was so engrossed with my own thoughts until I saw my parents' house. I pulled over, got out of the Jeep, and headed to the front door. It was 5:30 in the morning, but I was sure my parents were awake because they love to run at 4 for an hour every day, so they should be here by now. I knocked on the door and waited until my mom opened it and greeted me with her soft, heartwarming smile. Good morning, Jojo. What brings you here this early in the morning? My mom asked, confused. I frowned at her nickname. She always calls me Jojo whenever she's happy, which was most of the time, but now was not the time to complain about it. My mate is way more important than my dislike for a nickname. Good morning, Mom. Is Dad here? I asked after I gave her a tight bear hug. I love my mom. How can I not when she's the one who brought me to this world and gave me the chance to meet my mate? Yes, dear, he's eating his breakfast, she replied, and we entered. I walked through the house until I reached the kitchen. The smell of my mom's famous waffles filled my nostrils. I got hungry all of a sudden. I saw my dad sitting on his usual seat, eating those mouth-watering waffles. Good morning, Dad, I greeted. He looked up and smiled at me. Good morning, Julian, want some? He offered, and I could not say no to this heavenly flavor. No one could. You don't have to tell me twice. I sat beside him and started chewing. Mom sat across from us. So, what brings you here this early in the morning? Is it to eat those waffles? He asked humorously, and I laughed. I shook my head. No, I came here for a serious matter. I'll tell you when we finish eating. Mom, Dad, I found my mate yesterday, or she found me. I dropped the news and waited for their reaction. Mom had the brightest smile ever and Dad was content. He had a smile on his sweating face. I guess he hasn't gotten the chance to take a shower since I came unannounced. She stood up. That's great, Jojo. What's her name? Describe her for me. Mom got excited. Too excited. Calm down, woman. Peter commented. I smiled, remembering her every feature and detail. Well, her name is Stella, and for as much as I know, she's human. She has dark black wavy beautiful hair, and gray eyes that can pull you into her own world, and you can get lost there for hours. Her skin is flawless and it's so smooth. She is small, which is perfect for me. I feel like she needs my protection, and her voice is so sweet whenever she speaks. Her voice is an angelic melody, I explained, sighing with satisfaction and happiness. My parents looked genuinely happy and interested in her. Well, son, she sounds kind, and I wish you all the best with telling her that you are a werewolf. Dad patted my shoulder. He can be very mean without him noticing. Yes, finally. I can now rest in peace, knowing that my dear and only son has found his mate. I want to meet her, Mom exclaimed, and I nodded without a second thought. Well, that's what I was hoping for you to ask, because I need you to stay with her for the day. I need to talk to Dad about Joey. As I said his name, they turned from happy to serious and angry. Mom nodded, and Dad nudged me to follow him to his office. Don't worry, Julian, I'll stay with her. Can we go shopping? Mom asked, and I nodded. Yes, actually. She needs new clothes because I didn't basically meet her like a normal person in normal circumstances, I said, averting any eye contact. What should I say? My mate was abused. Yes. Peter thought it was easy to just blurt out these facts. You shut up, I replied, then blocked him without giving him the chance to protest. What do you mean? Dad asked, and I decided to tell them everything really quickly. It felt wrong to tell her story, but they had to understand her mentality. My dad got furious, and my mom looked like she wanted to break something, maybe Stella's brother's bones and spine. That creepy, abusive jerk. He will not lay a hand on her. If I ever see him, oh, he's so gonna get it. Bye for now, Mom reassured me, then headed to her car and took off at full speed. She was a car racer. She's still a car racer. She just races when she feels bored. In addition to that, she's a strong warrior. This means she can fight 5 strong men at the same time. I can count on her for my mate's safety. Now, Julian, shall we get your beta, Cody, and the Pax warriors? He asked, and I nodded in a firm manner. Want to know the follow-up development? Subscribe to us and look forward to it together. Why did Stella meet Robin in the restaurant? What would he do to Stella? Could Julian arrive in time to protect her? Do you want to know what will happen to Stella? Subscribe to us and find out together. Chapter 10, Stella. I woke up at 7:30 and found no sign of Julian in the room. So I wore his black sweatpants but tied them on the side and a brown shirt. His clothes were extra large on me. I like large clothes, I feel more comfortable in them. And the fact that I don't have any clothes didn't give me much of a choice, I can't complain. I headed out of the room after I did my very minimal morning routine, which included brushing my teeth with an unused toothbrush, and combing my hair with my fingers since he did not have a hairbrush. I walked through the enormous house for a good amount of time until I reached the best place ever, the kitchen. I wanted to drink some water, but the smell of a homemade breakfast melted my heart away, and my tummy screamed for the tasty food. I entered the big kitchen, and then I saw a pretty young woman who looked exactly like Julian. Except for the fact that she had light freckles on her nose and dark blue eyes. She's either his sister or mother. Gee, good morning, I greeted after a long time of admiring her soft, captivating beauty. She looked at me with a big smile that made me relax, and thank God that she was a woman. Oh, good morning, dear, you must be Stella, am I right? She pulled her hand for me to shake, and I gladly did. I smiled. That's me, I felt shy all of a sudden. She gazed at me for a minute or two, then she led me to the kitchen counter. She handed me a plate that was full of delicious food. Eat, dear, we have a long day ahead of us. Nancy, Julian's mom, while I was enjoying myself, making breakfast for my son's mate. Good morning, I heard a sweet, timid voice from behind me. I looked at the source and saw a very beautiful young girl staring at me. She had beautiful, dazzling gray eyes, pitch black hair, flawless skin, and a tiny, skinny body. Julian was absolutely right. She was stunning with every small feature of hers. I could not believe she went through abuse. Why hurt such a delicate being? My son better keep her safe and happy, or I'll rip him apart. Oh, good morning, dear, you must be Stella, am I right? I asked her as I pulled my hand for her to shake, and she did. She flattered me with a sweet smile. That's me, she replied, lowering her head and averting the eye contact. She was so adorable. Yep, she's good for him. Eat, dear, we have a long day ahead of us. I smiled. I'm Nancy Woods, Julian's mama. I sat across from her. She grabbed a fork and started munching on the waffles and omelets. Hello, Mrs. Woods, it's a pleasure to meet you. She replied politely. Please call me Nancy, I am not that old, I said with a smile. Okay, Nancy. So Stella, tell me about yourself, I pointed out after she put the food in her mouth and let out a joyful moan. I guess she liked it. I'm 18, my parents are dead. And I lived with my brother until yesterday, she answered, slightly uncomfortable at the mention of her psycho brother. And I nodded. You lived? I asked. I knew about her past since Julian told us, but I need her to tell me, to open up to me more. I needed her to like and trust me. She looked at me like she was debating whether to tell me or not. As I wanted to change the topic, she looked at me with such determination and anger. I ran away. I did that last night. That's why I'm here, intruding on you and your son. Sorry. She bowed her head, apologizing. I felt sorry for her and furious at her brother. Do you want to tell me why, or? I trailed off to see her reaction. She nodded weakly. He abused me for more than 8 years. I lost track of the time. He wanted to sell my body to some of his friends yesterday, but I didn't allow it. Due to that, I ran away from them and ended up here under Julian's protection, which I'm very grateful for, she explained, and I smiled at my son's behavior and at the fact that she actually told me her story. I raised you well, Jojo. I hugged her, reassuring her that she was safe now. Honey, I'm so sorry for that. I bet you don't have clothes with you, am I right? I asked her, hoping for a yes. Well, I didn't get the chance to pack anything with me. In fact, I came here almost naked. And it was super awkward since there were a lot of men in this house, she said. And I nodded, grabbing her arms gently and dragging her to the main door. Okay, we will get you something to wear. No, you don't have to, I'm not staying here anyway. I chuckled. She thinks that Jojo will let her go away that easily. You can try, but it will never work. Yes, we do. And you are staying here since you are family now. I'm not taking a no for an answer.
Come on, Stella.
I opened the door and held the car keys. Do you mind if we get my niece to ride with us? She's your age and she loves shopping. I asked her as we sat in my black Mustang. No, not at all. We are here, let's wait for her, I said after I pulled over to my niece's mate's house. She was Cody's mate. She was so sweet and energetic. Okay, Stella nodded. I guess she was not completely comfortable around us, which was understandable, but I hoped that she would warm up sooner than later. After silently waiting in the car, my niece decided to show up. I smiled as I saw her getting out of the house. No way. Stella's whisper brought my attention back to her. What's wrong? I asked, concerned. She did not reply, and she just kept staring at her. When she opened the car door and saw Stella, they both froze on the spot. Stella. Sky. Stella stated, shocked if I must add. What's going on? Chapter 11, Stella Sky. I was utterly shocked to see my best friend in the same car as me. I stared at her, then I found myself asking this idiotic question. You're Julian's cousin. How can that slip my mind? She has the same last name as Julian. Skywoods. Why yes, Stella, what are you doing here? You know Julian. Aunt Nancy, is she? I waited for a few minutes because she looked at Nancy and Nancy nodded with a smile. Am I missing something? They looked like they were having a telepathic conversation or something. Well, it's a long story, I explained in short, and she just eyed me for a while. It felt weird to see my best friend with the new people. They were obviously her family and I felt like an outsider again. Sky finally laid her back in the car seat and crossed her arms. We have some talking to do tonight, she remarked, and I sighed, knowing I could not hide my bitter reality from her forever. The secret was out, and I hope she does not get mad at me for not telling her. It was for her own safety. I did not know what Raymond would do to her if she knew. Nancy ignited the engine and took off. We sat there in silence until she broke it. So are you two friends? Nancy asked, then looked at me from the corner of her eyes. Best friends. Sky and I said in unison, then we smiled. Nothing has changed between us and I'd like to keep it that way. How nice, what a small world we live in, isn't that right, Sky? Nancy directed her question to her, suggesting something else in her tone. I did not ask because I did not want to pry. Yeah. Sky whispered and we fell into an awkward silence. Again. All right, girls, our mission is to buy Stella a new closet. Clothes, shoes, makeup. Nancy started listing to us, but I interrupted her, feeling triggered by what she said. I shook my head. No makeup, never. Please. I desperately requested, and they looked at me in confusion. Why not? Sky asked, linking her arms with mine. Because I don't like how I look with makeup on. I hate makeup because Raymond forced me once to put it on when his buddies beat the crap out of me, so it got stuck in my head as a trigger for their brutal abuse. They broke 2 ribs and bruised my stomach and back so badly that I had to crawl to bed. I am sure you would look more beautiful, but that's your call. Now let's begin. Nancy linked my other arm with hers, and we entered the mall only to be flashed by the smell of all kinds of perfumes and new clothes. It smelled fresh. New. Like everything I never had after the age of 10. We don't have to buy a lot, I just need one outfit, you know, besides the one that I'm wearing right now, which belongs to Julian. I pointed out, then looked at myself in the mirror. We were in a cute store. It was my first time entering this shop. I never got the chance to shop with others, I just shopped once every 3 years with Raymond's clutch on my body. He would tell me to wait outside a store, and then would pick an oversized sweater or shirt, so that I looked presentable in school. He did not want me to draw unwanted attention to the situation at him. He was being nice. But I had to stay quiet every time I go out with him and not complain because then, I would not ever get anything to wear. He was being nice since he could not hit me in public. Nonsense, you literally have nothing with you. Nancy protested and looked at my reflection in the mirror. I don't deserve this attention from a stranger. Okay. Now I'm super curious, I want you to tell me everything in detail. Sky crossed her arms with a pout. I'll tell you everything, but not now. Promise. I ended up with 10 hoodies, 10 pairs of jeans and leggings, 10 shirts, 5 pairs of shoes, plus 3 unnecessary casual dresses and 1 elegant dress. And undergarments. I was overwhelmed by the bags we had to carry, and guilty when I looked at the price tags. I could never repay them. Not in the near future at least. I had nothing. They were so generous and stubborn, and I eventually let them do whatever they wanted. They seemed genuinely happy to buy me stuff and I felt like I belonged. Okay, who's ready to eat? Sky asked and we nodded. I looked at the clock, it was 3 in the afternoon. They also bought me a new phone. I felt so bad accepting it, but they insisted, saying, and I quote, "How can we contact you without a phone?" I would like to have a burger and an orange juice, please, Sky ordered, and the waiter wrote everything down on his small board. Then he looked at me with a bright smile. And you, ma'am? He asked politely. I'll get the same without the orange juice, please. A cup of water will do, I replied. Then he looked at Nancy after writing down my order. I'll get chicken wings plus Caesar salad and grape juice, Nancy ordered. Coming right up, he said. Then took off to another customer who was waiting eagerly. Are you staying in the the family house? Sky asked me while putting her elbows on the table. Then she rested her chin on her palms. She looked like Cinderella when she was staring at the sky from her room's only window. Beautiful. I don't know, I replied, looking at my lap and playing with my fingers. I have nowhere to go. Of course she will stay there. She is now a part of the family, the Woods family. Nancy pointed out with a genuine big happy smile. I felt defeated and weak yet relieved at the same time. I just nodded without saying any other word. After a while of chatting about random topics, our orders came with the same nice waiter. Ladies, I hope you have a wonderful meal and bon appetit, he said, then walked away, leaving us admiring the delicious tasty food. Shall we begin? Nancy giggled and I smiled. I nodded, feeling less guilty about the money that they wasted on me, and Sky clapped her hands together. We shall, she replied, and we ate our food in peace. Or so I thought. Not him, I muttered when I saw him entering the restaurant. He can't see me, I whispered real low. But it turned out not low enough because Nancy and Sky heard me. What's wrong? They asked, and I just stared at him with a shocked, panicked expression. He's not supposed to see me, I stuttered, but more to myself than them. Who? Nancy asked. Is it Raymond? She placed her hand on my shoulder. I shook my head with fear. No. As I replied, he turned his head and saw me. He smirked slyly, making me remember one of the worst assaults I had. Why, everything reminds me of the abuse. He approached me fast. Well. Look who's here. Stella. The Stella, he said in his hoarse, creepy, and unpleasant voice. Chapter 12 Stella. I gagged at his touch. He put his hand on my free shoulder and I tensed. I looked at Nancy's eyes pleading for any kind of help she could provide. What are you thinking, Stella? She'll be in danger if she gets involved. Who are you? Nancy asked in an intimidating, calm tone. He looked at her frowning, then he faked a smile like he used to do. Oh, sorry for not introducing myself earlier. I'm Robin, her brother's best friend. Nice to meet you, lovely lady. He tried to grab her hand to kiss her knuckles, but she removed it from his. Disgusting shit. He's acting like a gentleman now. Leave us alone. She glared at him, not fazed by his huge build. Maybe she understood that him being Raymond's best friend was not good for me, or anyone else. He was a malignant, selfish, two-faced jerk. I used to get disgusted whenever Raymond mentioned him. He still disgusts me to the bones. Why should I? She knows me very well, isn't that right, Stella? And Raymond has been searching for you, he was worried sick. He gazed at me with a blank face. Worried sick. That's a new one. He's sick all right. I felt fear rise inside of my tiny bruised body when Robin grabbed my wrist by force, yanking me forward. I do know him too well. He was a monster like my so-called brother. He used to co-abuse me whenever he visited Raymond. One time Raymond was at work when Robin decided to pay me a visit. I was all alone. Alone with him in my room screaming for help, praying for the hits to stop. I kept shouting with the tiny little hope that someone would hear me and give me the helping hand that I sought for a long time back then. Just for a split second I hoped for Raymond to come and help me, but the world was not fair, my life was not fair. Raymond came indeed to my room, saw his best friend abuse and beat the crap out of me, yet he said nothing. He just kept watching him playing his sadistic game. Absolute torture. They were both sadistic psychopaths. Not a chance she's going with you. Now get the hell out of here. Sky's voice interrupted my train of bitter thoughts, and I took a deep breath. I guess she took the hint that I was unreasonably terrified of him. Anyone could notice when my pale and panicked expression. I want to go back, I whispered to Nancy, and she nodded with a firm look on her beautiful face. If you don't want to leave, then we will, Nancy exclaimed, then grabbed my hands, and we headed to the entrance after paying for the food that was barely half eaten. It will go to waste because of Robin. Oh no, she's coming with me. Robin approached me, aiming for my elbow, but Sky blocked him by shoving his body aside. She was strong. Way too strong. When did that happen? Don't touch her ever again. She raised her voice, catching some customers' attention along with the kind waiter. They looked worried. Move, you bitch. As Robin wanted to slap Sky, a man's hand stopped him by grabbing his hand at the last moment. I looked at him, then realized that I saw him in Julian's house. I think his name was Cody, Julian's best friend. He had dirty blonde hair and brown eyes. He was good looking but not as much as Julian. What the hell I'm thinking about at such a time? Don't you dare touch what's mine, Cody yelled at him, then twisted his arm and finally, he fell to the ground groaning in pain. Cody is Sky's boyfriend. She never told me she had one. But then again I never told her I was abused. Cody turned his gaze to Sky, and he looked mad and anxious. Are you okay, love? He hugged her protectively. They looked nice together. They suit each other. Yeah, I'm all right. I could have handled him alone, you know. Sky commented with a grin. Cody raised his eyebrows, then laughed. Sure, whatever helps you sleep at night. In my arms. He winked at her, and she turned red like a tomato. I cooed uncontrollably, and that made the couple look at me. Olu and Stella, are you okay? Cody asked me as he stepped closer to me. I nodded with a smile. I guess I was famous after that break-in. I believe we haven't officially met yet. I'm Cody, Julian's best friend, and Sky's my boyfriend. He held his hand for me to shake. As I was about to do that, I saw Robin from the corner of my eye, holding a chair and aiming it at me. I shielded my head with my fragile arms, embracing for the impact, but nothing came. I just heard glass shattering and chairs breaking. I opened my eyes to be greeted by a large figure standing in front of me, just like before. Julian. I looked at the floor and saw Robin lying unconscious with a bloodied face and broken arms. You'll think twice before hurting my mate. She is mine, he said, and I arched my eyebrows in confusion. Mate, as a friend, and I am his. What was going on? He turned to look at me, checking for any injury. When he saw none, he let out a soft breath. Thank God. He put his head on my shoulder, inhaling my scent, or what I assumed he did. I sighed in contentment. Don't worry, I'm okay, I whispered. He raised his head and looked at me with his dazzling honey eyes. I got scared for a minute when I saw that he was about to hit you with the damn chair, he said, and I put my hand in his. What's this pull? Is it normal to feel like that? For a stranger that I met yesterday. I'm feeling things I can't quite describe, though they are good feelings. What are you doing here? I asked as we exited the restaurant and entered the car that was filled with bags. Cody took Robin, who was still unconscious somewhere, and when I asked, Julian said not to worry about him anymore. I'm here because Mom called me, saying that your brother's friend was here, so here I am, he explained. Rather too fast. How did you make it in time? I asked, feeling more comfortable with him by the moment. It's like I've known him for years. Like we were meant to be. What I'm talking about. I'm probably losing it. I rode with him, and Nancy took Sky home after saying goodbye. He looked at me for a second. Then he turned his gaze to the road. I was near, he reasoned, and I nodded, exhausted from today's events. Can't just one day be normal for me? Is that too much to ask for? As I was thinking of my messed up life, I felt my eyelids become heavy, and it was hard keeping them open. So darkness took over, and I was in nightmare land. My past horrible life with Raymond. Chapter 13. Julian. I was with Dad, dealing with Joey's new appearance when Mom mind linked me. She told me that some guy named Robin would not leave my beautiful mate alone. He was friends with her sick of a bastard brother. I got furious when I replayed these words in my head, making me lose control over my wolf, Peter, and shift. He was running faster than I had ever felt while grabbing my clothes in his fangs. I did not want to walk naked into the mall. I'm gonna kill that bitch. He touches her, he dies. Peter growled. I am giving you my blessing because if you don't kill him, I will. I saw the restaurant and some humans, forcing Peter to shift back. I wore my clothes, but Peter remained in control. That should be good. We entered the restaurant to see a scene that made my blood boil with fury. A prick of a man was about to swing a chair at Stella, and when she saw him, she shielded herself, holding her hands to her head, waiting for the blow. I regained control of my body and dashed to her rescue. Before I could talk with anyone, my fists found their way to his jaw and nose. I heard cracking sounds that made me smile with satisfaction. His ugly face became uglier. No one hurts what's mine and gets away with it. He was shocked at first but then tried to fight back once he realized that I was fighting for her. Time for fun, Peter commented, and I smirked. The man tried to punch me, but he was way too slow and unfocused. I held his hands and lifted him up in the air like he was a sack of potatoes. I grinned, then tossed him to a nearby table that had cups of glass on it. It shattered into small pieces. The man hit his head and nose again on his way down, and that caused blood to be painted all over his broken face. Good. After seeing his lifeless body, I breathed slowly, getting calmer by the moment. A couple of police officers who were part of my pack came and dealt with the scene. I looked at Mom and she smiled, nodding proudly at me. I turned my head to her left to see my precious mate standing still. She looked puzzled by me, but I did not care. I just hugged her tightly but gently. I breathed in her tasty sweet scent that made my wolf howl with pleasure. After we got home, I led Stella to my room to take a warm long shower. Thank you for today. It's only my second day here, and you have already saved me twice. I'm a burden. She looked down with a pout. She's cute and innocent, Peter said, and I nodded. I absolutely agree with you, I replied. Then my hand found its way to lift her chin up gently. I smiled. No, you are not a burden. You are my mate. I love helping you. You are sweet, innocent, and shy. So no need to thank me. You are part of my family now. I told her my feelings while touching her soft cheek. You do realize that you just called her mate, right? Peter pointed out and my eyes widened. Oh shit. As she wanted to comment on what I had just said, I walked her to the bathroom. Now go take a long shower, clear your mind so we can watch movies later all night long with some pizza, I said and saw her eyes sparkle a little bit. Good, she forgot. Hopefully I'll just tell her when the time is right. Really? Wait, but I just ate. She pouted, looking as cute as ever. I noticed that she gets worried about irrelevant things, and I needed to let her understand that whatever she wants, she gets. Doesn't matter, now go. I closed the door behind her after handing her my shirt and sweatpants. Apparently, she forgot to buy pajamas. Okay, she said, and I got out of my bedroom to the living room. As I entered, I saw some of the pack members shouting over the TV screen. Guys. I yelled over the shouting because clapping my hands did not work. They stopped their frenzy and looked at me with respect. Alpha, they replied. I hate to do this to you, but I need you to get out for a day, I said, and they actually whined. Full-grown-ass men whining. We have a good relationship. It was not just the Alpha and his pack members. It was me and my friends. They are all my friends here and I respect them and they respect me. My pack is so big it has more than 700 members, but I literally know each one of them. I love my pack, and I was ready to be their legit Alpha now that I had found my mate. They called me Alpha now out of respect, but we all knew that I needed my mate so it could become official. Guys, please. I need some alone time with my mate, to explain things to her. So, can you leave and come back when I mind link you? I asked. If they do not agree, kick their asses, Peter suggested, and it was not a bad idea. They looked at each other then smiled. Yes, Julian. If they ever call me by my name like that, it meant that they were happy for me and ready to support me. They know how much I have waited for Stella, and they understand that. Thank you guys, I smiled brightly. You have to introduce her to us officially, Alexander, one of my closest friends, remarked, and I nodded. Sure thing, just whenever she's ready. With that, they all left, leaving me alone in the big house with her. We gotta drop some hints that you are a werewolf, Peter commented, and I rolled my eyes. That sassy wolf, why does he think that I want to be alone with her? After some time of setting things up, I heard Stella call my name. I'm in the living room, I said, and waited for her. I heard her small feet making contact with the stairs, and I wanted to embrace her so tightly that she became a part of me. There are other ways she can become a part of you. Peter's smirk made me roll my eyes, but the horny wolf was not wrong. Stella showed up wearing my clothes in the living room, making her look even sexier. Hey, she waved. Then she sat on the beanbag chair. Hi, the pizza will be here in about 10 minutes. I'll start a movie, is that okay with you? I asked, grabbing the remote control. She nodded. What do you want to watch? I asked her, and she shrugged her shoulders. I looked through the movies, then found one that she might like. How about 10 Things I Hate About You? I asked and she nodded. Sounds cool. Chapter 14, Stella. The pizza arrived after about 15 minutes of starting the movie. I did not mind watching this movie because I actually did not know the plot. I have not watched movies ever since the abuse started. I was not allowed to, seeing as it might make me smile, and smiling was not allowed in the house based on Raymond. He was so messed up in the head beyond repair. I used to see and hear a lot of my classmates talking about famous movies, actors, actresses, and when they asked me if I had watched any of them, I would always lie saying, I'm not a fan. So I found my escape through books, old ones that my parents used to own. I was not allowed to buy new books either. I learned to love and cherish them, mainly because they belonged to my parents. I learned to find my peace while drowning in the world of fantasy and love. I do not think I'll ever get the chance to experience true love. I'm dying alone, isn't that right? Mom, Dad, how do you like the movie so far, Stella? Julian asked, bringing me back to reality. Huh. I raised my eyebrows in confusion because I did not hear him. I was not paying any attention. Typical of me. I said, how do you like the movie so far? He asked again with a smile. Oh, it's cool, I replied, not knowing what to say next. He stared at the TV with a slice of pizza in his hand. I wanted to ask why his eye color changed when he hugged me a while back. Julian, I trailed off, grabbing back his attention. Yes, he said, waiting for me to speak. Why did your eye color change? I asked. What do you mean? He asked, acting clueless. I'm not buying that. Your eye color, they changed from honey to dark brown and almost black, I know you know. I crossed my arms. I want to know something about him. Last time I checked, he knows a lot about me. Oh, that. Ha, he rubbed the nape of his neck, averting eye contact. He would not go off easily. It was only fair I know something about him. Yeah. Well, it's complicated. I think it's not the best time to tell you, he reasoned, and I nodded, not buying his bullshit. Okay, that got me more curious now. Okay, what about your growling? Why do you always growl when you're angry? I crossed my legs, making myself look more intimidating. He sat the same way, facing me. And that I can't tell you right now, but I promise that I'll tell you when the time is right because I don't want you to freak out, he explained, and I arched my eyebrows. Why would I freak out? Wait, you are not a vampire, are you? I asked, being dead serious. I read a lot of vampire books in the public library to the point of me believing they exist. No one could judge me because if anyone were in my shoes, they would want to believe in something other than the abuse. Julian looked at me like I grew two heads, but he actually looked offended. No, I'm not a vampire, he replied as he rolled his eyes. This was the first time I see him this comfortable, acting goofy around me. Anyway, let's continue the movie, he added while handing me a slice of pizza. After we finished 2 movies, he insisted that we should watch the last song, saying that I would love it, and I did. It was safe to say that my favorite genre was romance. I felt really tired and wanted to sleep. Julian, I think I'll go and sleep, I announced as I stood up really fast, which was a bad idea because I felt so dizzy, making me lose my balance. I waited for my head to slam into the floor, but I did not fall. Julian had his muscular arms around me in an instant, supporting me with my wobbly legs. Are you okay? He asked, the worry reflecting all over his handsome face. He looked like a painting out of a museum, so perfect in his imperfections. I noticed that his nose was slightly crooked, probably from a fight, and he had a small scar on his jaw. He was captivating. I stood up with much more balance. Yes, I just felt a little dizzy. Don't worry, I reassured him with a smile. As I wanted to walk away, he scooped me in his arms and carried me bridal style to the room that he said I could sleep in. What are you doing? P, put me down, I stuttered, feeling my cheeks get warm by the second. I did not hate that he was able to swoop me so easily, but it had only been 2 days since I met him, and he was acting like we have been living together for years. Curse this mysterious pull. Nope, I'll take you there myself. Who knows, you might fall on your way up the stairs, he cleared firmly, and I felt defeated. Or I wanted to feel defeated. To carry me. I sighed, resting my arms on his chest. I looked up at his face and he was so focused on the way ahead. What? He suddenly asked, looking at me confused. What? I returned the question. Why are you staring? I can feel your gaze on me, he pointed out, and I felt my cheeks warm up. Oh God, this is so embarrassing. I wasn't staring. He muttered, not believing me. I would not believe me either. I was totally staring at him. Anyway, put me down. I can walk. I changed the subject. He looked at me with his beautiful clear honey eyes. No. As we entered the room, he put me on the bed and made his way out of the big room. I don't deserve all this. It's too good, Julian is too nice. Or is that just a mask? It was 3 days later when I sniffed the air in my sleep and smelled smoke. I rose from the bed and looked around me to see nothing, no fire, no smoke, but I saw a red light reflecting through the window on the bedroom wall. I got closer to the window and saw the garden on fire. The fire was already eating up everything there, and it was making its way to the house. I ran outside of the room and started yelling fire. But not just me, Julian was yelling at the top of his lungs, and sometimes his eyes would get foggy. It was not the time to question it. Everyone who was in their rooms got out with panicked expressions. I saw Julian running toward the back door where the fire was. Julian held the fire extinguisher and handed another two to his men. Come on. The fire is getting closer to the house. Someone call the fire department. Julian ordered firmly. I ran behind him wanting to help. Julian, what should I do? He stopped in his tracks and turned to face me. Nothing, you stay at the front door until the firefighters get here. Outside, please, where there is no fire. Don't say no and go. I beg you, he replied, almost yelling because of the noise, and I nodded. No point in arguing. But I wanted to help. I ran in the opposite direction. I saw all the men running to the fire. I don't want them to get hurt. I looked at the time and it was almost 3 in the morning. As I opened the main door, I was greeted by an arrow that stopped near my head and got stuck on the door frame. I gulped and then looked at the arrow in shock. It had a letter attached to it. Chapter 15, Stella. I took the letter from the arrow and tore it open to read words written in blood. People still do that. I started reading it but felt scared and confused at the same time. Julian, I know you hate me, and I can't blame you for that because I detest you in every possible way. You may become the alpha after you've found your mate, who is so beautifully weak, by the way. I will destroy you. Destroy your family. Destroy your pack. The Greymont pack will sink into the darkness of the evil world. My world. P.S. I hope the fire has lightened up your dark night a bit. I was shaking so hard to the point of dropping the letter on the floor, and my vision got blurry. A minute later, I snapped out of my daze and grabbed it once again, and headed back to Julian. I have to warn him. I ran at full speed, and since I was naturally fast and ran track, I got there in no time. I looked around me and saw all the men trying to put down the fire, or at least calm the flames until the firefighters got there. Where the hell are they? I searched for Julian through the big crowd. Then I spotted him standing near the long hoses. Thank God he's tall. I dashed towards him. When he saw me running, he let go of the hoses with a frantic expression and opened his arms. I wasted no time and embraced him. Well, he embraced me. I looked at his hands and face and saw scratches and a small amount of blood and smoke on his forehead. He's hurt. What the hell are you doing here? I told you to run to safety, Stella. He yelled through the loud noise. I felt intimidated by him for a split second but shook the feeling and gazed at him with so much confidence. I know, but there was an arrow on the door frame. I found this letter attached to it. I showed it to him. He started reading it, but with every word that he read he growled more and more. Okay, he's scary at the moment and I'll not piss him off. Did you see anyone suspicious? He asked me as he put the letter in his pocket. I shook my head. No, and even if there was any, it would be hard to see them through the smoke and darkness, I reasoned. He nodded, then started leading me to safety. I stopped and he looked at me confused. Why did you stop? I want to help, I stated. He huffed, then grabbed my arm. No, you are not staying here. Now come with me, he ordered, but I did not move.
Come on, Stella.
Let's go, he demanded in a higher tone. Yet I didn't move. I want to help, I can't just stand there without doing anything. I can't just hide from the fire and let you get hurt, I want to be useful. You have been kind to me, you accepted me with all my flaws. I want to at least repay you, and you know that I can't with money, but I can with this. Let me hell, I did not get to finish my sentence because Julian's lips landed on mine with so much force. What just happened? I blinked, closed my eyes, then got back to reality and looked at Julian. I felt demand, need, and affection, which was absolutely bizarre since we had not known each other for a long time. It had not been a week. I did not dare push him away, my hands and legs were weak. I thank God he was holding my hands or else I would fall. I felt great sparks. I felt the warmth radiating from his massive body. I did not want to move, but I had to because I heard sirens. Julian looked at me with a genuine smile. Guess you don't have to help after all. The firefighters are here now, so relax. The fire will be put down in no time. Let's get you to clean your face, you have a lot of smoke on it, he said, and I felt dumbfounded by him. Is he ignoring the fact that he just kissed me? That was my ever-true first kiss. Once I was forced to kiss Robin and I felt sick for days. Stella. Julian nudged my shoulder gently.
Yeah.
I was too distracted by the kiss that I did not notice Cody, who was standing in front of us with a smirk on his face. What? I asked him with arched eyebrows. Oh my God. Did he see the kiss? You had a moment there, he stated with humor filling his tone. I rolled my eyes but felt my cheeks get warm. Not from the fire. This is so embarrassing. Why did he kiss me? I'm not special, I have nothing. I literally broke into his house and caused a scene. I'm a magnet for trouble and danger. So why kiss me?
Come on, Stella.
Let's go. He held my hand and led me to the house. I looked behind me and saw that the fire almost subsided. Good. No one was badly injured. I fastened my steps to match Julian's. He walked too fast and he was tall. We entered the house to see a big chaos. The house was a mess. Blankets everywhere, pillows on the floor. Looks like we got some cleaning to do, I said, and Julian sighed. Time to clean. Let me ask again. Why did he kiss me? Chapter 16 Julian. When I saw her running towards me through the smoke, I lost it. I had to protect her soul and body, and her being out here made it difficult for me to do so. What is she doing here? Peter asked. Then I saw a piece of paper in her hand. I have no idea, I replied. Then I opened my arms for her, not expecting her to accept my embrace. But to my delight, she dove right in. I felt sparks from her warm and delicate touch. Peter howled, feeling content and satisfied. What the hell are you doing here? I told you to run to safety, Stella. She looked at me, and I saw the determination in her stunning, unique gray eyes. They looked like fire due to the reflection of the actual fire, and they told a million stories. I know, but there was an arrow on the door frame. I found this letter attached to it. She handed it to me and I started reading it. The words got me agitated that I wanted to shift into my wolf form and start running into the woods, but I was wiser than my impulses. Most of the time. That's fucking Joey, Peter commented. Yes, I know. I'll have to talk with his dad and my dad first thing tomorrow morning, I said, then blocked Peter because his growling in my head was becoming unbearable, especially with all the commotion. Did you see anyone suspicious? I asked as I put the letter in my pocket. I need to show it to my uncle. Stella is in danger now because of my family and not hers. I can't risk her safety. She shook her head. No, and even if there was any, it would be hard to see them through the smoke and darkness. I nodded, then started leading her to safety, but she suddenly stopped and looked at me. Why did you stop? I asked her, confused and eager to move again. I want to help, she stated stubbornly. I huffed, annoyed and tired from all this shit in my life. Not her, but the circumstances. I just want to sleep with her in my arms. No, you are not. Now come with me, you can't stay here. She will be a perfect Luna because she can make you restless, Peter commented, and I ignored him. Like seriously now?
Come on, Stella.
Let's go, I demanded in a higher tone to make her feel a little bit intimidated. Yet she did not move an inch. I admired her stance, but it was not the time. I glared at her, wanting to carry her on my shoulders, but she started talking, making me pause my plan. I want to help, I can't just stand there without doing anything, I can't just hide from the fire, I want to be useful. You have been kind to me, you accepted me with all my flaws. I want to at least repay you, and you know that I can't with money, but I can with this. Let me hell, I got irritated from her long speech, so I did the only thing that came to my mind. I kissed her so she could shut her pretty little mouth. Yeah, just to shut her up, Peter popped in my head and I rolled my eyes. She was mine and mine only. You need to tell her about us, Peter remarked, and I thought about it. When the time is right, I replied and kissed her deeper. I swear that her touches were like magnets. The sparks were amazing. I craved more, but sadly, she pushed me away gently when she heard the sirens. Perfect timing. I looked at her with a genuine smile. Guess you don't have to help after all. The firefighters are here now, so relax. The fire will be put down in no time. Let's get you to clean your face, you have a lot of smoke on it, I said, trying to change the subject. If we talked about the kiss now, it would be awkward for me to look into her eyes. That was my first kiss. The only woman who kissed me on the cheeks was my mom. I'm afraid that she will hate me after this, and I don't want that. I can't live without her. I looked up to see Cody standing there smirking like a freak. Stella. I nudged her shoulder gently to grab her attention.
Yeah,
she said, then looked at Cody and her cheeks turned bright red. What? She asked him with arched eyebrows. He saw us for sure. You had a moment there, Cody stated. I rolled my eyes at him. Come on, Stella. Let's go. I held her hand and led her to the house. She looked behind for a second then turned back. She's worried about my pack members. She has Luna instincts in her. Peter was right. We entered the house to see the big chaos. The house was a mess. A big mess that needed to be cleaned. Blankets were everywhere, pillows on the floor, even food. Who was eating at this hour? Not that I really care, but come on, it was 2 in the morning when the fire began. Looks like we got some cleaning to do, she stated, and I sighed. I hate cleaning, but I also hate the mess, so I have no other choice. I woke up the next morning to see myself sleeping on the couch with Stella in my arms. She was so cute, sleeping like a little kitten. We must have fallen asleep right after we finished cleaning. We were so tired that I did not see where I slept. I kissed her forehead and got up. I wrote her a letter that stated my whereabouts and that I would send Sky to keep her company. I will not leave her alone. I called my uncle, Joey's dad, and told him to meet me at Dad's house. My uncle hated Joey after what he did to us, and that was why he would help me find him to deal with his sorry ass. I hope we find him fast so I can kill him for even thinking of hurting Stella. He will pay. Chapter 17 Sky. When I got a call from Julian, he told me he wanted to speak with our uncle about an important matter related to Joey. He asked if I could stay with Stella while he was away, and I was more than thrilled to hang out with my best friend outside of school. I made her breakfast, seeing as she was still sleeping, and looked exhausted from yesterday's events. Even though we were best friends, she never told me about her situation, nor how did she end up in my cousin's house. I was elated when I learned that she was Julian's mate and our future Luna, but how did they meet was what bugging me. When I asked Aunt Nancy, she told me that it was not her story to tell, and I kind of felt hurt that I did not know about what was going on in her life. I would wait for her to open up to me and trust me with her secrets. As I was thinking of what could her secrets be, Stella stood near the counter, rubbing the sleep from her unique gray eyes. I smiled. Good morning, sleepyhead, did you enjoy your dreams? I asked while flipping the pancakes. They landed perfectly on the big plate. Nailed it, I commented happily and saw Stella with a wide smile. That was awesome and good morning. Did Julian send you to babysit? She joked as she sat on a chair near the fridge. Yeah, and I miss my best girl. I want to spend some alone time with you. Don't think I forgot, you owe me an explanation, young lady. I pointed the spoon at her face with a smirk. She sighed and whispered something very low, even my ears did not catch. My wolf got irritated that her high sense of hearing did not work here. Okay, but I need to eat first, she said, and I handed her some pancakes. I sat next to her, texting Cody, telling him my whereabouts. I did not want him to worry and go berserk. I hope you liked your food. Are you kidding? This is amazing. When did you learn to cook? You sucked at everything related to housing stuff. I rolled my eyes. Oh please, I always knew how to cook. I was just hiding my talent and giving other people the opportunity to shine, I reasoned. It was just pancakes. A couple of seconds later we burst out laughing. She knew that I suck at everything related to being wife material, but I did not want to agree. Are your new talents for your boyfriend? She asked, and I felt my cheeks heat up. Darn, she's smart. Except he's not just my boyfriend. He's my mate, my one and only love. I can't tell her that until Julian tells her the truth about him. Yeah, I really love him, I replied honestly as we got up and headed to her room. I really give credit to Julian for being patient with her. It was hard for mates not to come in physical contact with each other as soon as they saw each other. Julian was strong, but he could not last more than a month without touching her. To be more precise, marking her. To let everyone knows that she was his mate and Luna. I wish you all the best and to live happily ever after with him, Stella prayed, and I giggled. Thank you. Now enough about me, let's talk about you, Stella. I said as we sat on the couch facing each other. She sighed. Okay, what do you want to know? Start with you being in my cousin's house. I'm not being rude or anything, but I need to know. You are always welcome here, I cleared. A few seconds passed and she looked determined. Do you remember my brother Raymond? What about him? I never liked him. He was weird. He's not the ideal brother you might think he is, she said. And I wanted to correct her by saying that I never thought of him as ideal, but let her finish. Raymond is abusive. That son of a bitch. Elaborate, please. He hit you. I asked, getting angry and ready to kill. Even my wolf got mad since she was our future Luna. She averted her eyes and sighed. Yes, and not just your typical domestic violence. He always found new ways to torture me for his own pleasure. Oh, if I see him. I felt off when I saw him once. Never liked him. How could he do that to you? That sick fucking bastard. I raised my tone, surprising her in the process. Sorry, but since when? When did it all start? I received my first beating when I was 10. The abuse lasted until I escaped and ended up here by chance. My eyes widened. I was an awful friend for not noticing anything odd. How did I miss the signs? 8 years. Why the fuck you didn't say anything? I've been your best friend and sister for years. How can you not tell me? I could have helped. I will tear his body to pieces if I see him, Sky. My wolf growled in my head, and I understood her rage. I got scared. He threatened to hurt whoever I told, so I stayed quiet for years. I did not want to drag anyone with me, she replied, and I felt angry at myself. She was always smiling. She always gave the feeling that she was a strong, independent and happy girl. I'm such a terrible sister. I did not realize I was crying until she wiped my tears. She was abused and I was crying. Woman up, Sky. Don't cry, she whispered soothingly. I'm so sorry, Stella. I should have known. I should have asked. I'm sorry. I apologized over and over again until she pinched my lips together. Kind of hurt. Just shut up, will ya? It's not your fault. I'm glad to have you. You were one of the main reasons I stayed happy at school. I always looked forward to our meetings. Thank you for that, Sky. I suddenly remembered her saying something important. Why did you break into Julian's house? I get that you wanted to escape and I am happy that you did, but why now? What triggered it? Raymond wanted to sell my body to his friends to do whatever they wanted to me, possibly rape me, so I escaped. I ran into the woods until I saw a sign of civilization, so I dashed toward it. It happened to be Julian's house, and I am grateful that he was nice enough to help, she explained, and I nodded in understanding. I embraced her real tight. Oh, I'm so gonna kill that bitch when I see him. How fucking dare he? I yelled in a frustrated tone. He was worse than rogues. She hugged me back. Thank you, Sky. I really needed a friend. Felt nice to finally tell you. I always felt guilty for not sharing that part of my life with you. What can I do without you? I know I'm awesome, no need to say it. Julian better tell her fast because I could not keep my secret from her. Especially after she told me her deepest one. Let's just tell her, my wolf commented. No. It's Julian's job and he better do it quickly, I replied. Chapter 18 Stella Who's Hungry? Julian asked as he put the pizza boxes on the table. He got back at 8 in the evening and I got butterflies just looking at him. We just ate, but who could say no to pizza? Isn't that right, Stella? Sky winked. I nodded. I can eat some more. Not because I'm hungry or that I like pizza. It's because I don't want to make Julian sad. He's too sweet to say no to and I need to talk with him about the kiss. Was it just to shut me up? Was he making fun of me? I'm a toy in his eyes or what? Good, now dig in, ladies. I'll take a quick shower, then I'll drive Sky to Cody's house. He wants to see you, Julian cleared, then he headed upstairs. I took a slice and watched Sky put on a mix of spices on the pizza. They were not even for pizza. That's gross, but people have different tastes, so I can't complain. Stella, are you okay? Sky's sudden question took me off guard. I looked into her eyes and saw concern, worry, and sadness. Yeah, why? She sighed. I don't know, I mean, your life was hard and I didn't know. How are you feeling? Leave your physical status aside, tell me about your mental status, are you tired? She asked, but I felt like an arrow struck through my heart because she hit a nerve. She's right. I'm exhausted. Not just tired. Yeah, but everything will be alright. I have you, Julian, and his parents' support. I'll survive like I always do, I said. I love you, Stella, and if Julian treats you wrong in any way, though he would never, just tell me. You have my number and I have a shovel. Her indirect threat made me laugh and I felt at ease. Don't worry, he's too sweet to do that, I said, but she frowned. If only you'd know, she whispered, but I got confused. What did she mean? Was Julian not sweet? Was it an act? What do you mean? I was cut off by Julian's sudden appearance. He glared at Sky, probably because she said something she was not supposed to say, which made me worry. Okay, let's go, ladies. Stella, we will drop her at Cody's house. I'm not leaving you alone, not after yesterday's incident. He held my hand, and his touch instantly sent shivers and sparks down my spine. Felt amazing. Come on, let's go. I missed him. Sky got excited to see her boyfriend again. She really loves him. Apparently, she's living with him. After we got into Julian's Jeep, Sky started singing what was on the radio. I sat next to Julian and Sky sat in the back. It was Sky's idea for me to sit next to him, but I did not object. After 5 minutes of intense singing, Julian snapped. Sky, would you just shut up? You cannot sing to save your life. Whoever told you that you have a lovely voice was lying to make you feel better, but I'm family, so you suck. Julian's outburst shocked me, and I felt bad for her. She does have a terrible voice. I know my voice sounds like a dying cat, but I can't help it. I love singing, so suck it up and drive quietly, she replied with a sly smile, and I sighed. Now she won't ever stop. Way to go, Julian. When we arrived, Cody was already waiting outside. Hey guys, he greeted, and I shook his hand. Good evening, Cody. Please take good care of my best friend, I said, smiling, and he returned a wider smile. I saw the sincerity in his eyes. I will, he simply replied. He was a great man from what I have gathered so far, perfect for Sky. I hope to see their wedding one day. Okay, we'll be off. Cody, Julian said as we were about to leave. Tell your girl not to sing because she has an awful voice, Julian pleaded with his eyes, and Cody stiffened. He went through that before. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Cody sighed, then Sky hit his back. Really hard. He winced in pain. What? You're supposed to be on my side, not his. I'm your girlfriend, she pouted, and I chuckled. They are so cute. But what always grabs my attention was that they always change what they wanted to say. What they are hiding. Well, it's not my place to ask. Not now, at least. Sorry, babe, I love you. Cody kissed her nose, and I melted at the sight. Sky's cheeks turned red. I could not blame her. We were suckers for romance. Bye guys, we need to go. Julian put his arm around my shoulders, and I liked how natural his touch was becoming. Is admiration at first sight a thing? We started walking to the car. What do you want to listen to? Julian asked me after we drove off home. Home? Did his house feel like home? Was I that broken? Whatever you like, I replied. Okay, then you'll love this song. He turned on the radio, and the song If You Told Me to by Hinter Hayes was on. I love this song. Hope you enjoy my singing, he said, and I looked at him, confused and worried. Don't tell me you sing like Sky, I pointed out. Oh no, I really have a good voice. That's why Sky's singing bothered me. She was so off tone, he replied, and I sighed with relief. He cleared his throat and began singing. He can sing. When he took a lift after the junction, he abruptly stopped the Jeep and I almost bumped my head on the dashboard, but he held me back. Oh shit, not now, Julian whispered under his breath. I looked at him confused, but then I looked at the road and my eyes widened. Wolves. Chapter 19. Julian, I looked at the wolves in front of us. It was not the damn time for this. She was my priority. They are not rouges, Peter stated, and I felt him enter defensive mode. I did not blame him. We did not know if they were friendly or not. We have to protect Stella, I announced, and Peter howled. They would not touch her. What should we do? Stella's question broke my conversation with Peter. I looked at her worried eyes, then I cupped her small soft face in my rather large hands. Don't worry. If you see me acting weird, please don't panic. I'll protect you. Please don't hate me after this, okay? I rubbed her cheeks with my thumbs, and she was so confused yet nodded without saying a word. How much I adore her. As I wanted to get out of the Jeep, ready to crack this shit, she grabbed my shirt. Can't we just turn back? She whispered, fearing they would make a sudden move. No, there are a lot of them and they'll follow us. I don't want to put anyone else in danger. I'll just handle them all. Have faith in me, I explained with pleading eyes. Do you speak wolf or something? She joked, but my serious expression told her that I was not in the mood for jokes. Fine, okay. I believe in you, Julian, but please stay safe and don't get too close. She gave me a quick kiss on my cheek, which sent sparks through my whole body. For a human, she was bold and I loved it. I smiled and then got out of the Jeep. Let me do the talking, Peter suggested, and I agreed. Wolves could make contact with each other even if I was in my human form, which was good because I was trying my best not to shift in front of Stella. It would scare the shit out of her. She would probably run away from me. Who are you? And what do you want? Peter asked them, and one of the big black wolves stepped forward. He had a strong aura, but he was not an alpha, that was for sure. He was more of a warrior or leader. "You don't have to know us, but we need your mate over there," he responded, and I growled with fury at the mention of my Stella. No one touches a single hair from hers. Glancing at her is a sin, and they will pay for it. You will not lay a finger on her. I'll ask you again, and you better answer before I lose it. Who are you? Peter spat. I felt like I was on fire from my building rage. I needed to shift. I'll say that again. You don't need to know, we just came here to take her with us. Now move. The black wolf replied and started walking towards Stella's side. I looked at her and saw fear, trepidation, and fright. They must have been dropped on their heads when they were born to think that they could take Aluna away from her alpha. Over my dead body. I stepped in front of him and blocked his way, and when he tried to pass me, I did not let him. We need to shift, Peter ordered, and I thought about it for a second. Stella would hate me for sure, but I could not risk her safety. She was my angel whom I could not lose. She was my missing piece all these years, my everything. I would not let anyone lay a hand on her. She was mine, and no one would take her away from me. Shift. That was all it took for Peter to transform. Bone cracks were heard, and loud howls became more audible. Shifting did not hurt, but it still looked frightening to humans. I looked at Stella from the corner of my eye and saw her jaw drop and her eyes wide open. Her hands went to her forehead to check if she had a fever or something, and I felt a bang in my chest. Her tears fell out of her glassy gray eyes, and I hated myself. My heart was aching from the agony of seeing her cry because of me. She was scared. No, she was terrified. Of me. I could not look at her any longer, so I turned my gaze to the now average-sized wolves. Being an alpha meant having a larger body shape and size and more authority. Alphas were much more powerful than normal wolves. I was stronger than the stronger warrior. I went through intensive training during the 2 years I spent without my mate because I needed to distract myself. I growled really loud, causing most wolves to back down a little and whimper. Alpha blood affects them. Stay back, I yelled, but they found their courage and growled back at me. I did not budge. They sounded like puppies. The black wolf decided to be the pioneer and attack first. He aimed for my neck since it was the most vulnerable part of a wolf, but I dodged him. He fell on the ground behind me with a loud thud. He must have broken a leg since he fell on a rock in an odd position. Before he could stand on all four and fight like a real warrior, I heard Stella shouting, "Julian, behind you!" She pointed, and I looked behind me to see 3 wolves jumping on my back. They were heavy, but that did not stop me from taking them down. I rolled with them until 2 out of the 3 released me, but the last one was so stubborn and young. I think he was 15 or so. I did not want to hurt him, so I just shoved him off of me. I looked around me and saw 6 to 7 more wolves preparing to attack. I just kept on beating them up without killing anyone. They were young and forced to fight because of their alpha's commands, whom I would kill. They could not go against his orders, and I understood. They were not that strong, so I took them all down after a short while of fighting. I looked around me and found no wolf standing. They were either on the floor or they ran to their pack. I shifted back and grabbed clothes that were in the trunk. I got into the Jeep and started the engine without saying a word to Stella, who was staring at me like I was some creep. Well, you just shifted in front of her. Of course she'd find you creep. Peter found that it was the perfect time to comment. I ignored him and drove off to my own house. Not the pack house. It was crowded and I was done. Stella was staying in the pack's house, not mine, to adjust. I hope she did. It was time for me to speak with her properly about our kind. I hope she could handle the facts because from the looks of it, she looked like she was about to faint. Wait. She fainted. Thank you for watching. Subscribe to us and support the love between Stella and Julian. Why did Stella suddenly get attacked by Joey? Will she be able to escape from his clutches? Will Julian arrive in time to save her? Do you want to know how Stella's fate will turn? Subscribe to us and witness together. Chapter 20. Stella. I could not believe my own eyes. Julian just turned into a wolf. A freaking wolf, and I asked if he was a vampire. I was so stupid. That was why he looked offended. I would be too if I were one. Focus, Stella. Supernatural does exist. I studied the animal very carefully. He was large, huge even, and absolutely beautiful. The gray fur reflected glamorously under the moonlight. It was a breathtaking and alluring view. I pinched my arm just to make sure I was not imagining things. I tend to do that. Julian turned and looked at me with his entrancing honey eyes. He was worried. I was scared, yes. Maybe it was showing on my face, but I was not scared to the point of hating him like he said before. I was intrigued and confused. I had tears all over my face because I was overwhelmed by the events and the chaos. You may call me crazy, insane, or even demented, but that is what I felt the most at that moment. Adoration. As I was absorbing the fact that he was a real werewolf, I saw 3 others trying to bounce on Julian's back. My hands were moving on their own. My mind was not functioning properly. I opened the door and shouted for Julian to watch out. When he turned around, the 3 jumped on him and limited his movements, but not for long. He was too strong for them. He was invincible, but with a warm heart, if I must say. He did not kill anyone, even though he could have easily done that. Julian was a kind-hearted werewolf. At least that was what I saw. He was fighting them to protect me. He sacrificed his secret for me. I could not possibly hate him even if I wanted to. As time passed, he was the only one standing. I saw him change back to his human form, being naked for seconds, then he wore some clothes. I was not in the right state of mind to comment on his glorious body. When he entered the jeep, I looked at him and waited for him to speak until I felt darkness taking over my field of vision. I was out. I was being carried and it was a foreign feeling, so I opened my eyes only to be greeted by a soft smile. "Hey," Julian said softly, and I melted. Then everything came back to me. He was a wolf. "Hey, is it finally time to talk to me about you now?" I asked. He nodded. "Yes, it is. I'll tell you everything as soon as we enter my house." He cleared, and I looked around to see a very large and new house. The garden was so wide that I could not see the main entrance until he got closer. "This is your house?" I asked, bewildered by the scene. He rich. "Yes, and I live alone. We will stay here for a while because it's dangerous for you to be in an obvious place like the pack house," he answered. "Pack house? I'll just wait for him to talk." He opened the door, but not with a key. He opened it with his fingerprint. The house was well protected and secured. The glass looked so sturdy, and the door was reinforced with what I assumed to be steel. As he stepped foot into the house, I tried to stand on my feet, but he refused to let me go. He tightened his grip on my body. "Julian, I can walk," I stated, and he rolled his eyes. "I know, but I want you in my arms," he stated back, and I had no reply to him. I just blushed. He walked to a big living room that was beautifully decorated, but the books on the long shelves were what grabbed my attention the most. Julian placed me on the couch and he sat next to me. He was too close, our knees were touching. This small touch can send sparks like fireworks through my whole body. "Okay, so I'll start by stating the now obvious. I'm a werewolf," he began, and I had so many questions. "I have a pack and it's called the Greymod Pack." "Like a flock." He chuckled. "It's like a big family that has a lot of werewolf members. My pack has about 700 members. They are all family." He glanced at the wall with pictures for a second, then back at me and continued. "We have titles like in companies. My title is the Alpha, well, soon to be Alpha. My dad is currently the Alpha and my mom is the Luna. Alpha blood is inherited. My parents are the leaders of the whole pack, like presidents or CEOs. They symbolize the mother and father to all members, and their word is respected and cherished by all. Then there is the Beta, who is second in command like a vice president, and the Alpha's right hand." As Julian wanted to continue, I cut him off. "What's a Luna?" I asked. He said she was like a mother figure, but I needed more information. He smiled for some reason. As I said, the Luna is the female leader of the pack. She's hand in hand with the Alpha, who is her mate. Before you ask about mates, I'll tell you. Am I that predictable? Stella, mates are like soulmates to humans, but in the literal sense for us. We are bound by faith to be together. Mates have a more powerful bond than husband and wife. They can't be separated from each other even if they want to. Mates can't survive without each other's company for so long. They literally could die because it is physically painful to be apart, he explained with a big smile. His eyes were dancing with happiness, and it stung. "So, do you have a mate?" I asked, a little disappointed and hoping for a no. It hurt to think that he had one, which was odd on my part because we just met. Yes, and she is the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. She is perfection in the shape of an angel. He described her with a bigger smile, and I sighed. She's a lucky girl to have such a great man. Do I know her? I found myself asking. My stomach hurts. Yes, and better than you know. She was abused but is now protected by all, and will be forever loved by me. If you haven't connected the dots yet, it's you, Stella. You are my mate. I've been searching for you for years and I finally found you, he confessed, and I was shocked. Was I happy? Scared? Confused? What was I feeling? My eyes widened at his statement. I thought that he was bluffing, but then again he looked genuine. I felt my heart melt, and the smiles crept their way to my face. I was smiling from ear to ear. My one and only love. He breathed near my ear, and I sighed with delight. I can't believe it. I'm his mate. Is this a dream? Chapter 21, Third Person POV. My one and only love, Julian said as she sighed with delight. She felt alive with him, and he felt like he could conquer the world for her. That was the power of mates. So your family members are werewolves, does that mean Sky is one as well? She did not know how to feel about this, but she could not complain since she also kept secrets to herself for years. He glanced again at the family photo that was on the wall and smiled. It had Sky and Cody in it. Yes, she is, and Cody is her mate like you are mine and I am yours, he replied softly, making her heart soar with contentment. She shuddered at the sensational, lovely feeling she had, and she did not try to reason like she did since she got here. As Stella knew about the mate bond, Julian finally allowed himself to touch her warm, soft cheek. He was not afraid anymore of rejection because if she wanted to reject him, she could have done that the moment he shifted. Stella looked at her fated mate affectionately, enjoying the moment to the fullest, or savoring it since she had never experienced something like that before. Everything was new. It was safe to say that what they were both experiencing was love that was growing with each passing second. They knew each other for such a short period, but it was like love at first sight. However, the effect was stronger for them since he was an alpha. Love has no time. Love is distinctively charming. Julian cupped her cheeks and slowly kissed her forehead, then trailed his lips to her small nose until he reached her pale pink full lips that he craved since the moment he laid eyes on her. It was taking everything in his body not to claim her as his, but he kept his wild thoughts at bay for now. She wrapped her hands around his neck, letting him deepen the kiss. The first time he kissed her was great, but this time was phenomenal. Out of this world. As she became more confident with their closeness, her hands traveled slowly from his neck down to his lower back. He quivered at her touch, and it excited her. He felt at home with her in his arms, and all of her senses became alive with him. His breathing deepened in time with hers. They completed each other. She felt dizzy, yet did not want to stop him from touching her. His lips began to move against her skin along her jawline, words sung softly by her ear. I want you. Stella smiled, finally letting her emotions speak on her behalf. Give me your full affection because I've been craving your presence ever since I saw you, which was not long ago. I don't care about the werewolf thing and I don't care that you're not human. All I care about is you. You saved me, Julian. You pulled me out of my dull life filled with abuse and darkness. You returned the light to my life. I saw glimmers of hope radiating from your massive body when you shielded me from my brother, she explained in a sweet voice that made Julian's eyes turn to a darker shade of brown, almost black with lust. He was trying his best to control his wolf and not scare her with his possessiveness. The room was filled with a sensual intensity, both wholly intoxicated by the other. She knew that this was her new beginning. She put all of her trust and faith in and with him. It was the mate bond talking, but her heart was feeling. She saw the good in him. The sound of owls called, interrupting their heated moment. They were standing on the branches of the trees outside, which began to fade into the darkness. She felt him begin to pull away, but she held his hand, not fully prepared to let him go. Not now, at least. I found myself drowned in your kindness. I am falling hard for you, Julian, she stated confidently. But then again, she felt embarrassed that she was actually sharing her deepest feelings and emotions with Julian. He smiled. I also found myself drowned in your sweet, soothing and calming voice. To your calmness. I love the look in your eyes when you see something you like. I love your eyes. I love the black hair that falls on your back. It might be soon for humans to say this, but I am not a human, so I love you, Stella. I want you to stay in my arms and grow old together, he confessed, and she could not do anything out of embarrassment but peck his dimple. They felt complete. So about that kiss when the garden was on fire. Stella began, and Julian looked like she took him off guard with this question. He thought she had forgotten about it. Oh, that kiss, well. I just wanted to do it. You look so cute while talking fast, not that you are not cute all the time, but I just wanted to, okay. He answered, feeling frustrated and nervous. She giggled at his foolishness. He never felt nervous before, well, not until he met her. She made him feel things like never before, and he would be damned if he hated it. She was a rose that did not wither in his eyes. As Julian was drowned in his own thoughts, Stella fell asleep in his arm, feeling warm and safe. He tucked his nose in her neck, inhaling her delicious scent that made his wolf lose his scenes. He was demanding Julian to mark her right there on the spot. Yet Julian was so thoughtful and selfless. He did not want to take advantage of her while she was asleep. He wants to ask for her permission first. Peter growled at him, but then he felt defeated because Julian had a point there. And he loved Stella too much to make her sad or even angry. They only wanted her to always smile. They wanted her to feel perfect in every sense of the word. She deserved all the best that they could offer for her innocent soul. The soul that did not ask for too much. She was abused indeed. But now she's protected by her powerful and loyal mate. And she is and will always be loved by him and his wolf. Till death do them apart. Julian thought that his life was worry-free for just mere seconds. Then he remembered what made him wince in disgust. He had a cousin to take care of and a brother to be careful of. Stella's brother did not even deserve this word. Julian knew that her brother would not just leave her alone. He was sure about that because he made his friend Robin talk. He told Julian that her brother was planning revenge. Julian was hoping that they catch them as soon as possible. For Stella's safety. Both of them were evil and were after his vulnerable and beautiful mate. He would rather die than see his mate sad and scared again. Chapter 22 Stella. It had been weeks since I knew about the secret. Julian was a werewolf. I was his mate in future Luna. Who could have known that my life would turn upside down by me finding the pack house? It was like what Julian's mom said, we do live in a small world, but Julian has been acting weird lately. Every time I sit or even stand by his side, he gulps and averts any eye contact with me. Did I do something wrong? I decided to ask him when he finished his shower. He said that cold morning showers relax him, and I agree with him. It made me feel refreshed whenever I took one, but I felt that he had a different reason for the cold water. I wonder what. After Julian insisted that I should wait for him in his room, I laid my back on his king-sized, comfy bed listening to some music from my new phone. I was very grateful for everything. As I was daydreaming and humming with the beautiful song, I heard the bathroom door open. I looked up and saw a very handsome half-naked Julian, with only a towel around his waist and water droplets on his muscular chest. His hair was wet and he looked wow. I did not know if saying beautiful to a man was appropriate, but he looked absolutely beautiful. Maybe it was the mate bond making me feel like that, but I really did not care. I loved it. As I was admiring him, he cleared his throat while looking like a tomato. Unexpectedly, his cheeks were a deep shade of red, and I wanted to grin but refrained from doing so. Sorry, I forgot my pants, he said as he grabbed his pants and dashed back to the bathroom. He closed it with so much force. Hey, he is mad at me for sure. I sat properly on his bed and crossed one leg over the other, and waited for more than 5 minutes. I was thinking of how I should start my speech and how I can open the subject. He opened the door looking like the normal and usual Julian that I knew. Hey, he said as he sat next to me. His hair was still wet from the shower. It covered his whole forehead and a bit of his eyebrows. He looked sexy. Hey. I looked at his honey eyes. They were so bright, brighter than usual. I guess that's a werewolf thing. Right. So, I trailed off to open the subject. So, he asked while looking straight at me. I've been meaning to ask, but are you mad at me? I asked then waited for his answer. His eyes widened and started shaking his head left and right. No, absolutely not. Why would I be mad at you? What did I do to make you feel this way? He arched his eyebrows and put his right hand on my left one. Well, you've been acting weird all week long. Whenever I'm with you, you gulp and avert eye contact with me. A couple of minutes before, you slammed the door with a lot of force. Did I do something to upset you? I asked again, and this time I put my right hand on his cheek. I did not want to be the source of his sadness or anger. He closed his eyes and sighed. No, Stella, I'd never be mad at you. You did nothing wrong. It's just... He trailed off but stopped and gazed at the floor. He was thinking really hard about what to say next. I rubbed his cheek gently. It's just what? Tell me, Julian, I urged, encouraging him to speak. Well, it's about the mark and I have to do it soon, but I can't, he explained, but not clearly. Mark? What's a mark? Why can't you do it? I asked. His world was still unknown to me. I needed to ask more to learn about his lifestyle. He looked pained but happy at the same time, if that was even possible. A mark is a bite that a werewolf does to let other male werewolves know that his mate is only his, and he was hers. In other words, he bites her to mark her. I have to mark you, Stella, he whispered the last part, but I heard him loud and clear. My eyes widened in fear. Mark me as in bite me. Bite me where? What if it hurts? He let go of my hand and placed it in the crook of my neck. He moved his finger along my neckline until he stopped at some point, and I shivered at his action. Here, he answered seriously. And if I don't do it, you'll be in heat soon, he added. Heat? It's like periods, kind of. You'll feel like your body is burning, especially since you are human. It hurts. I've seen many female werewolves go through it and it was not easy at all. So will you let me mark you when you are ready? He asked, and I thought about it. From what he was saying, heat hurts more than periods. And my period hurts. The mark, will it hurt? He nodded, and I loved his honesty. Not as much as the heat. If you go through heat, you'll feel like you've gone through hell, while the bite will hurt you at the first 10 seconds or so. Then you'll feel satisfied, he reasoned, and I put my hand on my neck as a reflex. Can you give me time to think about it? Maybe I can talk with your mom or Sky, you know? I need a girl to talk to about this, I said, feeling the embarrassment radiating from my now red cheeks. Sure, I can take you now if you want. He stood and grabbed his keys. Let's go. With that, we headed to Nancy's home as he decided it was best since she experienced heat and the mark. His dad was in another pack, dealing with some business when she went into heat, and he had not marked her yet. She would know what was best for me. Chapter 23, Stella. It had been 2 hours since Julian dropped me off at his parents' house, and his father was not home. I was hanging out with Nancy in her yoga room. She asked me if I did yoga before, but of course I did not have the time to exercise. I only ran. When she knew that I used to dance ballet when I was younger, she was excited. I thought she would be sad that I was not interested in being a doctor or a scientist. I always had this perspective that most parents want their kids to be successful and earn a lot of money. Well, that was what I saw in my school, at least. I used to see parents reprehend their kids for getting bad grades or for misbehaving. One of them once yelled at his son, and I quote, "This awful grade ruined your chance of becoming a doctor like us." The dad said that with such a harsh tone in front of the whole class. It made me flinch because I remembered Raymond and his abuse. I felt bad for my classmate since he wanted to become a famous actor. He was great at acting, but his parents did not give him a chance. Julian was lucky to have Nancy as a mom. Maybe she was different because she was a werewolf. I miss Mom, I miss Dad. I surely don't miss Raymond and never will. So Stella, what do you want to ask me? I know I can't replace your mother's position, but at least consider me as a close friend or even a sister. You can tell me anything you want, Nancy said in her motherly tone. Then grabbed both of my hands and squeezed them gently. I could see her as a mother figure because I was her son's mate. Mates get married at some point in life as it was destined. That was what Sky told me the other night. So Nancy would be my mother-in-law someday. I nodded. I know you'll listen, but please don't laugh, I requested with pleading eyes. Her eyes widened and she shook her head. I would never do such a thing. Come on, sweetheart, you can tell me what's on your mind. She smiled. I sat on the long mattress and made myself more comfortable. Well, Julian explained the mark thing earlier today. He said that he has to do it so I won't be in heat. He also said heat is so hard and painful. He told me to tell him whenever I'm ready, I said, then took deep breaths. I got scared, does the bite hurts? Honey, I won't lie to you. The bite will hurt you but for a few seconds, then you'll feel happy and a part of Julian. You'll get closer to each other, your bond will grow stronger. He'll be more attached to you than now. He'll be a pain in the butt sometimes, believe me when I say you both will be happier. I know, she explained with a humorous tone at the end, making me giggle. So no regrets. She shook her head. No dear. You'll only earn his full and annoying attention. As his father did to me, he's still doing it, she replied, and I laughed. That does not sound so bad. I have been alone most of my life. Thank you, Nancy. Talking with you does help. She beamed at me. That's wonderful, let's take you to him now. She stood up and helped me stand. We exited the room and headed to the living room to get her car keys. He's home now, right? She asked as we sat in the car. Yes, that's what he said. Thank you so much, I really needed some encouragement. See you later. I bid her goodbye and headed to the main door. Julian registered my fingerprints as a lock for the door, as his house was my house. I had to act normal and feel free to use whatever I wanted. Oh, agreed, but I still could not act like I owned the house because I did not. As I was opening the door, I called for Julian but got no response. Julian, are you there? I asked again but higher. While I was closing the door, it got stopped halfway by an unknown man. I screamed. Your Julian is not here, the man said and pinned me to the wall before I got the chance to even glance at his face. I felt scared and panicked. I blinked rapidly. Who are you? I tried to ask since his grip was tightening around my neck. He smirked with a huff. I examined his face up close to make sure he was not Raymond. He was not. He was taller, with thicker brown hair and a short beard. His eyes were pitch black, and they had evilness and cruelness in them. I'm Joey, he introduced himself, and I felt like time had stopped. Joey, Julian's cousin and enemy. Chapter 24. Julian. I filled Mom in on Stella's situation before I headed to the PAX prison because that conversation was so awkward, and I preferred to deal with fucking Robin than have the full talk about heat about the mark. Robin better starts talking. Yeah, and if he doesn't, just let me do the talking. I can be very persuasive, Peter said, and I nodded, not feeling like arguing with him. He could be a handful if he did not get his way. I must find Raymond and Joey as soon as possible because they would cause problems if I did not deal with them soon. I just felt it. I opened the old cellar and entered to see more than 30 evil rogues, but I kept on searching for Robin. After a few minutes of receiving threatening howls and curses from all over the prison, I spotted him sitting on a chair while staring at the sky through the chained window. I almost did not recognize him from his disfigured face. He received the beating of a lifetime from my warriors. When my men learned that Robin tried to hurt their Luna, they were furious and agitated. I did not let them kill him. I could not let them do that since I wanted to know Raymond's whereabouts and his plan. I will protect Stella with all my might, even if I have to sacrifice my life for her. So you finally decided to show up. Robin's hoarse voice brought me back to reality. Disgusting. Peter always had something to say. I did not answer him. I just closed the cellar's door and brought a chair, then placed it in front of him. Are you enjoying your stay? He huffed. Let me out of here, he demanded. No can do. I crossed my arms and leaned back in the chair. I waited a few seconds before I spoke just to get on his nerves. On second thought, you can get out of here, but on one condition. He shifted in his place, already anticipating his freedom, and looked at me. What's the condition? He asked with narrowed eyes. He was finding it difficult to believe me, but I dropped the doubt in his mind. Tell me where Raymond is and you may leave, I cleared. Are you out of your mind? Peter yelled in my head and I nodded. Yes and no, I replied, then blocked him out. I needed to focus. Robin's eyes widened for a second, and then he calmed down and acted as if he did not care about his freedom. But I don't know where he is. I rolled my eyes at his lie. Come on, Robin, we both know that you're lying, you can do better than that. Now spill it before I use my fists to make you speak, and I won't be as lenient as my men, I threatened, and the worry was evident on his face. Good. You wouldn't. He dared me and I snickered. Oh, but I will. I am not an angel. Now tell me, where is Raymond? I demanded in a more intimidating tone because I was done with his bullshit. I used my alpha voice and it sounded terrifying even to humans. He sighed, defeated. He's living in a cottage near the river to the south, he answered, and I raised my eyebrows. There was only one river in that area, and for some reason it was hard for me to believe him, but I would play along for a bit. Cody, take Alexander and another pack warrior and go to the south area, near the river. I want you to search for the bastard Raymond. You remember him, right? I mind-linked my beta and waited for his reply. Yes, Alpha. Right away, he replied not a second later, and I turned my attention back to Robin. Okay then, I'll set you free like I promised. Not now, tomorrow. If you are lying, you better pray, I announced, then got out of the cellar before he could object to anything. I know he's lying, but there is no harm in checking. I got into my Jeep and headed to the woods. Peter and I wanted to run to cool off, so I parked the vehicle in my usual spot and grabbed some clothes with me. I shifted and let Peter take control. Finally, I can run, Peter said. I miss Stella, he added, and I sighed. Me too, buddy, me too. We will see her soon, I replied. Then he dashed through the woods. After 2 hours of running, Peter stopped to rest. I'm tired. Peter lay on his stomach and closed his eyes. You think? You've been running for 2 hours straight at full speed, I said, and he laughed. He decided to take a nap on the cool ground, and I let him. He deserved a break. However, not a minute later Peter jumped, surprising me in the process. Something happened. What happened? I asked, feeling uneasy and anxious. Mate, Stella's in danger. Great danger, he said, then started running without stopping. Where? I got angry and worried for her. Home, he replied, and I made him stop. Shift back, I'll wear my clothes. If the door is locked, I'd have to put on my fingerprint, I explained, and Peter did as I said. I dashed towards my house at my alpha speed and smelled Stella's scent and someone else's. I sniffed the air as I approached the house. I smelled his disgusting smell. I smelled Joey. He is dead now. I opened the main door to see what made me livid and furious. Stella was pinned to the wall by Joey, and his hands were around her neck. He was choking her. You fucking bastard, let go of her, I shouted, then kicked him real hard, shoving him off her. What a nice way to greet your cousin Julian, Joey said. And I saw Stella fall on the floor trying to catch her breath. She was coughing too much. I bent down and cupped her cheeks, ignoring the bitch of a cousin. Stella, look at me. Are you okay? I asked. She shook her head, unable to speak. A moment later she fainted. I was so concentrated on her that I did not pay attention to Joey. He looked at me with a sly smirk. Too bad we didn't get the time to speak normally, but there is always a second time. With that he dashed to the woods. I did not chase after him because Stella was more important. As he said, there is always a second time. And it won't be pretty for him. Chapter 25 Stella. When I finally saw Julian enter the house, I felt relieved, but not entirely because of the hands around my neck, choking me to death. As clutch as it could get, I saw my life flash before my eyes. The sad thing was that most of this life was me being beaten up by my own flesh and blood. The happy memories were in the very background, blurry and distant. Everything was blurry, like my vision. I barely saw Julian approach me with livid eyes. His face was literally red, and his veins were popping out. I almost did not recognize him. He was not his usual calm self. He was not the Julian that I had grown to love. He was different. You fucking bastard, let go of her, he shouted at Joey with a very high tone that made my ears ring, then kicked his cousin real hard. Luckily, Joey let go of me. Julian's blow caused Joey to back down to catch his breath. Joey looked at Julian with so much hatred and loath, making him look like Raymond. What a nice way to greet your cousin Julian, Joey sarcastically. I felt like my legs go numb. Once I tried to catch my heavy breath, I coughed loudly, then looked at the floor trying to keep my eyes open. I was fighting with all my might, but it was useless. Julian bent down and cupped my cheeks with his big warm hands. Stella, look at me. Are you okay? He asked in a scared tone, but I shook my head, unable to speak. Seconds later, I felt darkness consuming my vision. I heard a lot of noise and felt like I was being placed on a soft bed. I tried to focus until I heard Julian's worried voice. I heard another male voice, and their chat started to clear out more. Please, Doc, help her. She won't wake up. I tried to call her, but she didn't move at all, Julian explained, and I felt bad for not being able to open my eyes. I see, let me examine her and I'll talk with you in a bit. Leave please, the doctor replied, but then I heard a loud bang. Someone might have slammed something on a table. I will not leave her alone with you. She's my mate and you can't touch her as you please. I'm the only one who can do that, not you, not anyone else. You'll check her right in front of me. Here and now, Julian yelled at the doctor. I wanted to scold him. I could sense his wrath. I tried to open my eyes but I could not. It felt like I was buried under a big pile of rocks. I wanted to calm him down, to hold his hands, to hug him and kiss his lips. I wanted to wake up but I simply could not. A moment later I heard a female voice, so I listened closely. Julian, please, let the doctor do his job, listen to me, the woman pleaded. Then another voice joined the conversation. Julian, listen to your mother and the doctor, his dad ordered. No, I'll stay here with her. Julian stubbornly refused to leave, and I felt happy. I did not know what I did to deserve such an amazing man, who was abnormal. A werewolf. A kind, protective, and possessive werewolf. I never thought I was worthy enough to have these people in my life. Okay, I'll inject her with medicine to help her wake up. Will you let me do that? Please, Alpha. It will help her for sure, the doctor asked, and Julian sighed. Then I felt someone place their hands on my arm. Seconds later I felt the needle in my arm. It stung a little but I could not wince or react. What was wrong with me? Stella, please wake up. I promise I'll find Joey and kill him, then I'll find Raymond, and I'll make him pay for what he had done to you all these years. I'm sorry you had to go through that again because of my cousin. Just wake up. I love you, Stella, Julian confessed, and I felt delighted to have him around. I tried to open my eyes again and again, and again until I started seeing the light. My vision started to brighten. Julian, look. Nancy pointed to Julian. Then he started shaking me lightly. Yes, love. Open your eyes, open them for me, he encouraged, and I doubled my efforts and opened my eyes. Then I closed them to adjust my vision to the light. It was blinding. Thank you, Doc. I'm sorry for my outburst. It is my duty, Alpha. Even if you yell at me, I will never abandon a person in need. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to leave for now, the doctor replied as I heard the door close. I opened my eyes to see my restless wolf with a huge smile on his face. Hey, he greeted. I smiled and then looked around me. I was in a hospital bed, probably the PAX hospital. I saw Nancy and Julian's father standing behind their son with smiles on their faces. Hey, I greeted back. I tried to sit but it was difficult, so I just lay there with Julian next to me. How are you feeling? He asked. I'm better now. Thanks to the injection, I believe, I replied, and Julian arched his eyebrows. You heard everything. I chuckled then nodded. Yes, every single word. From the threats to the I love you. By the way, those last 3 words gave me the power to open my eyes. Thank you, I admitted, making him blush, and his parents laughed at him. Well, Stella, it's good to know that you're okay, so we will leave you two alone, his father said. Then they left the room. Julian. He looked into my gray eyes and smiled. Yes, love. I'm ready. He raised his eyebrows, confused. Ready for what? I put my hand on his cheek and rubbed it with my thumb. For you to mark me, I announced. I can't believe what I'm saying. I just asked him to bite me. I hope it will turn out good. Chapter 26. Stella. I never felt more confident. Call me crazy and or insane who likes to rush things, but I honestly did not care. In the few weeks that I have known him, he was so kind to me. Even though he was a strong alpha who could kill without thinking, he could be super sweet and caring. But what if this was all too good to be true? I was afraid that at some point, this amazing fantasy that I was living in would turn out to be just a mere dream to escape from my bitter and cruel reality. The reality did not care much about me because of my ruthless, emotionless brother. If this was all a dream, I'd like to be asleep for eternity without any kind of disturbance. I just asked Julian to bite me and I was scared shitless. Yet I hoped it would turn out to be a marvelous and splendid experience that I would never forget. They spoke highly of the marking process, so I hoped that it would not disappoint. Julian stared at me for a while to see if I was joking or making fun of him. He tried to read hints of humor in my face, yet found none. Are you sure, Stella? He asked calmly, but excitement was evident in his honey eyes. He was fighting with his wolf Peter for control. I chuckled. Yes, Julian. I want you to mark me as your one and only girl. Mate, partner, whatever you like, just do it, I replied with a sincere smile that made him smile wider in return. He leaned in my touch and grabbed my hands with his, and he kissed my palms. His lips lingered on my hands, and it did not bother me at all. "Hey love. I think it's better if we wait until we get home. It will be more comfortable for you," he explained. I agreed and blushed at the love part. "It's hard to get used to it." "Then take me home already," I cleared with a grin. He suddenly put his hands under my legs and back and lifted me up. He carried me bridal style and got out of the room to see the doctor and his parents standing near the waiting room, talking with each other, most likely about me. When they saw us together, they smiled knowingly. I quickly hid my face in Julian's chest and clinched his shirt because it was too embarrassing to be seen in this position by his parents. He just kept on walking to the main entrance, ignoring my anxiety. "That was cringeworthy," I commented as he placed me on the seat. "Nah, it was cute," he said and kissed my cheek. He turned around the front of the Jeep and sat in the driver's seat. "I can't wait to get home," he added while looking straight at me. Oh boy. The ride home was too quiet, but it was not awkward. The silence was comforting. Stella, Julian opened the main door for me and led the way like a gentleman. He was a gentleman. There's no doubt about it. "Thank you," I muttered and I entered the house. I walked to my bedroom floor. Julian followed me and tried to enter, but I locked the door behind me real quick. He did not see that coming for sure. "Sorry, but I need to take a quick shower and change my clothes," I apologized loudly through the door. "Fine," he replied like a 5-year-old. "I'm waiting for you in the living room. Don't be late, please." I headed to my wardrobe and pulled out another set of clothes and put them on after I removed the old, dirty ones. I entered the shower and felt like the Flash, scrubbing my body clean. I was too fast. "I can't believe I'm going to get marked." "Breath, Stella, breath. Nothing bad will happen," I talked to myself to ease up a bit. Then opened the door after getting dressed and headed to the living room downstairs. As I stepped foot in the room, I was engulfed in a warm hug. I raised my head and saw Julian's smiling face. "What took you so long?" He buried his face in my neck. He sniffed it and sighed with delight. "I was gone for like 10 minutes, Julian, don't be so dramatic," I teased, and he huffed cutely. He lifted me up and headed towards the couch and sat me on his lap. My head was on his chest. "I can't imagine my life without you by my side. You complete me," he said, then tightened his grip around me. I relaxed more, knowing what was coming next after this. "Can I?" He trailed off and I hummed a yes, then closed my eyes, waiting for him to do his special thing. Julian flipped my hair and placed it on one side. He trailed his hands around my neck. After a moment of rubbing his finger on the nape of my neck, he started leaving a trail of wet kisses until he finally found my weak spot. I moaned softly when he got to it, and I almost choked from the embarrassment. I could feel him smirk. "So that's your spot. Don't talk against my neck." Tickled. "Are you ready?" "If you don't want to tell me, Stella, I don't want you to regret it," he said, and I felt bad that he was still in doubt about my determination. I turned my head and smiled widely at him. "Julian, I will never regret doing this with you. You are my mate. I have no one else but you in my life. Well, I have Sky, but that's beside the point. You are my first and last love. I want you to mark me so I can brag that you are mine as much as I am yours. You are perfect, so I'd never ever regret it," I answered honestly, then kissed his lips. He smiled through the kiss. I turned my head so I could give him more access to my neck and took a deep breath. I closed my eyes once again. After excruciating seconds, I felt his fangs penetrate my skin. I screamed. It hurt like a bitch. It felt painful, but after the initial shock went down, I felt like I was in heaven, soaring on the clouds with him. It felt absolutely marvelous. I literally felt his love in me. So that's what it feels like to be bitten by your mate. Magnificent. Chapter 27. Stella. It had been a few days since the Mark and Julian had become more possessive and overprotective. It was nice having someone to care about you all the time and love you as much as you love them, but it was not that fun when a werewolf alpha, who can kill anyone without blinking, gets overprotective. It is driving me nuts. "Stella, where are you?" Speaking of my beloved mate, he yelled while running around the house with only blue jeans and no t-shirt. I was not complaining about that. I did not mind seeing his perfect body at all. I was complaining about the overprotective side of him. I was in the bathroom washing my hands from the dinner that we just had. I swear I told him that, but he thought being away for 2 minutes was a serious problem. "I'm in the bathroom, Julian, I'm coming," I replied as I dried my hands. I got out of the bathroom to come face to face with his muscular chest. I let out a small puff sound as we collided, and his arms instantly were around me. He lifted my chin and looked into my eyes. Are you hurt? I'm sorry, he asked, concerned. No, don't worry. I'm perfectly fine, I reassured, then walked to the living room. He was right behind me. So what do you want to do today? He asked, and I shrugged. I don't know, though I have a question, I replied after I sat on the couch. He sat next to me and wrapped his hands around me, hugging me from the waist down. I fixed my position to be more comfortable and looked at him. I know that you're soon to be alpha, I started, and he nodded. When is soon? Like, when are you going to become the alpha of the Greymod pack? He grinned and I arched my eyebrows. Valid question, because the ceremony will be held in about a week. Stella, I need to tell you something though, he said, suddenly looking uneasy. It made me nervous. Yeah. When I become the alpha, we have to complete the mating process. I stared at him. Excuse you. It is not what I think it is. Right. What's the mating process? I asked, not wanting to actually know. I was scared. He had a complex expression. Well, his cheeks turned red. Heck, even his ears were red. It's that bad. What? I asked, encouraging him to continue. It's something all mates do to be one. Then we will be like a married couple in the human perspective. Or your perspective, Stella, he explained. Like a married couple. Be one. Oh shit, it is what I thought it is. Oh, that was all that came from my mouth. My whole body felt like it was on fire. We have to make love, I stated, and he nodded. If you don't want to do it, I completely understand, he commented. Here we go again. No, it's not like that. It's just, I began, and he nudged my shoulder to continue. It would be my first time, and I'm afraid of the fact that I might disappoint you, Julian. I lowered my head and stared at the now very interesting carpet. He literally jumped from the couch and kneeled down in front of me. That's your problem. That you might disappoint me. Stop joking around, Stella. You'd never disappoint me. On the contrary, I'm the one who's afraid of your rejection. After all, it would be my first time too, he admitted, and my eyes widened with surprise. Really? I would never reject you. I love you so much. You were the first one to give me shelter from my brother. You always help me when I need help. You're kind, too kind at times and too overprotective at other times, I confidently said. I love you, Stella. So fucking much. He embraced me as his life depended on it, and I was contented. I hope that we can stay like this for a while. And I spoke too soon because my phone rang. We parted from each other and I grabbed my phone. Hey Sky, I greeted with a smile. Julian lifted me up and placed me on his lap. Then he nuzzled his nose into my neck, where he marked me. It felt warm but thick. Like intimately thick. Hey Stella, are you ready for tomorrow? She asked in a happy and joyful tone. I arched my eyebrows at her sudden question. Tomorrow? I asked. Do we have something tomorrow? You can't be serious. Don't tell me you forgot, she hopefully said. I sighed. What do we have tomorrow, Sky? A lot happened in the past couple of months. Wait. I remembered. Oh shit. How did I forget? I face-palmed myself, then looked at Julian with horror. I was afraid of Sky's reaction. What's wrong, love? Julian asked. I shook my head and then got back to Sky. Please don't be mad. I forgot, okay? I tried to reason, but she screamed, and Cody's voice was heard on the other end. Guy, are you okay? He asked and she said no. Of course she's not okay. How can I forget such a thing? I'm an idiot. The graduation is tomorrow and you forgot. She screamed at me, and I had to remove the phone from my ear due to her loud voice. Julian growled at the phone in anger, but I rubbed his cheek, and he calmed down instantly. Yes, Sky. I forgot that we have our graduation tomorrow. Sue me. I replied, trying to sound like the poor victim. It was not my fault. It was the werewolf world's fault. I heard her loud and long sigh, then she asked what made me more afraid of her reaction. Do you have anything to wear other than the clothes that we bought for you? A long pause. Stella. No, I replied, and I swear I heard Cody's yelling for help. Was she killing him? Prepare yourself. We're going to the mall. I'll come and get you, and if Julian doesn't allow it, he will come. You hear me, Jojo? Sky raised her voice at the last statement, and I chuckled at his nickname. It's cute. He huffed. I'll come. Get Cody too, he said through the phone and ended the conversation. Let's get ready. It's going to be a long day. Chapter 28 Julian. After we got to the mall and bought Stella a new dress for her graduation ceremony, we headed to a small park that had no one in it but us. It was too quiet yet nice and calming. Sky was so annoying with her requests. She loved to shop to the point of insanity. We stayed at the mall for the whole freaking day. Literally. It was 10 in the evening when we got out of the mall. I could not understand her sometimes. I don't understand her all the time. I don't know how Cody can handle her, Peter commented as usual, and I had to agree with him on this one. He was not telling lies. So, when are you planning to complete the mating process? He asked excitedly. He was a perverted wolf. I don't know. Whenever she's ready. I don't want Stella to run away from us just because we didn't let her think about it carefully. It's a serious matter, you know? I replied, then waited for his reply. He rolled his eyes, then sighed. I guess you're right. I hate it when you're right, so I will just go and leave you be for some time. Cody and I sat on the benches across from the swings. Sky grabbed Stella's hand and dragged her to the swing that was placed in front of me. She locked eyes with me and started to swing like a free, beautiful angel. My angel. She looked absolutely stunning. And the dress that she got for tomorrow fit her perfectly. I will be her date tomorrow because she was too beautiful to be out there alone. There will be horny boys and men. Plus Joey or Raymond might show up. The idea of them made me growl a bit, but then I looked at my mate and calmed down. I smiled widely at her and admired her staggering smile. What do you want to do, guys? I asked and they all shrugged. Sky tilted her head back in the air and stared at the stars. I looked at the moon and thanked God because today was a full moon night, and most werewolves shift uncontrollably. We, on the other hand, do not. Our pack was taught to control our shifting at times like this. We went through very rough training to master our control. Our pack was one of the oldest packs of all time, so our bodies knew what to do after a while or struggling when it was a full moon night. Werewolves usually start shifting when they turn 15 and have a 3-year window. If after they turn 18 they do not shift, then they never will. Therefore, the training must be harsh to withstand life. Other packs would think that we had taken a drug or something not to shift. But in reality, Peter was already in deep slumber for the next 12 hours, and so was Sky's and Cody's wolves. It was risky but better than having uncontrollable wolves on the loose. Can I say a short poem and you tell me if it's good or not? Stella asked all of a sudden, and we nodded with happy smiles. She fixed her position and cleared her throat. We are all made of stars, but wait, that's not how it starts. Not knowing where to go or what time, how do I know? Should I ask, should I cry? I still don't know. I fall but I rise. I make mistakes but in the end we are all gonna change. So you can wait until the moon is awake. Stare at the sky and pray that you will not break. Stay strong, spread your wings, but if you fall that will be the end. Wait, who said that this would be the end? That's not it, 'cause you're human after all. You're not perfect. You fall, you rise, but that proves you are alive. We are all made of stars. She delivered this relatable poem softly, and I was proud. Cody, Sky, and I stood up and clapped for her. That was beautiful, I commented, and she smiled brightly. Yes, absolutely. It was great, Cody said. Where and when did you create it? Sky asked with a wide smile. Stella stood up but did not move. Thank you, guys. I got inspired when I looked at the stars. Stella answered. They made me. She did not continue her sentence as she suddenly ran to us with a frightened expression. Stella. We called for her. But the next thing that happened made us gasp and open our eyes in disbelief. We heard bone cracking sounds and wincing coming from her small mouth. We looked carefully at her as she shifted from her small petite human body to a gray wolf. Stella jumped over our heads before we could register what had just happened, and landed on a brown wolf that was probably a rogue. The astonishment made us freeze in our spot. We could not move and our wolves were in slumber. I saw my human mate in her wolf form fighting a rogue. She fought him fiercely until she broke his leg. She won, then the rogue ran back to the woods whining and bleeding. What just happened? Sky and Cody asked at the same time. I approached her and then kneeled down in front of her shivering body. She was in shock as well. I pulled my hand and placed it on her head. I rubbed her soft fur gently and carefully. I did not want to scare her. Stella. I trailed off and she nodded her head. Then she started sniffing my clothes and buried her head into my chest. That's really her. What in the world just happened? As I was thinking of the possibilities, Peter howled and made me shift. I guess he smelled her wolf. Chapter 29 Stella. When I saw a figure lurking in the shadows, I felt scared. I wanted to warn Julian, Cody, and Sky. But a sudden voice jumped into my head. Hurry, Stella. Shift or they get hurt and die. I heard a woman's voice in my head and I freaked out. I felt terrified by that voice. How did it get to my head? The voice repeated the word shift in a louder tone that was filled with vigor and power. I did not think much as it was so demanding and absolute. I felt like a soldier receiving orders to kill the enemy. They had no choice but to obey and save others' lives. I was the soldier. I ran to fight the wolf that was standing behind my people, and jumped over their heads and heard bone cracking in my body. I assumed it was painful, but the adrenaline rush blinded me and blocked all the pain from my mind. It was like a dream. I gazed at my hands and saw fur. My mouth was now a long snout. I did not have time to react as my body moved on its own, and I landed on the brown wolf. What was happening to me? I made you shift. You became a wolf, Stella. A strong wolf that is going to beat this rogue's butt. Now fight and think later. The woman's voice answered my question, and I had no other choice. I fought. I fought until he dropped to the ground with a broken leg and bloody head. Not a second later, the rogue ran to the woods, leaving me to my thoughts. I looked back to where we were and saw them frozen in place. What just happened? Sky and Cody asked simultaneously. Julian approached me and then kneeled down in front of my shivering body. I was not feeling cold. It just felt weird and abnormal. I'm not human. No, you've been a werewolf since the day you were born. It will take time to explain, but in the meantime, my name is Diana. It's so good to be back, she introduced delightfully. I did not know what to say. This is too much for me to comprehend. I mean, I can understand and accept Julian's nature, but me being one. It was so wrong, weird, funny, I don't know. I can't describe it. Julian pulled his hand and placed it on my big head, then rubbed my soft gray fur. It felt good to be touched by him, especially when I was lost and terrified. Stella. He trailed off and I nodded my head in response. Out of nowhere, I had the urge to be near him, so I started sniffing his clothes and buried my head into his warm, wide chest that accepted us. Diana buzzed with satisfaction at the contact. After a moment of silence, Julian shifted. Looks like Peter took over control. Again. Hey, Peter. I'm Diana. My wolf introduced herself to him, and I just stayed silent. Peter came closer and sniffed our neck. Diana. What a beautiful name for a beautiful Luna. You and Stella are perfect for us. His tone was softer than usual. He was whipped. We have a question. He trailed off. How is that possible? We did not smell your scent before, so we always thought Stella was human. It's like you weren't there but suddenly appeared. How? Yeah, Stella, did you know? Julian also asked through what I assumed was the mind link. No, I was too surprised, if I must say. She told me I was born as a werewolf, I stated. Then Peter and Julian gasped. Before they could say anything else, Cody and Sky stepped forward. Guys, not to interrupt or anything, but we would like to share your conversation. We have the right to know. She's our soon-to-be Luna, and she's Sky's best friend, Cody reasoned. I just nodded and tried to shift back. Then the horror ran through my body. I didn't know how to shift back. Julian, how can I shift again? I asked, anxious. Both Julian and Peter laughed at me. Hell, even Diana laughed. What's so funny? It's just your tone is so cute, Julian replied, and I felt my cheeks heat up. All you have to do is focus on your human body. Picture it in your head, he answered. It's not that hard. You can do it, Diana encouraged me, and I smiled, trying not to panic. I closed my eyes and pictured myself, my human self, wearing a sundress. I struggled at first because of my running thoughts, but after a moment, I focused and felt my bones cracking up like the first shift. I opened my eyes to see human hands again. That wasn't hard, I commented with a grin. I did not realize that I was naked until Julian's growl filled the air. He shifted back quickly to his human form, naked, and stepped in front of Cody's body. He blocked his view of me. He tried not to look as well. Sky, there are some spare clothes for me in the trunk. Bring them, he demanded with a voice full of authority. Sky bowed her head. Yes, Alpha, she replied, then dashed to the jeep. Stella, we will get out of here and head home so you can tell us everything Diana says, Julian said, and I nodded. I felt like I was a robot functioning on default. I now understand how you feel when you're in your wolf form. Felt amazingly good. My senses got extremely better. I could mind link you as well. I was excited once reality became clearer. I know how that feels, Cody commented. Sky came with a large hoodie, a shirt and shorts which belonged to Julian. I could actually smell his scent. It smelt like pine trees. Wear it, Stella, Julian ordered. I felt his possessiveness and did not want to mess with him. So I grabbed the hoodie and put it on my naked body. It was too big, it reached just above my knees. So warm. Julian put on the shorts and a shirt, and then we headed home. I really want to know what happened to me. Was I really born a werewolf? Stella's story is still ongoing. Subscribe to us and look forward to her future together. Why was Stella kidnapped by Raymond at the graduation ceremony? Will she be able to escape safely? How will Julian rescue her? Want to witness Stella's growth and transformation? Subscribe to us and feel her strength together. Chapter 30. Stella. No one talked on the way home. We stayed silent until Diana, out of nowhere, started singing in my head. Like literally singing in my head. What in the world? Why no? Diana, I said to grab her attention. She was so into the song that she did not hear me. The Greatest by Sia. Her voice was worse than Sky's voice. They will get along for sure. Yeah, she replied after she sang the chorus. Why are you singing? Oh, I sing when I get nervous, she reasoned, and I thought, how come she knew about this song if she was never out in the world? She was nervous, but from what exactly? Of what? I asked again, eager to know. What do you think? In a matter of half an hour, I will have to explain stuff to you that I have never said before. Think, Stella, she said and rolled her eyes. I just nodded. She got a point there. I did not realize that I zoned out until someone's hand was in front of my face, waving to grab my attention. Stella, are you okay? I turned my head and saw Julian with a worried expression. He was sitting beside me from the passenger seat. Cody was the one driving and Sky sat next to him. I smiled. Yeah, don't worry about it, I replied, then grabbed his hand with mine. It felt warm. I felt the sparks with so much power than the last time I touched him. Does Diana have anything to do with it? Are you sure? It looked like you were debating with Diana, he smirked, and I nodded. He rubbed my palm with his thumb, and it tickled me a bit. I let out a low giggle. What? He asked with a smile. Tickled. But I loved the sparks that went through my body. They were filled with love and affection more than last time. I love you, Julian, and I think Diana has some explaining to do, I said, and he kissed my cheek. His tender kiss made my insides go crazy. I wanted to kiss him on the lips but decided against it. I did not want Cody and Sky to tease me about it later. I knew Sky and I was getting to know Cody day by day. They will laugh at me but not in a mean way. In an annoying way for sure. I let Diana take control after we got home and sat in the living room. I let her do it so the rest could hear what she had to say. Diana, tell us everything you know about Stella's past, Julian requested as he sat across from me on the couch, next to Cody and Sky. I sat in front of them on a chair. I'm just talking about Stella today, no one else. Her family, for example, would be for another day, Diana explained. They nodded. I encouraged her, knowing that she was nervous about the whole thing. You can do it. She sighed before she began talking using my voice. So, it all started when Stella was born. As we know, the moon goddess made wolves partners for those who have werewolf blood in them. When Stella was born, I was inside her soul. We were meant for each other. I was her partner. We were great together for years until your first shift, which came way earlier than usual. You shifted on your 7th birthday, and no one knew the reason. After the first shift, things turned upside down for us. I just want to say that it was all Raymond's fault. He went crazy after your parents' death. But I won't go into too much detail right now, she said and went quiet for a while. How come I don't remember you? Well, Stella, you didn't remember me because of the abuse. It was too much for your little body to handle. So I just drifted away in the back of your mind and soul. You lost your memory of me when you got older, thinking it was a dream, but I couldn't forget you. I tried to shift and help you with your life and to stay away from Raymond, but I couldn't do it. Your body was badly hurt, and you suffered from malnutrition for years. I needed your body to be stronger so that it does not overwhelm you. You could have died if I shifted when you were weak. But today everything changed. The danger that threatened my mate and pack members triggered me to go wild and release my anger. It's like I got activated after years of being turned off, she explained, and I was blown away by what she said. So it's all Raymond's fault after all. Wow, Sky said, then came and hugged us real tight. I'm so sorry both, you had it rough. Now everything will be all right. She rubbed my back and we smiled. Thank you, Diana said since I could not reply. Do you want me to take over again? I asked and she agreed. Cody got up and walked towards me. As Sky said, it will be more than all right. Don't worry, Luna. He rubbed my shoulder but we heard a growl. Cody removed his hand from my shoulder as if it stung him. I looked at Julian who was right in front of me. Mine, he hissed, and we rolled our eyes. Stella, we will be with you until the last day we are destined for to be together. I will train you so you can defend yourself if you ever have to. Sky can teach you a few tricks, but I'll teach you everything I know. You won't be alone ever, he said, then kissed my lips slowly. I kissed him back, then pulled away with a smile, not caring that Cody and Sky were grinning like goofballs. Thank you all. I'm a werewolf, cool. And tomorrow is the graduation ceremony. I forgot. Again. Chapter 31 Julian. Today was the graduation ceremony, and we were getting ready because after, there would be a party held in the school's gym. So I was in my room dressing up for my beautiful mate. I needed to look my best to make her proud to be with me. Cody, on the other hand, was done dressing up. Am I too slow? Or he's just too fast? Our werewolf mate. She will look stunning. Peter sighed in contentment. Did you expect her to shift like that? Peter added while I fixed my stupid black tie. I don't wear ties. It was hard. No, never. I didn't smell her wolf, nor did you. The abuse must have been too tough that it made Diana hide away from us. I'm glad she shifted. Aren't you? I replied. Raymond would pay for everything he had done to Stella. The next time I see him, he'll be dead. Of course. Anyway, you suck at tying ties, he commented, and I swear I heard his grin in his tone. I just rolled my eyes. No shit, I said, then blocked him. I got out of my room, rubbed my black suit, and headed to Stella's room. I knocked on the door and waited. I was so eager to see her, and I had been away from her smell for a few hours now. It was too long away from her. After I heard rustling in the room, she invited me in. I entered the room only to be stunned by the sight. She was literally an angel standing before my eyes. I blinked twice to make sure that she was there, and not a segment of my imagination. Hey, she greeted, pulling me to her effortlessly because I was controlled by every move she made. I studied every inch of her outfit and growled uncontrollably because wow. She wore a V-neck crimson short dress that reached above her knees and showed a bit of her cleavage. It had sleeves down to her elbows, but the back was open, and I thought it was a bit revealing. She was too beautiful for the world. I did not mind seeing her like that at all, and I could fight whoever approached her with ill intentions. I just did not want other men to look at her. She was mine. Before I could comment, she beat me to it while fidgeting with her fingers. Her hair was pulled in a neat ponytail that showed every inch of her flawless face. The dress is too revealing, and it wasn't my choice. It was Sky's, and she begged me to wear it. I could not refuse because it was too late to go and buy a new one, she reasoned, thinking that I would be upset. I could not help but kiss her light pink lips. It was supposed to be a sweet fast smooth, but it made me crave more. I felt her up, and her low moans almost made me lose control. I fought Peter back and breathed. I looked into her eyes and smiled once I saw her pink cheeks. I know I am not mad. If you are not comfortable, you should wear a light jacket or something, I suggested, and hugged her like she was a soft teddy bear. Julian, I can't breathe. She breathed out, then gently slapped my back. I let go of her almost instantly. Sorry. I apologized sheepily. It's okay, and I should wear a jacket. I have one that matches my dress. Give me a second, she said, and went to her wardrobe. I walked to her bed and sat on it. She came back a minute later with a black suede jacket that matched her black high heels. That's more like it. I agree, Peter said. How is it? I nodded, feeling happy for her. I love it, and you look beautiful, I replied, then pulled her to bed with me. She was lying on top of me, and I could not love this position more than I already did. My sudden action caused her cheeks to turn bright red, and I could not help but laugh. When we should be there. She checked the time. In about 30 minutes or so. Why? She arched her eyebrows, which made her look extra cute. I smirked. Enough time for me to cuddle. I flipped us over so I was lying on top of her but not putting my full weight on her small body. Yeah, she'd die. Peter pointed out sarcastically, but I ignored him to let him enjoy the moment with Diana. Why is your tie like this? Stella asked, giggling. Oh yeah, I forgot about it. Could you fix it for me when I finish cuddling with you? Sure, and Julian. She trailed off. Yeah, love. Thank you, she said out of the blue. It took me off guard, so I raised my eyebrows, confused. For what? For being here with me. For accepting me. For loving me. Thank you, she explained, and I felt like the happiest man alive. I kissed her lips slowly, savoring the moment. I was addicted to her touch. You're welcome, love. Thank you for accepting me and loving me. I replied and nuzzled my nose in her neck and inhaled her scent. It was so good that I wanted to make her fully mine. Yet I could not push my boundaries. I had to wait for her. Whenever she's ready. Julian, we should go, she said after our millionth kiss. We had a make-out session that was too hot to stop, but reality interrupted. I sighed. Yeah, but I'd rather stay here with you, I replied like a 4-year-old who did not want to get out of bed. Me too, but I kinda have to go, she said, then looked at my tie. But we need to fix that tie of yours first. She laughed. I nodded and we got out of bed. After fixing my tie, I received a message from Cody letting us know that they were waiting for us to come and pick them up. Shall we go, my lady? I pulled my hand and linked it with hers. We shall. Chapter 32 Stella. We got to school on time. Parents and friends were gathering in the parking lot and heading to the school's building. They looked so happy and cheerful. Who would not when they become officially free humans? 2 months ago, I loved school because it was like a home that Raymond failed to provide. But now that I had someone who I love more, school seemed dull. I had Julian who taught me how to breathe peacefully. I still worry about Raymond because he might catch me at any given time, but I believe that Julian would not let that happen. Not on his watch, at least. Julian was the light that my parents took with them when they died. He loved me and I loved him, and I hoped nothing bad would happen. Great, you jinxed it, a sudden voice said in my head. Before I could panic and start screaming, I remembered Diana. She was my wolf and I was a werewolf. It was hard to comprehend. No, I didn't. And you can appear like that. I asked. Like what? She asked back. Like a ghost, so sudden, I replied, then looked at Julian to see him fixing his suit. It got a bit wrinkly due to our cuddling, but he still looked handsome and charming. His honey eyes were twinkling because of the sinking sun rays. I felt like I did not deserve him. He was too good for me. I was not beautiful like the other girls. I was not special. Stella. Diana's shout broke my chain of thoughts. First, I'm always in you, so my sudden appearance wasn't so sudden. You gotta get used to it, girl, because I'm not leaving. Second, you are extremely beautiful and sweet. Don't compare yourself to any other girl. They are different from you, you are different for them. No one is the same, and that is okay. Julian loves you for you. Just the way you are. You deserve him and he deserves you. Got it? Her outburst startled me for a second. But then it made me smile and have that tingling sensation in my stomach where I felt worthwhile. I was very blessed to have her. I nodded my head, making Julian look at me with raised eyebrows. I just shook my head with a grin that made him grin too. He linked his arm with mine, and Cody did the same with Sky. Then we headed inside. While we were walking, a couple of old friends greeted me with smiles and handshakes. I even saw Mr. John, my music teacher. He was so delighted when he knew that Julian was my boyfriend and Sky's cousin. He acted like a father when he met his daughter's boyfriend for the first time. He gave me his blessings, then took Julian for a minute and talked with him in private. I wonder what they were talking about. Apparently Mr. John had met Cody before, so he was good to go. He was good for Sky. I was seriously going to miss this amazing teacher. Stella, Sky called. Let's hurry, it's about to begin. "Come on," she said, and we quickened our strides. Julian unlinked my arm and grabbed my hand instead. His hand felt so warm in mine. Felt so right. "MJ Wesley," the principal called out to my fellow classmate to receive his diploma. We all clapped for him, until he grabbed it from our homeroom teacher. He looked so nervous and I understood him. I looked at Julian to see him staring at me with a heartwarming smile. "What?" I laughed quietly, not knowing what to say. "You look beautiful," he confessed again for the 100th time today. "I love you." He came closer to me and kissed my left cheek. And before I could react, we heard Auntie coming from Cody and Sky, and they clapped quietly. "You looked absolutely adorable," Sky commented, and Cody grinned. "You did," he added with his hand wrapped around Sky's shoulders. I hid my face in Julian's chest, to hide away my embarrassment. "Sto," I was interrupted by the principal's voice. "And now Stella Woods," he called, and my eyes widened. Stella Woods. But that was Julian's last name, and I'm pretty sure there was no other Stella in the seniors. Was he calling for me? "The Stella here." The principal called again, and Julian tugged my shoulder to stand up. Was it his doing? I looked at his eyes and saw happiness. Yep, it was his doing. I was going to have to talk with him, but after I received my diploma. "Yes, I'm here." "Sorry." I walked to the stage with a nervous smile. Now I know what MJ felt. I shook hands with all of the teachers, then grabbed my diploma from my homeroom teacher. I got off stage and walked back to my seat next to Julian. "Stella Woods?" I asked, bewildered by that sudden change. I did not mind it though. I liked the sound of it. "Yeah, since when?" Sky asked, and Cody just listened. He knew. "Since the moment I laid eyes on you. Someday you'll be Mrs. Woods and Luna on the pack. I know I'm not letting you go, ever. So I've talked with Mr. John about it," Julian explained, and I smiled. I brought my face close to his and cupped his cheeks. "For a big bad alpha, you can be so cute sometimes," I whispered, then kissed his lips real quick. His eyes widened. "I'm not cute," he disagreed, but Cody had other plans for him. "Oh yes you are. Julian Woods is so cute. Adorable even," he raised his voice enough for the students to hear. They chuckled. "Just shut up," Julian low growled at Cody, and me and Sky laughed so hard at that. "Sky Woods," the principal called for her, and she stood up. "Break a leg," Julian encouraged. She smiled and walked to the stage, but as she was about to climb the stairs, she almost tripped. Over nothing. At all. Not literally, Julian face-palmed himself and Cody laughed. I smiled when she grabbed her diploma with a wide smile. We were free. After we threw the caps in the air, we started walking to the hall dance. I was behind everyone because the heels were tiring. Julian was in front of me. As we were about to enter the hall, someone grabbed my wrist and put a hand over my mouth while dragging me outside the school to the parking lot. I looked up to see who I was terrified to see or face. What was he doing here? Before he could do anything, my rescue came. "Stella!" Julian's voice rang in my ears, and I screamed to grab his attention. "Leave her alone," he growled and came running towards me. In split seconds, I was once again in Julian's arms and out of Raymond's grip. Chapter 33. Stella. Raymond looked so furious and lacked any good intentions, reminding me of all the abuse he had caused.
Olev not mers.
He was not thrilled to see Julian. I squirmed in my place, feeling the fear rise when he tried to take a closer step toward me. He broke me into million pieces, but Julian did his best to fix me. I would not allow Raymond to destroy me again. I was not the same old weak Stella 2 months ago. I was a werewolf, strong, loved, and protected. I glanced to my right to see Cody and Sky ready to fight in case anything happened. They were glaring at Raymond, and I appreciated their support. I looked at Julian's face and I had to raise my head because he was too close. He was angry. What would happen? Why did I drag them into this mess? I gazed back at Raymond and saw him aiming a gun at me. Where did he get that? "Not the best time to ask that, Stella dear," Diana commented. "He is going to kill you if we don't shift." "Should I shift?" "So you were with him the whole fucking time. With your plaything, I knew you were a whore. You disgust me. I can't believe I didn't kill you sooner. You are a pathetic bitch," he ranted, and I felt my blood boil with rage. His words were not true, but they still stung. I saw Julian's face from the corner of my eye, and it was not a pretty sight for Raymond. I breathed, finding the courage that abandoned me as soon as the abuse began. I squeezed Julian's hand wrapped around my waist. Why, Raymond? I swallowed my shaky breath and went on. Why did you hit me? What have I ever done to make you hate me that much? All I remember was being kicked and beaten by you. You were supposed to be my brother, my family. You were the only blood-related family to me when our parents died. You became a lunatic stranger when you hit me for the first time ever. Why? What did I ever do to you? I threw my questions at him in one breath. It was about damn time I got my answers. I waited to see his facial expression. I waited to hear his supposed good reason to abuse me. I waited for the truth to be revealed. Everyone else was still silent. Even Julian. He also wanted to know. I was surprised he did not hit him yet. Raymond took another step towards us. Your brother. Your family. Your only blood relative. Our parents, Stella. Are you fucking kidding me? We have never been a family. I never considered you as family. You were nothing to me. You were and still are a bitch. I'm not your brother, Stella. I have never been, he replied coldly, sending shivers down my spine. But not the good type that Julian managed to do to me. Meaning? Sky growled at him. Raymond looked at Sky for a second. He fixed his gaze back at me. I'm not your brother, Stella. I was adopted by your parents. I never belonged to that family. And frankly, I felt happy when they died. They irritated me every day. He spilled the bitter truth. And to say that I was stunned was an understatement. Adopted? Why? I asked in a whisper that was loud enough for him to hear. I felt drained. They loved you more than me since the day you were born. They loved you better, took care of you better, and gave you something that I couldn't and won't ever have, he yelled. I tried to walk to him, but Julian did not let that happen. That's not true. They loved you too much and you know that. What did they give me and didn't give you? Tell me, Raymond, is it a good reason to abuse a weak girl for years? Is it? I was so infuriated by the way he said it. He knew how much our parents loved him. If I knew he was adopted, I would still be happy. It would not have made a difference back then, but now it would. He was a monster in the shape of a human, which was ironic. He scoffed. They gave you the ability to shift into a damn wolf. You are a werewolf. That's why I hate. No, I loathe you. I was born into a werewolf family too, but I could not shift because I took after my mother's genes. My human mother, while my father was a werewolf. Why couldn't I just have his genes? If I did, I wouldn't get kicked out of my old pack, and I wouldn't get adopted by your parents who pitted me. I hated that. I hated them. I hate you and I'll end you, he shouted hysterically. His face turned red from the rage. Did I hear him right? He was born in a pack and he could not shift because he was not a werewolf. He got angry at me because I could. How in the fucking world was that a good enough reason to abuse me? What a messed up mind he had. Can I just kill his ugly ass? Diana shouted. I ignored her because I was too flabbergasted by him. You won't end her. Julian jumped in front of me. I'll make sure you won't. Raymond looked at him with the same loath that he felt for me. Who are you to speak? You're just a fuckboy. I'm her mate, Julian Woods. I'm sure you know about alphas because I'm about to be one. Chapter 34 Stella. Raymond's face paled as soon as he heard Julian's name. He started moving in his place, looking at anything that was near, anything but Julian. So he knew about him. A moment later, Raymond gathered his courage and glared at my mate. Yes, I know about alphas. So what? I'm not afraid of you, you worthless piece of trash. You are worth nothing. You are a monster. Raymond scoffed, but the hint of worry was evident in his shaky tone. He was trying to act tough but failed epically. He hid behind the trigger of his pistol, and I could not be more ashamed to have called him brother. As he insulted Julian, Diana and I growled. No one talks about him like that. Just shut your trap, you awful piece of shit, and scram from here. Leave us. Leave me. I am not even your sister. You never considered me as your sister, so just fucking leave. I yelled my heart out. My tone was laced with confidence and fury. Where was this courage when he beat the crap out of me? Raymond's eyes shot daggers at me, and I did not care. I was done caring about anything related to him. He was not worth any type of emotion unless it was hate. The little bitch whore has finally found the courage to speak. That's so adorable, but I'm sorry to inform you that I will not leave until I kill you, dear sister. Right here, right now, he replied with the gun still aimed at me. His words did not mean anything to me. However, my friends were triggered by his words. Sky was about to pounce on him with her claw when Julian did. I did not feel him leave my side until I saw him lifting Raymond by the neck. When did he? Listen and listen carefully, you motherfucker. I am sick of hearing your annoying voice, so just shut the fuck up. You will not lay your filthy hands on her ever again because I'm going to kill you. Or better yet, I'm going to torture you just like you did to my mate, then slaughter you. You're lower than a piece of shit, Julian shouted. Luckily, no humans were in sight as they were busy with the dance party. Raymond struggled to breathe as Julian's grip was deadly, and Raymond's face turned a light shade of blue. Good thing the music is too loud for anyone to hear, Diana commented, enjoying the show. I did not blame her. He was the reason we were separated for years. She protected me as he enslaved me for years. Raymond raised his hand that was holding the gun and shot Julian. My eyes widened. I was too stunned by his action to actually analyze what just happened. He shot Julian before I could even warn him. I panicked when I heard Julian's pain scream. His grip on Raymond loosened and that gave him a chance to jerk away, while coughing to catch his breath. Julian, I called, angry and scared for his life. I started running towards him when he mind-linked me. Don't come any closer, love. I'm fine. He only shot my arm, I'm okay. It will heal in no time, he reassured in his alpha voice. Julian grew up to depend on himself at times like these, but I wanted to help and I could help this time. I looked carefully at him to see his bleeding arm. He was holding it with his good hand. I tried to ignore his request, but he warned, don't even think about it. So I stopped moving. His tone was too dominating in a way that made me paralyzed. I could not defy his order, and not out of fear, but out of respect. Why can't he or us shift? Diana asked, annoyed. She wanted to get involved. But I could not let her because I did not know the level of her strength yet, and I did not want humans to see us. We can't risk anyone seeing us. That would be bad for us all, I replied, then looked at Raymond, who was trying to attack Julian again. Alpha, Cody called, and Julian gave him a small determined nod while he was tying his arm with a cloth. With that, Cody was behind Raymond in seconds with his arms around him. He caged Raymond in a position he could not get out of, and since Cody was much bigger than him and well-built, he looked like a small teenager in his huge arms. Let go of me, Raymond shouted at Cody while trying to release himself. It was a futile attempt. He deserves what is coming next, Sky whispered, but I heard her loud and clear. I snapped my head towards her with questioning eyes. What do you mean by that? I asked, then arched my eyebrows. She smirked. Julian is going to snap his neck, I think, or I hope, she replied, and my eyes widened. I gazed back at Raymond and Cody to see Julian standing right in front of him with a livid expression on his sweaty face. Don't. I yelled at them. They looked at me, confused at my outburst. Don't kill him, I ordered. Julian raised his eyebrows. Why not, Stella? Because I want to do something, I reasoned, then began walking towards them. I stopped beside Julian and in front of Raymond. What? You're the one who's gonna kill me? He asked in a sarcastic tone. I rolled my eyes and shook my head, then raised my hand into a fist shape. I smirked as I punched him in his nose using Diana's strength. He groaned in pain as thrilled. I raised my other hand and punched him again in his jaw. You are fucking stupid if you thought I'd kill you. I'll leave that to Julian. I don't know what he might do to you, and I don't want to know because I don't care. But you need to know one thing before I never see you again. He stared at me blankly. You were so loved by our parents, I even envied you sometimes. They gave you anything you ever wanted and needed. You were loved, Raymond, by all of us. But now you are a dead stranger to me. Goodbye, brother, I explained quietly. He did not say anything. He just stared at me with a complicated expression painted on his face. The envy part made him too puzzled to move a muscle. I was not lying, I really did envy him. He was my mother's favorite child, and he apparently failed to see that. He was too busy hating on us to notice the love we gave him. Julian flashed me with a wide smile, indicating that he was proud of me. She's right. She won't kill you, and neither will I. I'll just enjoy torturing you every day, making you wish you were dead. God will end your pathetic life. Not us, Julian told him with a wicked smile, making me shudder. He's sexy, all right, Diana commented, and I blushed. Now, really? Move, Cody demanded, still caging Raymond, and they started walking to the Jeep. Sky and I followed suit. As we were about to get in, a shocking thing happened that left us speechless and frozen, especially Raymond. He was on the ground, covered in a blood pool. His blood. Chapter 35. Stella. Our eyes widened at the sight. I just stood there, frozen in the spot while Julian and Cody looked around to see who did it. They ran towards the source of the shooting. It was a sniper's shot. Sky bent down to Raymond's level and checked his pulse. She raised her gaze and shook her head with a blank expression displayed on her face. I did not do anything because I was paralyzed. I forgot how to move my legs. For a second I forgot how to catch my breath. Stella, Diana called, sensing my apprehension. I blinked rapidly and stared at the bloodied hole in Raymond's chest. The bullet perforated through his chest on the left side. The amount of blood that drenched his white shirt did not need Sky to tell me that he was dead. I did not know what to feel. I looked at Julian, who was running back toward us. His face was crunched, and his eyes held fury and confusion. They got away, whoever they were. They are skilled, he said. Who were they? Were they a group? One person. Who? Cody came running from the forest near the school. No use, Alpha. They are gone, he reported to his Alpha, then stood next to Sky and wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Julian came to my side and hugged me tightly, sensing that I needed some comfort. I buried my face into his chest and sighed loudly. I did not know if it was wrong of me not to cry because I did not feel like I had lost an important person. I felt like I had lost an acquaintance that I had known since the day I was born. I felt nothing and my heart was blank. I had no emotions towards him. I was not happy to see him dead, but I was not sad either. Is that wrong? You lost him when he raised his hand at you. It's not wrong to feel that way towards your abuser. He is gone now. No more, Diana explained, and I hummed, not wanting to speak. Are you okay? Julian asked while caressing my hair. His touch relaxed me. I nodded weakly. Yeah. Let's just go back home, I feel tired. Can you take care of his body? I asked in a whisper. Of course, love. I'll have my warriors bury him in the cemetery. Don't worry, he assured me with a kiss on my cheek. Raymond is gone forever. Bye, Stella, see you tomorrow. Sky hugged me goodbye and went to Cody. He was waiting for his mate, and I wanted to just be in bed with mine. After a while of silent driving, we arrived home. What time is it? I asked as I sat on his big bed. He looked at his phone and sat next to me. 11 p.m. Are you sleepy? He asked while looking at my gray eyes. Like he was searching for something. No, just tired of today's eve. I stopped what I was about to say because I remembered something that slipped my mind completely. Let me see your arm. I grabbed it and checked for his injury. I removed the cloth from his arm and inspected it. I did not find anything. His skin was dirty with blood, but the wound was not there. How? I asked, overwhelmed but not shocked. Nothing was normal around here. He smirked. Werewolves heal faster than humans, and I have alpha blood in my veins. I heal faster than a normal werewolf, babe, he explained, as he wrapped his arms around my small body and laid back on the bed so we were facing the ceiling. I wrapped my arms around his chest and kissed his jawline. We enjoyed the silence. Julian. He hummed, waiting for me to speak. I want to fight, I blurted out. He raised his head so he could look at me with his arched eyebrows. Confusion was evident on his face. What? I rolled my eyes. I want to become stronger, I want to fight so I can protect myself. I felt useless today. I couldn't do anything, I said as I played with the hem of his jacket. You said I could, I added, waited for his reply. I waited long. Fine, but I'll be the one to teach you how to fight. No other male will touch you. You are mine alone, he growled in my neck. I chuckled because I was so ticklish. And you are mine. Thank you, Julian. I kissed his cheek when he lifted his head to face me. On the cheek. I need more than that to feel the gratitude, love. His grin grew wider as his face came closer to mine. I shifted nervously and knowingly. I felt my cheeks heat up, but I did not move away. I closed my eyes, waiting for the moment to happen. Stella, I love you, he said. Then crashed his lips on mine before I could reply. I kissed him back. The kiss was gentle and soft. It made me lost in his touch. He held me closer if that was possible, and made me lay on top of him. My hands found their way to his hair and started running through it. He groaned pleasantly, and I moaned softly. After some time he noticed my struggle to breathe, so he parted his lips and kissed my nose. "I'll give you a clean hoodie. You don't have to go to your room to change," he suggested, and I nodded. I wanted to take a shower but did not want to upset him. I waited for him to hand me his hoodie. He went to his wardrobe and searched for one. "Here, wear this and I'll go to the bathroom for a minute. You can change, I won't peek." He winked and threw it at me with new boxers. "Thanks." I stripped down from my dress after he entered the bathroom. I pulled the boxers, then the hoodie over my head, and his scent hit my nose. "Delicious, can I bite him?" Diana asked. "In no way," I stuttered. She was a perverted wolf. "Oh, come on. He marked you, so it's only fair for me to mark him," she reasoned. "Besides, you will have to do that sooner or later. Let's make it sooner." I rolled my eyes. "I prefer later by Diana," I replied, ignoring her protests. I was not ready. I sat on the bed and waited for him. I looked at my legs to see that the hoodie covered my thighs well. Minutes later, the bathroom door opened to reveal a half-naked Julian. He only wore sweatpants. "Damn those abs," Diana commented, and I could not agree more. Maybe I was perverted too. Julian smirked as if he knew what I was thinking. "Sorry for the wait, let's sleep." "I'm tired," he said, and jumped on his bed while dragging me down with him. After he pulled the covers on us, my eyes felt heavy. "Good night, love," he said and kissed my forehead, then pulled me closer to him. "Good night, Jojo," I replied, half asleep. He sighed. "Not you too," he commented, then darkness took over. Chapter 36. Stella. It's been a month since Raymond's death. We did not know who shot him yet, but Julian suspected Joey, his cousin, because 2 days after the incident we found a letter on the doorframe, and it said, "You got lucky this time." I was paranoid for days until Julian finally started training me. I was in the backyard with him in my workout clothes. He was teaching me how to fight, and he did not go easy on me. After all the running I did for the last 2 weeks, I became faster than ever. My senses heightened, and I was able to smell good and hear the smallest noises. When I ran, I felt like time stopped, and everything became clear in my vision. "That's right, Stella, we are awesome," Diana commented, making me giggle. "You have to raise your elbow like this and open your eyes fully," Julian explained while showing me how I should stand and position myself in a fight. I did what he instructed and breathed deeply. I focused only on him. "Good, now punch me," he said, and I shook my head. "No. Your handsome face," I commented. "Why?" Diana asked, then wiggled her eyebrows. "Shut up," I replied, then felt my cheeks heat up. Julian chuckled, then cupped my cheeks. "Don't worry, you're not strong enough yet to harm me. I'll just see how you punch and help you improve if you need improving," he assured, and I nodded, feeling more confident. He kissed my nose and stood back. I raised my fist and threw it at his face. Julian stumbled back a bit, and I felt like my hand stung, but not the same way when I punched Raymond. It was like my fists grew rougher and stronger. "How was it?" I asked as he put his palm on his red cheek. "It was good, but not good enough to make someone fall to the ground without hurting yourself. We have a lot of work to do, love," he announced, and I sighed. After 4 hours of training, I was so exhausted to the point of literally sleeping on the grass. I believed an hour had passed when I felt strong arms around me. I saw Julian sleeping beside me on the bed. He must have carried me inside. I tried to wiggle my way out of his grip, but it was too tight, and I was too tired to put actual effort into slipping out. "I'm just stuck here until he wakes up," I whispered to myself, then closed my eyes to enjoy his warmth. "Don't act like you don't love it," Diana suddenly said. I opened my eyes once again to stare at him. "Why do you always comment?" I asked her, then I placed my hand on his cheek. "Now kiss him," she ordered, which made me widen my eyes. "What? Why?" I asked again while looking at his lips. They looked too soft. I just wanted to make contact with them. I never initiated a kiss while he was asleep. It was like taking advantage of him. "Kiss him now, kiss, 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 come on, Stella, you know you wanna," she teased, and I had to agree with her. I wanted to kiss him so bad. Fine, just shut up for a moment, please," I replied, then blocked her away. I began closing the distance between our lips until I was inches away from them. The urge to kiss him beat my rational thoughts and made me do it. My lips were placed on his soft ones. It was a sweet, gentle kiss that made me crave more. I did not want to wake him up by moving too fast, but that was impossible. As I ran my fingers through his hair, ready for the outcome, his eyes shot wide open. I felt embarrassed for a second and wanted to withdraw from the kiss, but he did not let me. He grabbed the back of my head and deepened the kiss until it turned into a lustful kiss that was filled with desperation and love. The sparks from touching him made our wolves go crazy. What a marvelous way to wake me up, love, he whispered and kissed me again. Saying that my face was like a tomato was an understatement. Julian shifted out position so he was on top of me, never leaving my lips. I wrapped my hands around his neck, and our legs tangled together. Our moans filled the air, and I felt like the room was on fire. It was so hot that I could not bear my clothes on me. I started taking off my shirt without thinking too deeply about my actions. I was left in my sports bra. It's hot, I commented, then crashed my lips back to his. It was the first time that I felt horny and needed my mate on me. Julian, it's too hot in here. I feel like I'm burning. I told him again, and he stopped kissing me to look at my face. His eyes grew with realization as he placed his palms on both of my cheeks. What? Why did you stop? Stella, you're in heat, he stated, and my eyes grew bigger. You said that if you marked me it would not happen. I know, and it's weird. Maybe because I have alpha blood. Or was it because you shifted unannounced? He asked more to himself. Things were not normal. It never was with me. What should I do? Feels like my body is on fire. Please help. Make it stop. I begged him. His eyebrows knitted together, looking so frustrated and worried. There is a way to stop your heat. He trailed off, avoiding eye contact. His cheeks were pink. I thought about what he just said and then it clicked. We have to mate. I asked, kind of feeling nervous about the idea. His lustful eyes met mine again and he nodded. It's the only way to fully stop it and won't come back. I did not want our first time with these circumstances, but we have no other choice, he replied, and I thought, I would die from the heat if we did not do it. I was so inexperienced and I was afraid. I am a virgin. So is he, Diana reminded me, and I relaxed at that. We have been together for months and we were literally destined for eternity together, so it was about time we did it. I pecked his lips real fast, then nodded. Okay, I said, and waited for him to say something. Are you sure? He asked, the worry evident in his tone. Yes, Julian. I'll always be with you. I love you and I trust you. You saved me. You loved me. You made my life so much better. I replied with a bright smile. The sweat was covering my body at this point, hinting that I was in desperate need of him. He smiled back, then removed his shirt, revealing his hot abs. I love you too. He trailed smooth kisses along my abdomen, and at one point he removed my sports bra and pants. I did not allow myself to blush or overthink it as I helped him strip fully. His hands were all over my body, and my hands were in his hair, fighting for a release. Hours passed and we entered a new world. On that night we became one. Chapter 37, Julian. Last night was the best night of my life. Stella was officially mine. She looked absolutely stunning, alluring, and beautiful. The look that she gave me when she agreed to mate made me lose all sense of rationality. She was so adorable yet so sexy. It almost killed me when I had to leave her this morning. I had to talk with Dad about the Alpha title and ceremony, but I left her a note stating that I would be back soon with breakfast near it. I also told her that Sky would come to stay with her until I came back. Mate smells more delicious than before, Peter commented, and I agreed. The moment Stella and I mated, she was officially the Luna of the Greymod pack. And with that, I fulfilled the only condition to become the Alpha in our family. I will claim the title of the Alpha tomorrow night in front of all the pack's members, and not for me. I wanted to introduce Stella to our pack. They knew that they had a soon-to-be Luna, but not all of them met her. Julian, Jojo. Mom's yelling brought me back to reality. I looked at her and saw her smiling. Yeah. Dad patted my back. I asked you how Stella and you began daydreaming, he said, and I smiled proudly. She's great. And well, we made it. I cleared my throat and Mom clapped her hands. I had to tell them because of the ceremony. Finally, but you didn't have to tell us. Her mark and scent are all over you. Mom cleared with a grin which made me blush a bit. Stella marked me after we mated, and I felt euphoria. Then why did they ask? Peter commented. I know, right? So I'm assuming that you came here to talk about the title. Am I right, son? Dad asked with a smirk. I sat across from him on the couch and nodded. Yes, the ceremony will be held tomorrow, right? Yes, I'll arrange everything. Everything was ready since the moment you turned 18. All you need to do now is stay with your mate and tell her what to do when she stands next to you on stage, Dad explained with a smile. I will, thanks, Dad. And I'll give you the traditional gown for the ceremony. Wait here, Mom demanded. Then she jumped out of the couch and went to get it. Women, Dad commented with a look of adoration. He loved my mom just like I loved my Stella. Stella, I'm back, I called as soon as I opened the main door. I walked into the living room to see both Sky and my mate eating marshmallows while watching a movie. They were so engrossed in the scandalous scene to notice me at first, and once they did, both jumped. Stella raised her head and looked at me. Welcome back, she said with a soft smile. I walked towards her. Sky ignored my existence and kept on watching the movie. She was sitting in a beanbag chair while Stella was on the small couch that fitted only for one person. I lifted her up and sat in her place, then I placed her in my lap and cuddled with her. Why did you do that? I was comfortable, she whined, never leaving her eyes off of the movie. Stupid movie. Jealous of a movie, I see, Peter remarked. Says the wolf who growls at birds if they come near her. I fired back and he shut his mouth. I want to hold you, I told her. Then snuggled my nose into her neck, making her chuckle. She finally put the marshmallows down and looked at me. How are your parents? They're good, happy even. I replied as I kissed her pale soft lips. Guys. I'm still here, Sky decided to ruin the moment. I groaned and parted away from Stella's lips. You didn't acknowledge me when I got in and now you notice me. I asked with disbelief. She grinned. You're welcome, she replied, and Stella laughed. I ignored Sky and her wiggling eyebrows and looked back at Stella. I need to tell you something. Sure, she replied and fixed her position so she was facing me with her legs on both sides of my hips. I like this position, Peter purred like a creep. Of course you do. And you don't. That's smartass. So since we were fully mated and you marked me last night, I can claim the Alpha's title tomorrow night. You'll be announced as the official Luna of the Greymod pack, I explained, and her eyes widened for a second. I got you a gown from Mom so you could wear it tomorrow, okay? It's a traditional gown that has been passed down from one generation to the other. Don't worry, it will fit you perfectly. She thought for a second then smiled. I'll get Sky to help me with it. I'm happy for you, Julian. Or should I say Alpha Woods? She teased, but I got horny. I knew it was not the time to have these thoughts, so I kissed her cheek. Sky turned her gaze at us and smiled. Let's go and prepare you, Luna. Julian, hand over the gown, and Stella now. Sky stood up and walked towards us. Please would be nice, you know. I pointed out with a playful glare. No, now give me your love, and I'll make her look the best Luna ever, she said, and I rolled my eyes. She is the best Luna ever without your help. I hugged Stella tightly in a protective way. I'd but we don't have much time, now move it. She snatched my Stella away from my arms and stuck her tongue at me. Immature, Peter commented, and I had to agree with him. I'll be right back, Stella said, then she kissed my cheek. Lovebirds later. Sky yet again ruined the moment. How can Cody stand her? The dress was stunning, I'm in love with it. And strangely, it fitted me like a glove, Stella said after she sat on our bed. Sky finally went home because Cody missed her, and I thanked his horny ass for that. I'm sure it will look more stunning on you. Everything you wear looks perfect on you, love, I replied and pulled her close to me, and her head hit the pillows. Thanks, she said with a blush, and I sighed with contentment. I didn't ask, but how are you feeling? I asked while looking straight at her beautiful gray eyes. They became brighter after we mated, and I was deeply in love with their color. And her, of course. You know, after our night together, I trailed off, knowing that it was embarrassing for her. Her cheeks immediately became red, which made her look extra cute. Fine, a bit sore. I'm feeling great. You make me feel great. Now let's sleep. We have a big day tomorrow, I said as I pulled out the covers over us and cuddled with her in my arms. Good night. Good night, love. Chapter 38. Stella. I was in our bedroom with Sky as she put the final touch on my hair. Nancy came into the room while screaming at the top of her lungs. What in the world? Diana yelled back. Sky and I stood up, alerted. What's wrong? we asked in unison, looking around for any kind of danger. Nancy smiled and crushed me with a bear hug. You look beautiful. I'm so excited for tonight, she replied, and we let out a breath we did not know we were holding. Good God, you scared us. We almost pooped in our undies, Aunt Nancy. Sky put her hand on her heart, trying to calm down, then she sat on the bed. Yeah, we thought something bad happened, I agreed with Sky, then hugged Nancy back. The night did not start yet, and I was already tired. She let go and looked into my eyes with twinkles in hers. I'm sorry, I can't hide my excitement very well. Do I look good? Is the gown okay? I shifted in my place while playing with my fingers. Are you kidding me? You look absolutely gorgeous. She walked around me to see the back of the gown and my curled hair. Sky was a miracle worker. And your hair looks great. You are so beautiful. Oh my God, I'm so happy for Julian. He found an amazing mate. Your pups will look like supermodels, she ranted. Sky and I laughed at her cuteness. She sounded like a teenage girl who just discovered love. No, she sounded like a teenage girl who just discovered Starbucks, Diana corrected, and I chuckled. Thank you, Nancy, I replied politely with a cheerful smile. When do we have to go to the backyard? I asked after I sat on a chair near the door. The ceremony would be held in the backyard since it was so vast that it could fit more than 700 pack members. Just the thought of standing up in front of them made my stomach flip. I was so nervous. Man up, Diana said. I'm a woman, I replied. She rolled her eyes. Woman up. Happy, she repeated, and I laughed with a nod. When Julian comes to get you, which is going to be in about a Sky looked at her wristwatch and then back at me. Minute or two, you'll walk slowly on the grass, she stated, and I felt like puking. Oh my God. Relax, they don't bite, Diana muttered. Very funny. So we will see you down there. Wait for him to come get you. Nancy hugged me real quick and got out of the room with Sky. I stood up and started pacing around the room while looking at the floor. What if I mess things up? You won't. Diana's simple reply showed how much she had faith in me. The door cracked open. I looked up and saw my handsome mate staring at me. He looked charming wearing his black suit, and his hair was styled back, making his honey eyes stand out. Words could not describe how good-looking he was at that moment, and all I could think about was that he was mine. We kept eye contact for a long time until he broke it with one single breathless word. Wow. He whispered and wanted to run his hand through his hair as usual, but did not do it. I looked down, feeling nervous. He began walking towards me with small steps. Every step made my heart jump from its place, wishing that time would stop. When he reached me, he tilted my chin up gently with his finger and made me look at him. You look drop-dead gorgeous, he cleared. Your beauty is so ravishing, and it will be the death of me. I must be the luckiest man on earth to have you as my mate, my girl, and my world, he added with a wide smile that showed his perfect white teeth. His dimple was so adorable. He brought his lips to mine in a gentle kiss that made me swoon in his love. I did not know what to say. I was left speechless at his genuine words. Shall we go? He asked after he broke the kiss and rubbed my hair without ruining it. I nodded. We shall, my dear handsome mate. As we began walking down the stairs, my heart raced faster than a horse and stronger than a Thor. I gulped when Julian was about to open the door to the backyard. From the noises, it sounded like a festival. Are you ready? He asked before opening the door. He rubbed my cheek and held my hand. I looked at his dazzling honey eyes. No, but let's go, I replied honestly. I can't be scared all the time, I am the Luna, I added. He nodded with a smile and opened the door. I glanced at the big crowd and then looked straight ahead while walking with Julian to meet up with his parents. All eyes were on us. Hello, dear. His dad greeted me with a smile and a handshake. I'll say that again, you look so amazing. Nancy embraced me. Thank you, I said and looked at Julian, hinting to him to start the ceremony. He understood and nodded. Dad, let's begin. We stood in front of the 700 pack members. Most of the faces that I was able to see looked at me with adoration and excitement. You're lucky they don't hate you, Diana once again commented at the wrong time in the wrong place. His dad cleared his throat and clapped his hands. All of the Greymod pack members, we have gathered here today to meet your new Alpha, my son Julian Woods and his Luna Stella Woods, he announced, and the cheers went wild. Julian stepped forward, and the ceremony began. After we did what we were supposed to do, from drinking the sacred wine to having a blood oath, Julian was officially the Alpha, and I was the Luna. You'll look after 700 pack members, Diana cleared, and I rolled my eyes. Yeah, no pressure, I replied sarcastically, then looked at Julian, who was talking with his uncle Joey's dad. He was a good and kind man. I could not believe Joey was his son. The night was perfect and peaceful until someone broke something, grabbing our attention. We all turned our gazes to the source of the sound, and my eyes widened. What is he doing here? Diana asked as she growled, ready to fight. I don't know, but I know he is planning something evil. His laugh is worrying me. Everyone turned and saw Joey near me. What are you doing here? You are banned from entering our lands. Julian growled at Joey, who wore a smug look on his face. Julian was near me in seconds, standing protectively. He squeezed my shoulders, and I felt the anger rise inside of him. Is that the best way to welcome your cousin? Joey asked. I came here to congratulate you, new Alpha of the Greymod pack, he said. But his tone was laced with sarcasm. I don't want you here, and no one else wants you here. Now leave before I make you forever. Julian yelled at him very loudly. Cody and some other warriors stood close to us, preparing for anything. It is going to happen eventually. Oh, I can't leave now. I have to see your precious mate first. He turned his gaze at me and I wanted to throw up. She looks absolutely stunning in that dress, he pointed out, and I clinched Julian's suit. Julian let out a growl, making everyone, including the warriors, flinch. As Joey made a stupid step forward, we heard loud growls coming from Julian's parents and Joey's dad. Their faces showed no mercy. They were warning him, but I believe that he was more stupid than Raymond. Don't you dare, his dad threatened him, but Joey laughed, shrugging his dad off. Oh dear, what a pleasant surprise to see my father who banished me here. How are you? Are you mentally stable now? You know, after Mom's death. He asked slyly, making him look disgusting. His father's face fell and paled. What happened? As I wanted to ask, Joey laughed. You fucking killed her. Julian spat at him with a livid expression, making him look scarier than before. I gasped at what I just heard and my eyes widened. What? I found myself asking in a whisper. Nancy looked at me with sad eyes. Apparently she heard me. Not only did he rebel against us, he also killed his own poor mother who did nothing to him just to spite his father. She answered, the bitterness evident in her tone. I seriously want to throw up. I glanced back at Joey and glared. That's so sick and barbaric, I commented, and Joey chuckled like I amused him. Yeah, just like how I killed your brother. I'm a psychopath, he admitted without any shame. And I, surprisingly, was not surprised at his words. I felt more mad about him killing his mother than killing my brother, and I wanted to beat the shit out of him so badly. I glared harder at him. You are a shame. Who kills their own mother? The one that carried you in her stomach for months and raised you to be a man. She obviously didn't expect her son to be a total psychopath and kill her. You are a disgrace to all werewolves. Get the hell out of my pack before I murder you myself. Just so you know, I'm not the same weak girl who first broke into the Alpha's house. The one that you saw in the bathroom battered and scared. I grew stronger than you'll ever be able to imagine, and I am ready to defend my pack with my life if I have to. I yelled with my loudest tone, feeling fearless and powerful for the first time. I felt like a real Luna. You are a real Luna, Diana reminded me. I felt responsible for my pack. I was the Luna, and I had to protect every member at all costs. Julian looked at me proudly, and Sky raised her thumbs up. Joey just smirked. That was so touching, but I'm not leaving before I destroy your precious pack, he said. Then he put his fingers in his mouth and whistled. Seconds later, a great number of werewolves, most likely rogues, stood before us. They probably snuck in when we were holding the ceremony since everyone was here, distracted. They were big and seemed ruthless. Yet I was not afraid. I was done hiding. Everything happened really fast. I blinked my eyes 1 second, and our pack members and warriors shifted into their wolf forms and began attacking the intruders. Shift, Diana ordered, and I went behind a tree, took off the dress since I did not want to ruin it, and shifted. It was less painful and faster than the last time I did it, indicating that I was ready to fight and defend. No, you'll stay here, Julian demanded when he saw me coming from behind the tree, but I ignored him and started running towards a rogue that was about to pounce on a crying toddler. I jumped on the wolf and bit his back, killing him in the process, and he fell to the ground. I did not want to waste a second, so I jumped on another one. Or not, Peter said through the mind link after Julian shifted and stood next to me. I smirked in victory, then helped other pack members fight. It was all in our favor as the rogues either escaped or were dead until Julian began fighting Joey, the last one standing on their end. It was an ugly sight. Yet, Julian was much stronger than Joey, but Joey was sly. So he aimed for Julian's wounds each time Julian delivered one. After they rolled on the dirt, and we just stood there watching the fight unfold, Julian bit Joey in the neck, causing him to wince. He managed to escape Julian's jaw only because he let go. He was toying with him. Our mate is a sadist and I love it. Diana was so weird to the point where I stopped questioning her. Peter now took control and decided that breaking Joey's legs was the best way to slow him down. A moment after letting him catch his breath, Peter grabbed the traitor's tail and tore it from its flesh, making Joey howl with pain. The sight was unsightly, but I could not tear my gaze away as I was enjoying his suffering. Is it the Luna in me or am I a sadist as well? Both, Diana answered. After deciding that he had had enough, Peter or Julian now bit Joey's neck really hard, snapping it from its place. He was dead. Julian killed him. Everything was quiet when Joey fell on the dirt. His blood was covering everything, and I let out a sigh of relief. It was over. Julian shifted back and quickly wore his clothes. Listen up, he was addressing the rogues hiding in the shadows. Your leader is dead, so it's up to you if you want to continue fighting and die one by one, or you could leave our land and never come back. He offered in his alpha voice. It rang all over the place, making me shiver with delight. It was too powerful to disobey, even for rogues. Not a minute later, they ran towards the woods. We won without any of us dying. All of the pack members howled, feeling happy at the victory. Hugs and kisses were all over the place, and I howled, feeling ecstatic. I am their Luna. Before I could shift back, Julian tugged my fur and dragged me to the house, leaving the celebration. Only I can see you naked, he growled in my ears and I nodded, then shifted back to my human form when we were in the bedroom. He quickly handed me a towel, which I accepted, and wrapped it around my body. You were amazing out there. I am so proud of you, my Stella, he said, hugging me real tight, like his life depended on it. I know, I teased, then hugged him back. You were amazing too, I whispered in his neck. I'm glad I broke into your house, Alpha Woods, I added, and he chuckled. Trust me, me too. Stella's story is still going on. Subscribe to us and accompany her towards the future together. Will Julian and Stella's wedding go smoothly? Will they encounter any unexpected situations? Stella's family life is full of surprises. Do you want to know what will happen next? Subscribe to us and find out. Epilogue Stella. It had been a month since the last fight, and everything was peaceful and quiet. I liked it. Nothing new happened, well, except the fact that I was 3 weeks pregnant and Julian did not know yet. I was so nervous about telling him. I was scared. Every time I tried, something came up, like a phone ringing, a door opening, or Sky and Cody jumping out of nowhere. I knew he loved me. He showed me his love in different positions and words, but what if he did not want a baby so soon? What if he rejects us? Don't worry, Stella. He'll be happy, and if not, I'll kill him, Diana assured me with a hint of humor, maybe. She was joking. Right. I was sitting on our bed waiting for Julian to come home. When I was about to tell him about the pregnancy this morning, he got a call from Cody as usual, so I had to wait. I grabbed the 3 pregnancy tests and stared at them. Positive. My stomach flipped in happiness and fear when I thought of the baby in my belly. I was super happy and delighted, but at the same time afraid of Julian's reaction. As I was looking at the test, my chain of thoughts was broken when the door cracked open to reveal a very happy Julian. His smile reached his ears. Hello, beautiful, he came to me and kissed my forehead gently. As a reflex, I quickly hid the tests under the pillow and smiled. I need to ask you something, he said, and I looked into his eyes. I saw eagerness. Sure. I was not sure where he was going with that, but I waited for him to speak. He cleared his throat and breathed deeply. This might be cringy, but I don't care. Stella, you are my life, my world, my love, and my everything. I can't imagine a life without you, never. I'd die if you weren't with me all the time. I want to spend the rest of my life with you in my arms. I'll protect you from all the harm in the world. So, will you do me the honors of marrying me like humans? He kneeled down on one knee and opened a small box revealing a shining ring. I gasped and stared at Julian for more than a minute. I did not realize I was crying until his thumb rubbed my cheek, nodding and waiting for my reply. It was like a weight got off my shoulders. Yes, I answered, then kissed him. He put the ring on my finger and held me in his arms and turned us around. I can't wait to start a family with you. To have our own pups and raise them together. He added, and I smiled widely at that. That is my golden opportunity. I cleared my throat after he put me on the ground. Well, you don't have to wait, I reasoned while looking at his sparkling eyes. He arched his eyebrows. What do you mean? I walked to the pillow and pulled out the pregnancy tests. I'm pregnant, Julian, I announced nervously. His eyes widened and his mouth went wide open. He grabbed the test with shivering hands. Are you serious? He asked with a smile. I looked closely at his eyes and saw tears. Ah. I nodded my head with more tears in my eyes. Yeah, I assured, and he howled real loud. I knew you smelled different. This is why. I love you so much. He hugged me tightly but then let go of me as if I stung him. I'm so sorry. Is the baby okay? Did I hurt you? He asked, frustrated and scared. I giggled. No, Julian. I'm perfectly fine, so is the baby. I cupped his cheek so he could calm down. He showered me with kisses. When did that happen? How far along are you? Are you tired? I have so many questions, but first let's tell my parents, he announced, then carried me bridal style to his parents' house. I have a crazy mate, but I loved him anyway. Julian. I couldn't believe that my love was pregnant with my child. 2 surprises in one day were a fantastic way to be eternally happy. I agree, so that means I won't be able to see Diana for months. Well, for the sake of my pup, I will manage. Peter breathed with contentment and I laughed. I was so happy with my life. I was very glad that she broke into my house that one fateful night. My mate Stella. Bonus Chapter 1. Stella. The house was in a state of chaos. Everyone was running around the house cleaning and getting ready for our wedding that would be on Friday, and it was Monday morning. I saw Sky running towards the kitchen with a huge basket full of fruit. I just ignored her and walked to the living room, where it was the least packed place. When she knew I was pregnant and Julian had proposed to me, she turned. Well, she became a control freak who wanted everything to be perfect while I wanted our wedding to be simple and lovely. She did not let me lift my keys from the floor when I dropped them. She thought that I might hurt the baby that was growing inside of me. I just rolled my eyes and absorbed the situation. I sat on a couch when I remembered Julian. I missed him so much because he was with his dad and Cody buying the groom's suit since yesterday. Turned out that Julian was picky and wanted a suit that was perfect in his eyes. So his dad, Cody, and he stayed the night in the shop trying clothes and suits. Lucky for him, the shop owner was one of our pack members. He was a patient man, to tell you the least. He has to be if he didn't want to be killed by his very own Alpha. Diana commented in my head, and she did have a point. Sky, you know we didn't choose my wedding dress yet, right? I asked her as she entered the living room and fell on a chair next to the couch that I was comfortable on. Once I said that, her eyes widened. She forgot. Shit. Move, Stella, we gotta go to find you the perfect dress. I'll call Aunt Nancy and tell her to meet us there. Now wear your shoes, Stella. We don't have the whole day. She practically yelled everywhere, and the pack members just closed their ears. Her voice was too loud for the werewolves' liking, and for my liking. I sighed and stood up from my very comfortable seat. Okay, but please calm down, Sky. We have time and I'm the bride, for God's sake. I'm not worried like you. Just breathe, I advised calmly, and she did calm down. The other wolves gave me big smiles. Appreciation smiles. I just returned the smile and shrugged my shoulders. The pack members liked me and respected me as their Luna. It made Julian and me very happy and delighted. We had no drama that we usually see in the movies, such as a girl who tries to flirt with the alpha or an angry pack member who did not get what he wanted. It was all perfect because the Greymont pack was a big happy family that welcomed me with open arms. I'm sorry, I heard Sky apologize quietly. I waved my hand and grinned. Who's ready to shop? I asked her and she gave me her big smile. She nodded and we got out of our house. We were staying in the Pack's house because Julian and Cody thought it was unsafe for us to be alone in their big homes. Our actual homes. We just agreed without making a scene out of it. As we entered the shop, we saw Nancy sitting on a chair while talking to the shop owner, who happened to be a werewolf but from another neighboring pack. She looked nice and she was about 60 years old. Hello girls. This is my friend Brooklyn, and she'll help us with your dress fitting. I just hope you're not picky like my JoJo, Nancy hoped, and we laughed. Nope, I'm not picky at all. And I know what I want. Can you show me the catalog and I'll tell you what I want? I asked Brooklyn and she nodded with a smile. After I flipped through the pages, my eyes landed on a beautiful gown. It was an off-white dress with long sleeves. I could not help but admire the dress. The girls saw my face and got it for me without asking. We have this dress in store, and I think it will suit you on your wedding day. Just go to the fitting room and try it, the old lady said, and I grabbed it and rushed to the fitting room. I was eager to try it on. After many attempts, I wore it, which perfectly fit my body. I got out of the room and stepped in front of my girls. Once they saw me, they gasped and then jumped up and down. I just laughed and made a twirl. What do you think? I asked, hoping that they liked it. I looked around me and saw the 2 guards who came with us with wide eyes. Do I look okay? I asked them too, and they almost instantly nodded their heads. You look beautiful, Luna, one stated, and the other smiled brightly. Say yes to the dress, Stella. This is the one because it looks perfect on you, Sky said, and I looked at Nancy to see what she had to say. Her eyes were watery, and her hand was covering her mouth. I've waited for this day my whole life. She sniffed and hugged me tightly. You look magnificent. Julian will be too delighted, she added with a smirk. I just blushed. This is it. Brooklyn asked to confirm and I smiled. This is it, I confirmed and hugged her. Thank you, and I hope I could see you at our wedding on Friday, I pointed out, and she beamed at me. Of course, Luna. I would be honored, she replied. And we finished what we came here for. There is my beautiful Luna. Julian entered the pack house, followed by Cody and Julian's dad. As he saw me, he ran and embraced me as his life depended on it. I missed you so much, love. It was hard being there without you, he breathed in my neck, and I wrapped my arms around him. I missed him. Hey, my handsome Alpha. I hope you got your suit, I mentioned with hope. He lifted his head and looked at me with adoration. Yes, I did. How was your day? He asked and sighed. Stressful, but I chose a dress for the big day. I hope you like it when you see it on me, I replied, and he stood up, then put one hand under my neck and one under my thighs. He carried me bridal style and started walking out of the house. I know that you'll look exquisite. Let's go to our home and relax, he replied with a hint of mischief, and I nodded without complaint. I want to cuddle with my one and only girl, he added, and I smiled. I could use that, and I might not be the only girl you love, I responded, and he arched his eyebrows while walking through the woods with me in his arms. What do you mean? He asked, and I chuckled and pointed at my stomach. I'm pregnant, Julian, so I might be carrying the second girl in your life, I said, and he nodded as the sudden realization hit him on his head. You're right. I love you so freaking much. He whispered. His eyes were filled with love, lust, and need, and I just melted at his emotions. I love you too. Can't wait for Friday, I cleared, and we got to our home. Bonus Chapter 2. Julian. I will not panic. I will not panic. Peter, I'm panicking. Calm down, man, you got this. Don't be a wimp and man up. You are an alpha, for God's sake. Peter replied with so much sass. I rolled my eyes and started biting on my nails. That was a habit that I got from my beautiful mate. I got plenty of habits from her, but I was happy that I did. It showed that we spent a lot of time together, and we did. Today was the first day I could not see her until she walked down the aisle. How can I not panic when I'm about to get married to the best, most generous, most glamorous girl on earth? What if I mess things up? What should I do, Peter? Tell me. I yelled in my mind, then put my hands on my head and pulled my hair. I hurt myself, but I did not care. I was too nervous to care about my hair and the pain. I know, and we are so lucky to have her in our lives as our mate. We will love her until the last day on earth for us, Peter said calmly. I relaxed and stood up as I heard a knock. I walked to the door and opened it to be greeted by a grinning Cody and a proud dad. "Hey guys," I said and let them in. I pulled out the tie from the drawer and tried putting it on, but I failed due to nerves. I could not function properly. My nerves were worse than on my first shift. I was a wreck that day and now I was way worse. "Let me do it, son," Dad pointed out with a laugh, and I nodded, feeling defeated. A few seconds later Dad finished, and I looked at myself in the mirror. I was decent and thought I was not worth her beauty and elegance. My worried face blew my emotions and Cody touched my shoulder. "Julian, you are my best friend, my brother, and if you ever looked ugly I'd tell you. But you look handsome and you should be confident. She's lucky to have you, and you are lucky to have her. You are made for each other, and please don't forget the baby that will be part of the Woods family in a few months. You will be a dad, and I will be the cool uncle that you'll never be. Take deep breaths and let's roll." Cody's speech made me happy and ready to conquer the world, especially when he mentioned the baby. Our baby pup. "Son, I must go now because I will walk Stella down the aisle. I'm proud of you and I love you. You have proved to be a strong alpha and a kind mate," Dad cleared, and I smiled widely at him. He hugged me for the last time and I almost cried. "Thank you, Dad, I love you too," I replied, and we all went to where we should be. I can't wait to claim her as my wife. I stood before the priest, waiting for my beloved mate to show up in all her glory. I was about to pass out when the big door opened to reveal my stunning, breathtaking Stella. Her wedding gown made her look like a literal queen. She was my queen. Our eyes locked, and I could see her cheeks become red. She was so beautiful and royal, like words could not describe the beauty that landed on us. My pack gasped at her ravishing beauty and bowed their heads in respect. They knew that if they kept staring, I would plug their eyes out of their heads. She was only mine and no one else's. As Dad walked her, Mom was crying at the sight. She dreamt of this moment since I first shifted. She was obsessed with finding my mate, claiming that it would be the best experience ever, and it sure was. Once Stella stood before me, I had to control myself and my wolf not to shower her with kisses. I just smiled with tears in my eyes and on my cheeks. I did not bother to hold them back as I looked at the beauty queen who graced me with her presence. I wiped my tears away. "I love you," I mouthed, and she smiled while silently crying. She whispered, "I love you more." And I chuckled. There was no way that she loved me more. "Shall we begin?" the priest asked us, and we all looked at him. He cleared his throat and nodded. "We gather here to unite this couple in marriage. Their decision to marry has not been entered into lightly, and today, they publicly declare their private devotion to each other." I got lost in my mate's eyes as he continued his speech. "Now, Julian, do you pledge to share your life openly with one another and to speak the truth in love? Do you promise to honor and tenderly care for her, cherish and encourage her, stand together through sorrows and joys, hardships and triumphs for all the days of your life?" he asked, and I nodded without hesitation. "I do." He nodded and looked at my girl. "Stella, do you pledge to share your life openly with one another, and to speak the truth in love? Do you promise to honor and tenderly care for him, cherish and encourage him, stand together through sorrows and joys, hardships and triumphs for all the days of your life?" he asked her, and she smiled brightly. "I do." "Julian, do you want to say your vows?" the priest asked, and I looked at her again with teary eyes. I held the ring in my hand and squeezed it. I cleared my throat and took a deep breath. "With this ring, I promise you that I will give you all my love from this day forward, and you shall not walk alone. I have no greater gift to give, as your love is my anchor, and your trust is my force. May my heart be your shelter and my arms be your home. As this ring has no end or beginning, so shall my love for you be. As I place it on your finger, I give you all I am and shall become. I love you, Stella. So much no one can imagine my joy right now. Peter and I are dancing on the inside. I love you, my sweet mate." I vowed and put the ring on her finger. She cried, and then she cleared her throat, ready to speak. "I am proud to take you as my husband. For all the time we have been together, there has always been the kind of mutual understanding which is only shared when there is true love. You have helped me triumph over the challenges presented, encouraged my personal growth, and boosted my self-esteem. You have helped me become who I am today. Julian, I vow to trust and value your opinions and stand by your actions. I pledge to always treat you as my best friend and equal. I will ask for help when I need it and offer help to you always. Let us be friends and lovers and grow old together. I love you, Julian, so much. She vowed beautifully and put the ring on my finger. We looked at the priest for the final step. He smiled. I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. As those words left his mouth, she was in my arms, and my mouth over hers in seconds. I put everything in that kiss. From love to desire and need. She was now my bride, my wife, and it was the best day of my entire life. Bonus Chapter 3 Stella. Men can be super annoying when shopping for your baby that has yet to be born. It had been a few months after our perfect wedding, and I was due at any time. Julian had this fantastic idea of shopping some more for our baby. When I told him that we already had a room filled with clothes, diapers, and toys for the baby, he just shrugged and said he wanted to give him or her to the world. We did not know what we were having because we wanted the baby to surprise us. What do you think? He asked me as he grabbed a golden shirt. We got most of the outfits in a golden or gray color. It would suit boys and girls. I looked at it and smiled tiredly. My feet were aching, so I sat on a chair near Julian. The kicks died down and I felt myself getting sweaty. I felt lost momentarily and scared, and I did not know why. Julian was lost in choosing stuff when an older woman came closer to me with a concerned look. Are you okay, young lady? She asked as she touched my shoulder. I took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, I am just a bit dizzy. I'm resting my feet, I assured her. And she handed me a sealed water bottle. Thank you, I gladly took it from her and drank. I saw Julian approach me with a worried expression. He cupped my cheeks and looked me in the eyes. Baby, are you okay? He asked. Then he sat next to me and rubbed my back. My wolf relaxed at the touch, but my stomach did not. Suddenly, I felt pain in my abdominal area and grunted while wrapping my arms around myself. The old lady knelt beside me and checked me. Stella, is it time? Julian asked in a panicked tone, and I felt Peter going crazy. The bond between us made me feel what he felt and vice versa. As I was about to answer, I felt another wave of pain hit me hard, and I screamed, grabbing everyone's attention. The woman nodded. It is time. I know, since I'm a mother to 7 kids. I get it. She needs to be transported to the hospital ASAP. She ordered firmly and called for help. My beloved husband, my strong mate, was pacing around like he was in some deep shit. He did this to me. As much as I loved him, he felt my pain and I felt good about it. Julian. I grabbed his hand and squeezed it tight, using Diana's strength. He groaned in pain but then smiled at me. At that moment I thought that he was loco. Baby, we will finally meet our baby. I'm so excited. He beamed at me, and I felt happy regardless of the pain consuming my whole body. Can you stand? He asked and I shrugged. Let's try, I responded, and he helped me. I tried to walk, but I felt something warm run down my legs as I wore a skirt. My water broke. I stated in a kind of calm tone, but I was nowhere near calm from the inside. I was being hysterical and Diana was not helping at all. She yelled in my head that it started hurting me, so I blocked her out. Call Sky and tell her to meet us at the hospital with the baby's clothes in my bag, I told him as the paramedics arrived. They helped me get on the stretcher, and the lady shouted good luck, and we were off to finally meet our baby. After hours of agony, it was time to push. Luckily, the pack doctor worked at the same hospital we went to because Julian would not let anyone else touch me. His wolf instincts kicked in, and he was too possessive for his own good. He did not want anyone to harm his pup. When Julian saw the pack doctor, he relaxed and let him do his job. Luna, take a deep breath and push on the count of 3. He demanded professionally, and I managed to nod. The whole family and some of the pack members were waiting outside. Sky brought the clothes and prayed that it would be a girl because she loved girls. Julian firmly grabbed my hand and whispered soothing words in my ear as I breathed heavily. 1, 2, 3. Push. The doctor ordered, and I pushed for the first time. Nothing happened, so I tried again and again until I heard the voice I had been dying to hear for months. My baby's cry was music to my ears, and I felt tears stream down my face. I looked at Julian and saw him crying as well. His big, bad, alpha face was thrown out the window when he saw his little puddle of joy. There was no greater gift to mankind than a soul in a tiny body. His own child. Congratulations, it's a boy, the doctor stated as he handed him to the nurse to clean him and cut the cord. As I was about to hold my little boy, I felt another agonizing pain in my abdominal area. I panicked because I had no idea what was happening. I whimpered in pain and the doctor noticed. He ducked his head under the covers and checked. He gazed at Julian and smiled. "Alpha, you are having twins," he exclaimed like it was 1+1 question, and I gasped. How was that possible? No one told us that we'd have twins. I was not mad or angry. I was delighted I would have 2 babies to spoil, but I needed him or her out of my body. It hurt too much. "Yes," Julian yelled, and I smiled at his enthusiasm. I returned to pushing when the doctor commanded, finally letting out a long breath once it was over. "It's a girl," the doctor announced, and my smile grew bigger. The joy was too much to handle that I cried my heart out. It was time that we held our babies and rested on the bed together, and looked at them with love and adoration. "What should we call them?" he asked as everyone left to give us our family moment. I looked him in the eyes and smiled. "What did you feel when you knew you'd have a girl to pamper?" I asked, hoping he would say what I was about to say. "Joy," we said at the same time and laughed. "Her name would be Joy. Period. Can Sky give her her middle name?" I asked with hopes that he would say yes. He kissed me on the lips and nodded. "Of course. What should we name the little Alpha over here?" He pointed to my arms that held my baby boy while he was holding Joy. I thought for a moment, and a name popped into my mind. "How about Logan?" I suggested. He thought about it and then smiled. "Logan Woods. I like the sound of that." "Yes," he said, and I kissed him, Logan's forehead and Joy's cheek. "Can Cody give him his middle name?" he asked after a moment of silence, and I nodded. I was so happy. "Call them. They must be dying to see the babies." "Wait, but don't tell them they are twins. Let's keep it as a surprise." Cleared, and he agreed. He handed me Joy and left the room only to return with his parents, Sky and Cody. Once they saw the 2 babies in my hands, they froze in their spots and stared at us for a couple of minutes. "Hey guys," I said with a sheepish smile. Sky rubbed her eyes and nodded. "Yep, I see 2. She confirmed. "Did you know you were having twins?" she asked as they approached the bed. I handed her Joy, and she beamed at me. Nope, it was a surprise even to the doctor. I guess she was hiding behind her brother. "Her name is Joy, and I want you, Sky, to give her a middle name that would suit her," I explained. She gawked at me and we all laughed. "Are you kidding?" she asked, and I shook my head. "Okay, I've had this name for quite a while now. What do you think about Layla?" she asked, and I nodded, then looked at Julian to see him approving the name. "Joy Layla Woods." I tested the name and it was lovely. I loved it. Julian got Logan for me and handed him to Cody. "And I want you to give Logan his middle name." He pointed it out and Cody literally cried. I did not see that coming, so I laughed softly. Cody nodded and took a deep breath. "How about Zachary?" "Logan Zachary Woods," he asked, and I waited for Julian's approval because I liked it. He nodded and hugged his buddy, then took Logan and let his parents hold him. Sky handed Joy to Nancy, and we all admired the sight. Thank you, God, for blessing me with an amazing gift called family. Bonus chapter for Julian. "No one touches my pups," Peter yelled, and I sighed. Logan and Joy were 5 years old when a 7-year-old boy pushed Joy on the sand in front of her brother, just because she was a girl. Logan did not like that, so he bit him hard on his forearm, and the fight started. All that happened while I bought them ice cream a few meters away. Stella was resting at home because she had a fever, so I took my babies out for fun. "It's not so fun now, isn't it? Good luck with telling Stella," Peter exclaimed as we approached the kids, and I gulped at the thought of telling my beloved mate. My babies glared at the older boy, and I saw his mom walking towards him with a scowl. I sighed, held Logan and Joy in my arms, and waited for the mom to speak. I had a feeling that she would give us a hard time. That I did nothing wrong. "I helped Joy," Logan whispered in my ear, and I smiled at him. "I know, baby, don't worry," I replied, and Peter agreed. The mom gasped. "What did they do to you?" she asked the boy, pretending to cry. "That little imbecile. He was a little evil liar." "Why is he crying?" "Your monsters did something to my baby," she yelled, and I pinched the bridge of my nose, trying to calm down. That lady was talking nonsense and I could not handle it. "Where is Stella when you need her?" "Hey, my angels did nothing to your baby that didn't deserve doing. Do not call them monsters. Your kid pushed my little princess, so her brother defended her. Your child started it." I replied in a firm tone that meant you don't want to mess with me and glared at her. She scoffed, held her boy and pointed a finger at me. Apologize to my son immediately, she demanded, but I was not fazed. Dada, why is she yelling at us? Joy asked me innocently and I kissed her forehead. Because she's crazy, I stated loud enough for her to hear. She gaped at me and her eyes widened and I smirked. What did you say? She asked and I smiled. You heard me. She tried to kick me in my sensitive area as I said those words. I dodged her with my babies in my arms and took a deep breath. The worst part about this ordeal was that she was a woman, and I could not hit her. As she wanted to attack me again, I shielded my twins and waited for her blow. But it never came. I looked up and saw my beautiful mate holding the woman's leg that was in midair. I let out a deep sigh and sat on the sand. Give me a break. Stella glared at her and pushed her back. The woman put her son down and stood up. Who are you to hit him? He couldn't do anything to you because you are a woman, and my husband is a gentleman. But I, on the other hand, can hit you. I will hit you if you don't flee from here immediately, my wife and mate yelled at her, and the woman showed fear in her eyes. I grinned at my love and kissed my angels' heads. Mommy's cool, Logan and Joy said in unison, and I agreed with a nod. The woman grabbed her son's hand and walked away. Stella came to us and hugged us real tight. Are you okay? She asked and we nodded. Yes, thank you, love. How did you know, though? I asked as she sat next to me on the sand. She took Logan and placed him on her lap, and I did the same to Joy. She gave me her famous smile and kissed my lips real quick. I felt something was wrong with my babies, you included, she answered, and I laughed. It's a mommy thing, I guess, and a mate bond, she added. How are you feeling now? I asked, referring to her fever. She smiled and kissed my lips again. Much better after this, she replied, and we all laughed. As we were chatting and playing with the kids, I saw a man approach us with the same woman and boy who ruined our mood. I stood up and protected my family from any possible harm. Your children hit mine. And your whore pushed my wife. The man said in a deep voice, and I felt my eye twitch when he called my mate a whore. It was like he lit up something in my head that made Peter growl. It was not that audible, but he heard it. The man did not see me coming when I grabbed his collar and lifted him from the ground. He was stunned and shorter than me. Say that again about my wife, and I will murder you in front of your family. Besides, your boy started all that. You should raise him well. I shouted at him, which grabbed a few passerbys' attention. I did not care because I was too furious. Let me claw him. Peter begged, but I ignored him. That would not be a pretty sight to my babies. He was shocked for a second but regained composure and tried to sound brave. What's so wrong with calling your wife what she is? He dared to say, and I did not waste another second. I punched him square in the face. He fell on the sand and grabbed his bleeding nose. I smirked at the sight and then looked at his wife. Take your prick of a man and get out of our sights. If I see you again near my family, I will not hesitate to break more than your nose. I threatened in a calm tone that made me sound more intimidating, according to Peter. They all backed down and ran away. Let's head home so I can cuddle with my best creatures ever. I pointed out, then tickled Joy and Logan, who laughed like there was no end. Let's go home, Dada, Logan announced, and we walked home. Ever since I was blessed with these exceptional babies that I was so proud to call mine, my life had been perfect. I did not want to change anything in it. A blessing was a blessing. Bonus Chapter 5 Stella. Time flies faster than anticipated when you have kids. It was only yesterday when I gave birth to Logan and Joy, my adorable quiet twins, and now they were facing their first ever suspension at the age of 15. I got a call from their homeroom teacher telling me that I should come to school ASAP. I thought they got hurt, so I mentally prepared myself and Diana to see blood. You prepared yourself, I don't overreact like you. Fine, I did. It was justified though. We saw blood after all. Yeah, but not my pup's blood. It's all good. They caused it. I yelled in my mind. Oh, I think Peter is calling, bye. And she disappeared from my head when she felt she was being cornered. When I got to the principal's office, I saw Joy holding Logan down. He was about to launch at a boy, covering his cheek with a cloth, and it was filled with blood. I think his nose is broken, Diana remarked, and I agreed. What on earth happened here? I asked and slammed the door shut to get Logan's attention. Logan, calm down and sit. Logan sat quickly, and Joy hugged me when she realized I was there to end all this commotion. What happened? I asked her, and she looked at the principal and then the boy. I was walking with my friend and Logan to the next class when a ball came crashing toward the window from outside. Logan acted quickly and shielded my friend and me with his body. Joy explained and smiled at Logan. I walked toward my son and checked his neck and back for injuries. As I pictured how he protected his sister, I got emotional. I knew werewolves heal faster than humans, but still I was a mom. Mom, I'm okay. Please stop. Logan lowered his shirt, and I looked at the boy with the most likely broken nose. But how did you end up injured? I directed my question to the boy and waited. Your stupid son hit me. But why did he hit you? I asked. Logan was a rational kid. He would not harm others, especially humans, if the situation was not serious. The boy averted his gaze and looked down, because he was the one who threw the ball intentionally. When the glass broke, we walked outside to see how it happened, and then we heard Richard laugh and say to his friend that he scored 10 out of 10 and just needed to go and ask Joy if she was okay. You are a psycho. My punch was the least you could get. What if your ball actually hurt her? It would have if I wasn't there. As Logan wanted to pounce on Richard again, I physically stopped him. So my son was only defending his sister, I stated and looked at the principal. Why did you call me then? They should not be in trouble. He should. I raised my tone and felt Diana taking over my mind, but I held her back. Yeah, we know. We just want you to take the twins home to rest, and we will give Richard the right punishment for his foolish acts. They have been through a lot, so a day off should help. At that moment, I respected the principal even more. The fuck? He should be punished for hurting me. Just because your whore of a mother is here doesn't mean she could protect you from me. Oh boy. So you are suspended for 2 weeks because you defended your mom's honor? Julian asked Logan and Joy as they ate their dinner. Yes, both replied, adding more food to their already empty plates. I am so proud of you both. No one talks shit about my mate and gets away with it. Good thing I was not there. I crossed my arms and looked at Julian. So you can hit a 15-year-old and spend the rest of your life in jail for abusing a minor. Yeah, good thing you were not there. I didn't think of that. Julian scratched the nape of his neck and chuckled. When do you think when it comes to our family? Joy asked and Logan and I nodded. She's got a point. Never, and I don't regret it. You are my life. Bonus Chapter 6 Joy. I entered Dad's office without knocking and saw him on the phone with a serious expression. Dad, is it normal that my wolf hasn't talked to me in almost a week? I asked as I sat crossed legs on his desk. Hello to you too, pup. Oh hey Peter Pa. Just the guy I need for my question, but why are you taking over? Is Dad okay? Yeah, he's fine. He just needs a bit of sleep since he has been dealing with pack stuff for the past month. And he's tired. I decided to let him rest and take care of the pack calls at least. Anyway, why are you asking about your wolf? Is Mel ignoring you because you fought or something? Peter asked. I crossed my arms and sighed. She's been ignoring me, alright, but we didn't fight. She won't tell me what's wrong, and she's always jumpy and anxious, which makes me anxious. Peter smiled and let go of the phone. Oh, I think I know why. Joy, you are 20, right? I nodded, and his smile grew wider. Finally. Finally what? I believe you will meet your mate soon, pup. His statement made me freeze. My mate. Oh yeah, I forgot about this topic. Exams distracted me for quite a while, but now Mel's behavior makes sense. I don't know how to feel about this. On the one hand, I want a mate and have a family. On the other hand, I am scared. Peter's dark eyes changed color, and I knew Dad was back. Scared of what, honey? He stood up and gave me a tight hug. I got up from the desk and sat beside Dad on the couch. I am scared that he might not love me for who I am. I am scared of leaving you and of the what if things go wrong situations. Joy, you are my precious daughter. I love you so much. I know these feelings will stick with you until you find him, but it's normal. I was scared before I found your mom. However, my fear was that of not finding her and not the other way around. So be grateful that your wolf is feeling your mate, and believe me, he would have to earn my trust before you move out with him. Don't worry. I won't hand you off so easily. Dad's soothing and threatening words calmed me, and I felt Mel's happiness again. Let's go out, let's go out, let's go out. Why now? Let's go out now. She yelled. I frowned and Dad noticed. Is it Mel? Yes, she wants to go out. See you at dinner time. Bye, Dad. You either don't speak with me for a week or don't shut up. You will thank me later. Let's go to the basketball court. You are weird, Mel, but let's go. Hey, Logan. I saw him lying on his bed with a book in his hand. Mel wants to go to the basketball court near the mall, and I have no idea why. Do you want to come with me? That's odd, but okay. Lon wants to smell some fresh air too, so let's go, Logan said and got up. Do we have to tell Mom and Dad? I just texted Mom and Dad knows. Let's run there. Why, Mel? Just do it. Fine. Mel wants to run, let's go. She's freaking me out, I told my twin brother and he shrugged. Suits me, let's go. Would you tell me what's wrong? Nothing's wrong, don't worry, Joy. Then why are you in a hurry? You will find out in a minute. Mel, you are weird. I got my weirdness from you. Shut up, you sassy wolf. Huh, that's the best you got as a comeback. You need practice, dear. Whatever, I am not in the mood to argue with you. I could tell that Mel is driving you nuts. What does she want? Logan asked as we entered the court. We are about to find out. Now, Mel, here we are. Sit down and wait. Wait for what? Just wait. Fine, let's sit down. I grabbed Logan's hand and we sat down on a bench. Wait, do you want an ice cream cone? He asked, looking at the ice cream van near the second entrance. Sure, he got up and walked away. I grabbed my phone, checked my upcoming assignments and almost cried at them. When will they end? I turned my phone off and gazed in Logan's direction. He was arguing with a guy instead of seeing him holding cones. The guy's back was to me, so I did not see his face. I got up and rushed to my brother's side if he needed help. However, as Logan wanted to punch him, the most fantastic smell entered my nostrils. Stop. I yelled and Logan looked at me. What do you want, Joy? Let me finish this quick and I will be with you. No, Logan. Stop. I repeated and the guy faced me. I was startled for two reasons. One, he was Richard, the guy who called my mom a whore 5 years ago. Two, he was my mate. Why? I want to finish my blow, which got interrupted years ago because of the principal. Logan's discourse made me laugh. Really, Logan? We broke his nose and hand. I think he learned his lesson, am I right, Richard? I asked with a smile. Yes, I was about to apologize for what I did, but Logan didn't give me a chance. I was a stupid kid back then and I am sorry. Yeah, right. Good thing I won't have to see you again. Bye. Logan said and I grabbed his hand. Joke's on you, brother, because Richard's my mate. I told you we need to come to this court. I felt his presence. You're welcome. I am. Richard asked with a surprised expression, and we looked at him. I forgot he was human. You know what a mate is? I asked. Yes, my dad is a werewolf, but Mom is a human. So I am half werewolf, half human. I don't shift, but I have the speed, vision, sense of smell, and the mind link you guys have. Yet since I don't have a wolf in me, I didn't sense that you are my mate, Joy. He looked at me with the sweetest smile. The boy from school was gone, and now he was a man who was my mate. Mind blown. Logan commented and I laughed. Logan walked ahead of us, giving us privacy. What do you think your parents would do when they learn about me? Richard asked and stood in front of me. He was extremely handsome, and I did not notice this years ago because of his awful personality, which has changed. Thankfully. Nothing, they'd be very welcoming. Let's go meet them. Are you sure? He asked as he rubbed the nape of his neck. I held his hands and felt the sparks. I felt that, he added. I did too. You look handsome, by the way, I admitted. I was never shy, so I had no problem sharing my feelings. He on the hand was red. Thank you. You look beautiful, more beautiful than before. Mom, Dad. I found my mate. I called as soon as we entered our home. What? They both yelled back and rushed to the entrance. Mom stopped when she saw Richard and Dad got confused. Richard. Mom's comment made Dad squint his eyes, and then they winded as if a light bulb got lit in his head. Shit. Oh heck no. If you like this story, subscribe to us and let's bless their family together.